Welcome, everybody. Happy Saturday. Happy Saturday. Come on in and hit the like button, you all. We have a marathon. Oh, Candace. Shout out to Jay Witt. He just sent me an interview. Candace. My big brother, my brother in Christ, my Morehouse brother, Jay Witt. Deacon just sent me a video of an interview that you did with Charlie Kirk while you were at PragerU. We're going to check that out in our lineup today. Y'all excited? I'm ready to get into this. Shout out to all of you all, to the mods, the members, supporters, to all the Luxers. Thank you so much for tuning in. You could be tuning into anything else, but you're choosing to hang out with me for the next several hours. So buckle up. We're going to have fun. It's a marathon. So if you need to go and get something to eat and drink and use the bathroom and take a shower and take a nap and come back, you can. We're going to be running this marathon till about 8 or so that I can get ready for some fun with my kids this weekend. I am excited. Candace. Oh, Candace. We have a separate live scheduled just to go over all the posts on X. So if we don't go on X today, there's a whole separate live for that. Candace gets clowned on X. So if you have not seen that notification, make sure you save it and make sure you're ready for that live. We're going to go on x.com and check out all the posts, videos, everything you guys are tagging me on over there in a separate live stream, because I think Candace being clowned on X is a whole live in and of itself. We can spend a whole day on X, okay? And we will. And we want to spend some time on that separately. All right. So all the tags, all the emails you guys send me, if it's on X, we have a separate live stream for that. We'll do that. This one is going to be for the YouTube videos. All right. Is that good? Hit the phone if y'all ready. Hit the phone. We're not going to waste time with it. Let's just kick this off with an image. Candace, you actually think you're the only one? Oh, Lord. She thinks she's the only one that can clap back. Girl, the internet has a way of clapping back at you, girl. Oh, the internet has a way to clap back. We're here for it. Candace, didn't I tell you we would clown your ass every time you put up a Jeep Macron as an alien doll? And then when we turn you into your true form, don't say nothing. That's all I'm saying. Don't say that when you get turned into your true form. Y'all, look at Candace as E.T. Boy, you look as natural as it comes, Candace. Oh, look at that. Oh, you dumb alien. Candace, I told you we would get you back. The internet will clap back every single time, girl. Oh, my goodness, y'all. Shout out to all of you all. Let's get some comments in. First of all, let's get some music in. Y'all know I have to have some noise in the background. It soothes me. And yes, we did a recording this morning with Edie Marie as Candyland Biker Babe. Y'all, that anger management thing is going to be, that session is going to be hilarious. Do y'all hear me? It is going to be a load of fun. A load of fun. So you're in for a treat. Whenever Edie Marie is done with editing that video, we will be watching that. You understand? Hopefully she gets done with it tonight and we can watch it tonight separately. If not, tomorrow, we'll just have to check it out after me and my kids come back from fun in the sun. I'm excited. Oh, y'all. Oh, Candace, you dumb alien. How you doing, Angie Juju? Shout out to my mom, Sherry. How you doing, honey? Gabriel says she has lost her mind. Wow. Miriam, how you doing? What's going on? Jacqueline, how you doing? How you doing? Hope all is well with you. Y'all continue to pray for Chi Chi and the cold-blooded Christian. Cold-blooded. We're praying for you, buddy. Oh man. Tammy, how you doing? What's going on? Mindy, how you doing, honey? Mindy, email me your YouTube handle. If you would like to be a mod, I would love to make you a mod, okay? Fantastic supporting of the channel. Thought I would just send the invitation if you want to be one of our mods here in the LLC. Mindy, let me know. Email me your YouTube channel handle so that I can just add you on quickly. Shout out to all my mods, you all. I allow God to give me discernment with that. And he'll tell me, oh, you might want to ask that person. That's why I have the best mods on YouTube. Yeah. I don't always get them right. Because Lord knows we oh God. Had one that boy. When I say disappointing, that's why I pray about these things and allow God to give me discernment. Because when you try to choose them on your own, it doesn't work out well. You let God handle it, and He will. Amen to that. Amen to that. So, Mindy, if you would like to be a mod, please let me know. Email me, honey, your YouTube channel handle, so I can just quickly add it in there. Mackenzie, what's going on? How you doing? Essie Whip, is it Whip or Will? Did you get the email I sent to your Yahoo email? Let's see here. Just tell me the subject of the email. I see an email from Adam. Shout out to you, Adam. Adam. Oh, Adam. You guys send me some great photos, and we do use them. We use them as thumbnails here for the videos. And we do a lot of videos on Candace. Candace, you gotta come, girl. Oh man. If you are a member, hopefully you will see a couple videos that have been uploaded to the members only. And mainly because I'm just trying to clear them out of off my device because it's taking up space. Okay. So if you see the videos being uploaded to YouTube to the members only, make sure you check them out and enjoy. I try my best to give, the members only some great content, something that would be a lot more exclusive and everything. So that way you guys can enjoy the benefits of the members only. I don't see anything from you. I don't want to say your real name or anything like that either. Let me check the spam. If you tell me the subject, then I'll look for it that way, okay? You don't have to tell me your name or anything. Don't do that. Just tell me the subject, the title of the video, okay? Queen Table Rock, happy Saturday from Missouri. Well, shout out to you. Who's all barbecuing and grilling for Memorial Day? Anybody grilling out? I see y'all up in here. Sarah, how you doing? What's going on? Anybody grilling? Oh, Eclectic. Yes, yes. The narrative machine. We got a lot to catch up on. I forgot. I got something to listen to while I get ready for the day and pack to dog sit. There you go, Mackenzie. Y'all hit the floor. I'm so excited. I'm ready. What's going on? No reply. How you doing? Shout out to my boss. Don't stop. How you doing? What's going on? Oh, I just want to make sure I'm not missing anybody. Oh man. Let's see. How many enjoyed the warning and rebuke Hunter face Candace from James chapter 3? It was perfect. Yes. Y'all, was that the prayer or scripture that he read about the jealousy and envy and all of that? Candace, she didn't understand any of that. She doesn't read the Bible. Oh, Candace, you evil gimp. Everybody speak to everybody. I'm trying to see if SC World. Let me know what the subject of the email is. I'm looking for your response, honey. And then I'll look for your email, okay? It's a long subject from Carolina Backwoods. Um, hold on. It's a long subject. Okay. Is that the name of the is that the subject of the email? Resend it to me and say from SC Whirlpool. That way it'll just stand out to me. Okay. Do you mind? Re-forward me your email and in the subject line just put from SC Whirlpool. SC Whip Poor Wheel. Why am I saying Whirlpool? Whip Poor Wheel. Should it be Whirlpool? Is that a funny twist on that or what? Y'all, what the hell? They probably like, it's Whip Poor Wheel, Lady Luck. I don't know why I want to say Whirlpool. SC Whip Poor Wheel. Yeah, that's creative. Yeah, that's very creative. I think I wrote you, if you get time, check out this video I sent you about Candace at 145. Okay. Hold on. All righty. Oh, I got stuff going to my spam. Lord have mercy. And why is it happening? Lord have mercy. Okay. Jesus Christ. Yahoo is so weird. Okay. Let's see. Okay, I see it. All right, cool. We'll check that out. We'll check that out. Look at that. Oh yeah, we'll definitely check that out. Shout out to you, honey. We'll check that out. All right, y'all ready? We're about to get started on here. Candace. You dumb helper. Let me just start off with something a little unorthodox. Do y'all mind? Okay. Now, this is from a fantastic content creator named Hater Maker. It's literally, you can't judge a book by its cover. I saw this and my jaw just hit the floor. It really did. This video has 3.1 million views in 1 month. And I was like, what the heck is Hater Maker doing over there? He's fun. He's a comical content creator. He does these little remixes on TikTok videos and stuff like that. So I have him. I was subscribed. I don't know why YouTube keeps unsubbing me to people. Yeah, I am subscribed. Okay. And it came up. I just so happened to see it after the live stream last night. And then I saw this little thing here from the what's this, from the PJs or whatever, the little cartoon show Eddie Murphy did. And I was sitting here like, what the heck is going on? Y'all, it's not weird. I just want you all to listen to this man singing. Can we just do that for a minute? You cannot judge a book by its cover. We got to start off with this. This blew my mind. There's a reason why this has 3.1 million views in a month. It's gone viral.
Full as a dam capacity, a passion's about to explode. I can't escape it surrounding me. Caught in a storm that I need a shelter from raining down on me. Let your love just fall like rain, just rain.
Y'all can't tell me that was not mine, Nummy. That man was missing all his teeth, maybe except 4. and he sings like a champion. What? Yeah, that was Hater Maker that was sitting there staring at the camera. When I say that was the same look I had on my face, he just kind of blanked out his face. Like, this can't be real. At first I said that AI is something else. That was a real person singing, y'all. You can't make this up. And then, old Fax Me, we love you. Fax Me had the audacity to do this video. Hold on, I gotta move this video down. Y'all, we got a flow. We got a flow going. Y'all see, we got a nice little lineup today. Oh, we got a nice little lineup today. Oh, man. No, yeah, I had to refresh that. Had to go back. And then he decides Fax Me does this. Oh, my God. So make sure you guys go check out Fax Me and show him your love and support. I think he'll be going live on the 25th. And we definitely need to catch up on the Eclectic Journalist new video as well. But if, like I said, tomorrow and Monday, I'm going to be hanging out with my boys, my young men, and having some fun with them. So you guys make sure you go and show some support to the Eclectic Journalist. Gary from Pyramid Tactic tweeted her video out. And I am so glad that he has. She's getting some well-deserved exposure with that. And we're definitely going to check it out as well here in the LLC. Finally getting to Fax Me's new episode in our marathon for The Bride of Candace. Yeah, we got that in the lineup. But let's get to this, you all. We got a marathon today, so we're going to go straight through this. Y'all ready? Hit the 4. Get ready to laugh. Let's get to it.
If it hadn't been for Candace on the show, we'd have had hard proof a long time ago. Where the facts all go, nobody knows where they disappear to. Down below, I know that's all she say. Everything is fake and gay.
That's what she
Every
say.
week it's another rodeo. Round and round goes Candace
Shake
on
your
the
legs.
go.
But y'all, who is the guy here? Is that Baron Coleman? I know Russell Brand. Is that supposed to be John Mappin? Tell me this lineup. Y'all. Candace, you look just like this fat chicken. Wearing one of those overly expensive muumuus. Candace look just like this. Little bitty head, no brain, big body, chicken legs. Candace, if you're pregnant, you understand the judge still will not care. I hope you know that. Oh my God.
Came to town with the live stream glow, talking real fast on the radio. Big dramatic pause, a scary little charge, but the timeline's falling all apart. I know. Trust me, friend. And the day was twisting again. Everybody talking wow and rose while the evidence quietly tiptoes.
They got Andrew Weinstein back there. She did interview him. Did she ever interview Jeffrey Epstein? Did she ever interview Jeffrey Epstein? Who is Massey? Who is Massey? He another simp. She got all these simps. No, she never interviewed him. Oh my God. What's going on, Nikki? How you doing? Pine cone? Andrew Tate. Y'all. What is it? Is that George? It's funny how she doesn't even have her own husband in this lineup. You can't make this up.
If it hadn't been for Candace on the show, we'd have solved the mystery long ago. Where the hard facts go, nobody knows.
Oh, the music.
Probably hiding where the logic don't go. I know, she say all day. Everything is fake and gay. Smoke machine and dramatic glow. Here comes Candace on the go-go.
Oh, Candace, you alien.
She brought confusion everywhere she went. Every clip became a giant event. Followers dancing like a county fair. Meanwhile, proof just wasn't there. Big bold claims and a camera stare. Every live stream turned theatrical flair. Question marks flying coast to coast, but certainty showed up the most. Fiddle playing, comments blazing. Everybody online debating. One side yelling, show receipts. Other side dancing to the beat, 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 beat.
Yeah, they look like little midgets.
If it hadn't been for Candace on the show, the algorithm might have moved too slow. Where the reason go, nobody knows, but the super chats continue to flow. I know, she say with sweat. Everything is fake and gay.
Yeah, that's how she feels when her yeast infection starts to flare up. No, she's not fat. She's filled with yeasty juice. This is how Candace looks when she's flared. Girl, that yeast infection must be a itching and a burning and a scratching and a itching.
Round and round.
Oh, man.
Long live Candace on the go-go.
Girl, he was hot.
I will always admit when I'm wrong. Anybody that listens.
Candace, you dumb, retarded chicken head. Keep a clocking, girl. She refuses to get that yeast infection taken care of, and she want to cluck all over the internet about some nonsense she knows nothing about. The audacity to demand evidence when you're supposed to be researching for that. They make this up. Oh, y'all, shout out to Milk Bar. Oh, shout out to Faxby. That was funny. We got Milk Bar up next. Shout out to Milk Bar. Proof Candace Owens is incapable of admitting she's wrong. Because she doesn't admit she's wrong. She's a cult leader and a narcissist and a chicken head. Let's get to this, y'all.
Listens to my podcast knows that.
You claimed, without a doubt, that only served 2 years in the Marine Corps.
At the age of 18, Victor joined the Marine Corps. To be clear, he only served for 2 years.
It was 3 years, and it was on the DD-214. Are you willing to admit when you're wrong?
I think this was just sort of a clerical error that could just have been
It's not
resolved
clerical.
right here. I didn't say that they murdered Charlie.
You said
My
that
show,
people
I've
at
been very
Turning
clear.
Point were complicit in his murder.
No, my exact sentence that I said was that there were people at Turning Point who are engaged in a cover-up.
No, you didn't.
I believe
Sorry,
that.
you didn't.
That is still a crime. That is still a crime. Engaged in a cover-up of a murder is still a crime. That's a whole crime. If you engage in the cover-up of a murder, you can get the same prison time that the person that facilitated the murder receives as well. So she's still defaming them by accusing them of committing a crime, a very heinous one at that. We're not talking about stealing a candy bar out of a gas station. You're talking about the cover up of a murder that was witnessed on national television. And she has no evidence on that. So they need to sue the crap out of her and they need to stop stalling before the timely filing limit runs out. They gotta stop. They gotta stop stalling with this. It's still defamation, Candace. We understand your chicken head brain is not able to comprehend and catch up to what you're saying, but you can find out the hard way in court. I don't care if you understand now or later. The goal is, okay, we're going to sue her. And then she'll have to pay all this money out, and then she'll learn. However, or if she never learns and she ends up broken, despondent, whatever. We don't care. We care nothing about your financial situation, Candace. When you don't care about defaming someone and accusing them of aiding in a heinous crime. Nope. Sue her into oblivion.
Thoroughly.
Candace, you didn't say that. You said literally.
I did say that on my entire show.
You said there were people at Turning Point complicit in his murder.
Exactly.
Okay.
That's what you said.
Obviously, for this to have been pulled off, there had to have been multiple people involved. There had to have been people at Turning Point that were complicit in having this happen.
You said complicit in the murder. Because I said who at Turning Point was involved in his murder. And
let
you
me
said,
clarify for you. Okay, you can keep saying what I said, or you can listen to what I'm saying.
But do you have any proof that the messages were made up? Because that would be easily proven.
Yeah, but they didn't put timestamps on them, and Discord came out and said they didn't exist.
This was supposedly text messages, not Discord messages. It's my understanding from the indictment.
I actually did not read that they were text messages. The indictment...
Because she didn't read the indictment, because she can't read, because she's stupid. You know, chicken heads, of course, aren't expected to read complex documents like indictments. Oh, no. Chicken heads and eggs and toast. Oh, my.
Calls them text messages. I pointed out that this foreign military plane arrived. They said, oh, she made a time zone mistake, like as if I'm on flight radar every day, accustomed to reading the data here. How interesting it is that the entire world came down on Kanye West when he tweeted that he was going to go DEFCON 3 on some Jewish people, I think is what he wrote verbatim. When he tweeted out, I'm about to go DEFCON 3 on some Jews. DEFCON 3 on some Jewish people to today when Israel was literally going DEFCON 3 on Palestinians.
He didn't say some, he said on Jewish people.
Okay, sure. And now we fast forward to today. Grandfather grew up in a segregated South. And so when I'm walking through Jerusalem and you see, and they say these are the Muslim quarters, this is where the Muslims are allowed to live, that doesn't feel like a bastion of freedom to me. So I guess.
I don't think it's where they're allowed to live in Jerusalem. I think it's that there's an Armenian quarter. It's not saying the Armenians can only live here.
My understanding from the rabbi was that this is where the Muslims have to live in Jerusalem.
But do you believe people landed on the moon?
She said, my understanding, because words are hard for her. Chicken heads don't understand things on human levels, okay? Do not expect a chicken head to understand complex terms on a human level. She's still a demon, but she's also stupid. Does that make sense? And Candace was the one that, professed to be an alien. So I don't expect much out of this alien chicken head. I don't. Candace, be stuck on stupid. I want you to keep pretending as if you're stupid when you go to court. Please go in there and get the clucking. That way the judge and jury can see how dumb you are. And then, it won't be so difficult for them to order you to pay Brian Harper $20 million. Let that happen.
I don't know. I just want to know why we didn't go back.
We did go back. We went back like 10 more times.
Who went back? I'm not talking about space missions. I'm talking about actual people walking on the moon.
Landing on the moon and walking on it.
But I'm just not interested in this topic at all. The Nazis experimented on innocent people. They experimented on twins. I mean, some of the stories, by the way, sound completely absurd. I mean, the idea that they just cut a human up and then sewed them back together. That just sounds like bizarre propaganda.
Wait, she said that the Mengele experiments were false.
Do you believe that Joseph Mengele did what he is reported to have done?
To be clear, Piers, I did not even mention Joseph Mengele's name in this skit at all. And when it comes to these Egyptian flights, the math on this is indisputable. There is less than a 0.00000001% probability, because I realized that when we shared that spreadsheet, people assumed that one of the columns which was actually saying where the planes landed on that day because it was plus or minus 3 days.
Candace, why is it so hard for you to just say, I am stalking Erica Kirk. I don't care, the end. You bringing in innocent planes into this? Egypt has been brought into this, and they want you to leave their name out of your damn chicken mouth. Just admit you're stalking her. You've been stalking her for years because you're obsessed over them, and you're still mad that Charlie Kirk didn't marry you. You clown. You see what he avoided? Take a good look at what Charlie Kirk avoided. A lying chicken head alien that is vindictive and evil and soulless and heartless. Stuck with some 7+ year long yeast infection and doesn't know how to get rid of it. Oh, God.
Was exactly where Erica had been on that day, and that was inaccurate. And so for clarity, I had been working on the last week on turning it into an interactive timeline that we can put up on our website. This Egyptian plane spreadsheet. Again, we will show you all of that.
She has said Charlie's murder, quote, had to be approved by Charlie's friends, and then suggested those friends might have her murdered too for, quote, knowing the truth.
I never said that. Obviously, in the context that he put it in, we're going to need to hear the full sentence because you're trying to context it in a way that is just...
You're trying to context it in a way. You're trying to state it in a way? State it in a way? Candace, you're stupid. You're stupid. Of all the aliens that crash landed on our planet, we got the chicken head dumb one that doesn't have a brain or a soul. Why? That has a yeast infection and is procreating. Get off of our planet.
Just untrue. I just want to know why, Charlie. I want to know why.
Oh, girl. You chicken head.
The decision was made to murder Charlie Kirk. A decision that very clearly had to be approved by Charlie's friends. Before you're going to start murdering more people in broad daylight for knowing you thought it was 2 years.
You misrepresented my Marine Corps time. I would appreciate an apology.
I'm not going to apologize to you for that. I will always admit when I'm wrong.
You lying heifer. Candace, you lying chicken head. Oh, man. Oh, that chicken head thing is going to be seared in my mind now. We got this alien chicken head lying like hell on earth. Oh, God. Just take her away. Just get her off of our planet. Send her wherever. Back to Voltron or wherever she's going to go. Can't make this up. Oh. Y'all. All right. Shout out to Milk Bar TV. Make sure you guys go show him your love and support. Subscribe to his YouTube channel. Go check out his Save Go Now because Andrew Tate is a whole bitch that's trying to sue him again. And Milk Bar definitely needs the financial support for his attorney's fees, and he has been a blessing to us. So let's all be a blessing to him. And, Andrew Tate wants to get mad because he reported on public documents that are available to the public that anybody could be reporting on. He's going to sue the whole internet? Is that how this is going to go? He's just picking on him. Anyone can report on public information. But, Andrew Tate is an idiot, so whatever. So here's another Milk Bar TV about Candace Owens versus herself being a liar and a chicken head on Hunter Biden. And you all know we checked out the interview with Hunter Biden last night. Candace, it was boring. I literally had to make it entertaining as possible with a Muppet image of two crackheads interviewing each other. You can't make this up. Because it was boring. And then she sits here and apologizes to Hunter Biden, but will not apologize to Victor Marks for flat out lying on his military service when she could have read his DD-214. That was not a clerical error. Candace, your staff are just as stupid as you are, and they should be clowned forever. I'm here to do it. Don't make me find out the names of your team members. Candace, I will go in. I could care less what an alien chicken head thinks. The hell?
Hunter Biden Welcome to the Candace Owens show. But now it's been so long, people have forgotten about all of the weird things that were in that laptop. I mean, this family is so powerful that they are still keeping the media quiet about the most demented aspects of what was found on that laptop. I would rank Hunter Biden up there. I would rank Hunter Biden as top 3 interviews that I would like to do. I know what my account got frozen for on Twitter at the time. It was the text messages between Jim Biden, that's Hunter Biden's uncle, and Hunter Biden regarding an allegation that Hallie made that after getting her addicted to crack, Hunter Biden was sexually inappropriate with her daughter, meaning Beau's daughter, meaning his niece. That's what the text messages were talking about. And by the way, she would have been underage at that time. Media doesn't talk about it.
I listen to you and I go, right on.
After getting her addicted to crack, Hunter Biden was sexually inappropriate with his niece. She would have been underage at that time. Hunter Biden and Candace Owens. Get excited, you guys.
So Candace Owens had Hunter Biden on because, of course, anybody but a true.
And see, all right, so we're getting into Joshua Carr, you all. Shout out to Joshua Carr. He's so adorable, and he's very sweet. He has joined us in the Lady Luck Club 3 weeks ago, I believe. And we were just honored to have him. I was having internet issues that day. Oh, I was so pissed. But I was so glad to see him step in and answer questions and keep you guys entertained as always. And he did a video. Candace is out here threatening, a chicken head is threatening somebody. Can you believe it? This is coming from the chicken head that said, I shoot first and ask questions later. No, I will kill first and ask questions later, because I snipped the actual video clip with the caption on of the words that she stated. How are you going to ask questions of a dead man? Who knows? But that's what she said. I have the clip. And hopefully you all have it as well. So now, once again, she's bringing harm and danger upon Tim Pool. Because she wants to throw out some fake outrage. Like we care what an alien chicken head thinks or feels when she doesn't have a soul. Candace, you really think we give a damn about you throwing a tantrum? Go squabble your behind somewhere else and lay eggs. Can't make this up. Shout out to Joshua Carr. Y'all, let's get to it.
Traditional conservative for her show. And I'm not going to tease what's to come. I want to show you the most insane parts right off the get-go. So Candace Owens and Hunter Biden were talking about doxing. And Candace once again made the point that she was the victim because people had started talking about her family, including her husband, while conveniently leaving out the fact that she's made hundreds of episodes doxing other people, including Erica Kirk and Erica's children.
Because you have people who now you basically spoke your truth and they decided that you cannot exist. And so therefore, I don't know what's going to happen. But for some reason, I think it's appropriate for me to say, tell you what Candace's address is, who lives there, and the level of security she
Tim
has.
Pool doing that was one of the most, it was so obvious what he was doing.
My dad said to me, I have to stop saying the F word.
But it was, like seriously, that to me was like, it's a declaration of war. Like they know I homeschool my kids, they know, and he's described.
First of all, you don't homeschool anything, you dumb chicken head, when you can't pronounce words with 2 syllables. Secondly, you've had Tim Pool swatted, and I'm so glad you said this, Bugsy. He's been swatted. I mean, he literally did a video going off on Candace last year after he had somehow had shots fired at his house. Her cult members are absolute demons. They will go out and take a man's life. They will send threats to take a person's life in the name of their cult leader. Because there are people sitting in jail right now that have done the same thing. In the name of Candace Owens, they have sent out death threats, and now they're sitting in jail. Jewish conservatives were threatened because of Candace Owens. She has doxed Jewish sponsors that gave money to TPUSA because she's big mad. And she's spending more money on attorney's fees than anything else, which is all her fault. All that Tim Pool has had to endure even talking about Candace. And somehow she wants to sit here and send out a threat talking about I will kill first and ask questions later. You will sit in prison forever for premeditated murder. You dumb chicken head. And we won't care, Candace. I just want you to know that. We will not give a damn. Your cult members will not be able to get you out of prison for murder. You will be there for the rest of your life. And we will not care. We will celebrate in the streets. Do you understand me? I want you to feel as empty and soulless as you truly are. You don't care about taking somebody's life who's no threat to you. You're the one hiding properties under a trust. But you don't care that his house was shot at. Never mind the fact you're stalking Erica Kirk, and she has 2 small kids. You don't care about that? We're always watching you. We got eyes and ears everywhere. You got sources and direct contacts living in Erica Kirk's residential building. So you have no quarrels with this woman being stalked 24/7. All of a sudden, you're going to shoot to kill. And then ask questions later. Yeah, okay, keep hope alive on that. Continue to show us that premeditated murder you talking about here. Because no one says that. You wouldn't be able to declare, oh, I stood my ground and defended myself. No, no one's looking for you, dumb heifer. You had to lie and say that the French government was trying to assassinate you, but then you turn around and not even file a formal complaint to the FBI. Payments going to Club Descent. No transactions or proof of that either. By the time they get through destroying your credibility in court, you will go to prison for life, and we will celebrate that. That's exactly where you belong. You alien chicken head. The audacity.
Describing the security apparatus, and he's doing it in this rant, trying to be impassioned about the fact that I don't support Israel or I don't support Eric. Whatever his motivation was, there was zero reason that you would be describing the perimeter of my house outside of wanting someone to get harmed. And like, first of all, like, I'm not like Tucker Carlson, and I say this to people all the time. That's why I get so worried, because when Tucker gets accosted in public, he just has this like total happy warrior demeanor. I will claw someone's eyes out for my kids. Like I am not the property to try. We will shoot you. Like I will shoot you and I will kill you and I will happily go to prison.
Or Candace, you could just stop doxing people. She has done this her entire career. In 2014, when she started getting into politics, she doxed conservatives. Then she started doxing leftists. And now she just doxes whoever she wants. And the only reason anyone has brought up how Candace Owens' investigations or movements work is because that's what she's done to her political enemies for decades now. By the way, what she says about Tim Pool there, completely false. Never once does he actually dox her. The only time that someone's actually successfully doxed Candace Owens on purpose was when they got her to dox her own lawyer. That's the only time that's ever happened. And that was her lawyer. It wasn't her, her family, her kids. By the way, I've said it a million times. I do not think anybody should dox anybody. That is off limits in politics, in investigations. I don't care who it is. I don't care if it's the worst person in the world. Doxing is not okay. As we've talked about before, Candace will literally film a full episode talking about how she has people stalking Erica Kirk and her kids. And then the next day, she will come out as a victim for people doxing her. Completely ridiculous. But I show you that clip to set the stage for some of the stuff we're about to watch together. Candace set some ground rules as well when she started the interview. This was very pathetic. The first ground rule she set, and she just came out and told her audience this, was that she would not be talking about Joe Biden with Hunter Biden.
So I want to just sort of get into the Hunter Biden story. I will say to the audience right now, I have already made the pledge right when I got on the phone with you that, like, obviously I'm not going to make you say anything bad about your father, because that would just be completely demonic to be like, say something terrible about your father. Everyone knows my opinions, my political perspectives. They're already out there. He is your dad. So that is separate from my viewpoints.
Because there's no way I possibly could.
Yeah.
So not only did she not talk bad about Biden, she didn't talk about him at all. They just steered clear of the subject, which is crazy for 2 reasons, really. The first is the only reason we even know who Hunter Biden is because of Joe Biden. So you would think if we were talking to Hunter Biden, we would bring up his own father. I'm not saying we have to make Hunter Biden disparage his father. I think Joe Biden's a horrible person. At the same time, I don't think family members should be turned against each other. But for Candace to not even ask questions about Joe Biden or actually hold him to account is crazy. And here's the second reason why it's crazy that Candace wouldn't bring up Biden. Candace purports to be a conservative Christian commentator, and she has the leftist son of a Democrat president and did not push back on his ideologies at all. Never once. She is buddy-buddy with him the entire time. As I've said before about her and Tucker Carlson, we have seen combative interviews. They know how to do it. Candace Owens has actually come out with some amazing stuff back in the 2020 era, back in her era with PragerU and the Daily Wire. She put out some stuff that was very combative and quite good. Tucker Carlson has put out some very combative things with Ted Cruz, for example, or Ambassador Huckabee, for example. But when it comes to a leftist, again, the son who was corrupt with his father, who was the vice president and president of the United States, nothing. No combativeness. We know they can do this to them if they want. So it's crazy when Candace just brazenly hangs out with leftists and offers little to no pushback. Nathan Livingston put together a really good timeline showing how Candace used to hold people like Hunter Biden accountable, and then she decided to go full leftist.
Hunter Biden. Welcome to the Candace Owens show. But now it's been so long, people have forgotten about all of the weird things that were in that laptop. I mean, this family is so powerful that they are still keeping the media quiet about the most demented aspects of what was found on that laptop. I would rank Hunter Biden up there. I would rank Hunter Biden as top 3 interviews that I would like to do. I know what my account got frozen for on Twitter at the time. It was the text messages between Jim Biden, that's Hunter Biden's uncle, and Hunter Biden regarding an allegation that Hallie made that after getting her addicted to crack, Hunter Biden was sexually inappropriate with her daughter, meaning Beau's daughter, meaning his niece. That's what the text messages were talking about. And by the way, she would have been underage at that time. Media doesn't talk about it.
I listen to you and I go, right on.
After getting her addicted to crack, Hunter Biden was sexually inappropriate with his niece. She would have been underage at that time. Hunter Biden and Candace Owens. Get excited, you guys.
She went from wanting to expose Hunter Biden for a legitimate corruption case against him to befriending him, asking 0 hard questions, and instead exposing a widow for grieving for her husband's assassination. And that was 15, 16 months in between those 2 clips that you saw. It is the most obvious corruption of her soul. And yet she still has followers who think she's consistent. Very sad. Another example of this is when her and Hunter were talking about the various assassination attempts on conservatives over the past few years. Any normal person would just say point blank that assassination attempts are bad. Candace and Hunter Biden, however, say it was all staged.
Butler or Charlie or
makes no sense.
These things that it's just not right. And I mean, it's so glaringly not right. It's almost as if they're just saying, F you.
They're not even trying.
Care.
We don't even get good psyops anymore. And that's what I keep saying. I'm like, it's so disrespectful that we're not even getting good psyops anymore. Like we're supposed to believe he survived 4 assassination attempts, the first president that's ever survived 4 assassination attempts.
Yeah.
They lie to us about things, they make a big deal, and then they make it want to, it's going to go away. They're going to keep pretending and telling us that this is a totally normal grieving widow. Okay. No one's buying that. Like that something's just not right here. Everyone can see that this is not how you would react to your husband being shot. And this sort of just, I'm fine. And 2 weeks later, I fully accept the narrative. I have no interest in anything else. It's over. Let's close it. I forgive him. Let's move on. You're asking us to abandon our common sense and our humanity is what you're asking us to do. And that kind of seems like where we're at. Like they're insisting on this. And I'm going, where is this going to go? Because we're not doing the thing they want us to do. Like they're just constantly giving us slop all the time. I mean, even the recent White House Correspondents' Dinner, there was so much theater to it after, so much theater. And now it's kind of, okay, Secret Service maybe shot each other and we're just going to kind of quietly move on. But Trump needs the ballroom. Like that's a normal reaction. Hey, there's a shooting duck. Hey, well, we better get that ballroom.
And by the way, it's going to cost $1 billion now. And by the way, it's not from donors. And by the way, we're going to do it. It's just the constant, talk about gaslighting.
This has been just this, and we're not even, are we even a year into Trump's second term?
We're a little over a year.
A little over a year.
She doesn't even know how far we are into a Trump presidency. And you want us to take you seriously as a political commentator. She's supposed to be the top political channel in the world. Even Hunter Biden, who is high as a kite, is like, yeah, we're a little over a year, dummy. Like, how do you not know this? She is in lockstep with Democrats. Their agenda is indistinguishable. You see people like Candace Owens. You see people like Hassan Piker, both of them talking about how these assassination attempts are staged, both wanting to delegitimize violence against traditional conservatives. It's because they're all part of one movement. Another thing that's crazy about this, if you were trying to look moral, you would probably find some fake priests, maybe some social workers to do podcasts with them. That's what Tucker Carlson has done. After all, he's had mustache nuns on to talk about, the horrible things happening in Gaza when Israel was defending itself. But Candace Owens is so brazen. She goes out and finds Hunter Biden, a druggie who hires prostitutes and did insider work with his politician father. That's who she thought would be a great way to bridge the right and the left, when in reality it was just the new and the old left. One of the narratives I'm seeing from people online is that it's sad that we can't talk across the aisle. I've spoken out against this interview online, and I see a lot of people saying, oh, but we should. It's awesome that Candace Owens talked to Hunter Biden. Amazing that left and right-wing people can come together. First off, Candace Owens, not right-wing. Second off, that is total crap. If Candace sat down with Hunter, pressed him on all the shady stuff that he's done with his father, talked about how his dad was a puppet, and exposed all their family secrets, I'd be impressed. I'd be like, cool, okay, yeah, that was very interesting. And even if Hunter Biden wants to push back, very cool. I love it when people who disagree get together and hash things out, especially if they put it out on the internet so people can see it. All good with that. But she didn't do that. She did what Tucker always does. She brought him on to legitimize his beliefs and launder her own beliefs through him so later she could have plausible deniability and say, no, I never said that. That's what Hunter Biden said. But it's like you didn't push back against him. The only reason you had him on your show was for him to say that. Finally, as you'd expect with every single person like this, with a combination of cocaine from Hunter and dreams from Candace, Candace and Hunter Biden talked about how Israel was trying to control Biden the whole time.
I want you to look at the conspiracy. Go look up Gal Luft and Alexander Smirnov. They're the two principal individuals that made the only claim that people hung their hat in Congress and elsewhere as it relates to my dad and corruption, bribery and stuff like that. One of them is a fugitive from justice wanted by Interpol and the United States government, Gal Luft, who is a former IDF officer who is believed to be living in Israel as a fugitive, which the Israelis will not help us locate. And the other one is Alexander Smirnov, who is a known Israeli intelligence agent. Those are the two people who was in a prison in the United States, so serving 6 years, and they can't find him. Bureau of Prison can't find him in his prison, in the prison. He is on furlough, but no one knows where he's been furloughed to. The only passport that he has is an Israeli passport.
It's always Israel, guys. It could not possibly be that there were corrupt Democrats in office from 2021 to 2025. That could not be it. Do not hold them accountable. We must not hold Democrats accountable. Instead, if we push the blame off on a foreign nation, Biden can keep his family library and we can keep electing Democrats in the future. So this is the most obvious psyop in the world, you guys. Nobody should fall for this. This is Candace Owens. I've talked about others like Nick Fuentes and Tucker Carlson trying to legitimize Democrats. And anything you may not like about them from the past, it actually wasn't Democrats' fault. It was Israel. As America approaches 250 years, this is a moment to pray for the freedoms that shaped our country, guys. I'm partnering with Alliance Defending Freedom to sign up for 5 days of prayer and join all Americans.
All right, y'all. We're going to go on to the next one because I typically don't get in the... we don't do the sponsor stuff, but shout out to you, Joshua. I love you, honey. Y'all, this is crazy. I put a poll up as to whether or not Tim Pool should sue Candace. You're accusing someone of doxing you just to try to justify wanting him to be shot. This isn't the first time she has said something about Tim Pool being shot. or about his life being put in danger. Because why is it that you feel the need, Candace, to say, oh, I'm just gonna kill first and ask questions later? Why would you feel the need to say that when he never put your address out there? So you're lying on him once again because you're a chicken head. And you're putting a target on his back. You understand? Like, whether you like it or not, Candace, you're setting him up to get all of this retaliation because you're lying about him doxing you when you are the ultimate doxer. This girl should have been sued and charged so many times for cyber doxing, harassment, and targeting and bullying. It's not even funny. That's why I'm saying these lawsuits are coming in so slow. Candace should have already been sued for her doxing alone. And then she has to sit here and lie and say someone put her address out there. He never put her address out there. Y'all, it's something else. Let's get in some supers right quick. Y'all make sure y'all check out that poll. Check out that poll. Check that poll out. Is it Cook Dan? Cookie Dan? Cooked Sand? How does this go? What's your name? Cooked Sand? What is the premise of your question? Like, why are you asking the gender? I don't even know. Would it matter? You probably will believe the opposite of whatever I say. I'm see-through glass. How about that? God. I am pure water. That's it. If you're asking this, you have not seen any other video I've ever done where I've been on camera. At all. You have not seen my YouTube channel. You haven't gone through it. You know, you haven't even looked at the YouTube channel page, like the main page. There's a huge photo of me there. You're asking me something like, I'm just pure water. I was born as a water molecule, H2O. Can't make this up. I am H2O. God. I don't. This is why I don't entertain them like that. I don't come at them. I don't answer the dumbass questions. Like, I'm not doing that. I am pure water. Liquid water. That's it. Take that to your leader. Can't make this up. What a YouTube channel name, Cooks and I don't even know, how do you say it? What are you going for here? Were you trying to spell cookie and you missed the I after the K? I mean, what are we doing? Oh, for whatever it is, I was born as H2O. Oh God. Oh, grief. Oh, good grief. You can't make this up, man. Yeah, every so often we go in and we just laugh at the candy asses. They try. Try harder. Can't make this up. Yeah, shout out to Mindy Ann, who is now one of our mods here in the LLC. As you all can see the wrench there. Make sure you take the poll as well. I do need a couple more mods over for the Lady Luck Club Sweet Tea. So if anyone is interested, and I'm just putting it out there, would love a couple more gentlemen to be mods as well on both the main and the Sweet Tea channel. That way, some of you are out. There is still enough to kind of help keep the chat on lock. We got some collabs coming up, so I want to make sure, when we have collabs and stuff, when we have special guests, I don't play games with it. The mods, the candy ass is gonna come for me when I'm alone. The mods know though, when we have special guests, we don't. because we want them to feel comfortable and be able to answer questions and have real dialogue. The candy ass is asking me my gender and all. I was born liquidation. Can't make this up. I could do that all day when I'm over here chilling on my own. When we have special guests, we want to make sure that we focus on the special guests. So, yeah. But either way, if you're interested, email me your YouTube channel handle, and I will set you up as a mod on the second channel. On the Lady Luck Club, Sweet Tea. So thank y'all so much. Some of you all are mods on other channels, and yeah, it's the Lady Luck Club. Caleb, you know they don't. The candy asses don't read because their cult leader don't read. And just for them to ask me something like that, go on my YouTube page and go see. I've never hidden myself. I don't always come on camera, but there are several videos where I have been on camera. For goodness sake. Can't make this up. Candace is still an alien and a chicken head. The end. Your cult leader is an animal. All right. Let's get to the next one. We got Edie Marie up in here. Top 8 reasons Candace Owens hates Erica Kirk. Y'all ready for it? Oh, I said I got to get in some supers right quick. I just saw that comment. It was like, what the hell? Oh, shout out to March Owen for the $20 super. March Owen was the sponsor of last night's live stream. An absolute blessing to the Lady Luck Club. Thank you so much for your support here. All of the supers, cash apps, the Zells, all of that goes towards the expenses of the channel. That's that $70 internet bill we got from Xfinity Comcast, plus the StreamYard, plus other expenses that help keep the channel running. We got to have electricity and all of that, so there's a light bill, things like that. But I appreciate all of you all for your support. I just would love if you guys continue to hit the like button and hype the videos. Please hype these videos up, engage in the comment section, leave your thoughts and questions. And, if you ask me my gender, I'm going to tell you I'm liquidation. I'm just going to keep saying it. This seems kind of catchy to me. But all of that is so very much appreciated. And it is an absolute blessing. And I want to thank you so much for your financial contributions, because it's a helpful blessing here in the LLC. It really is. Thank you so much. March On says, hi, Miss LLC. That Candace chicken helper dance is hilarious. More Candace can get down, can't she? LOL, don't forget to like and subscribe, folks. This is so fun. You made my day, LLC. Thank you. Thank you for making my day. You have no idea. All of you all make my day. You guys are the greatest group of people on earth. You understand? I have the best minds on YouTube. And the Luxes, you guys are absolutely divine. Thank you all so much for your support. Shout out to you, CC, for the $10 super. Sorry I'm late, LLC girl. You didn't miss nothing. It's a marathon. And if you do not catch the beginning, you can always hit that replay button and join the replay gang as well. Make sure you hit the like button and the hype button so we can get more traction, more views in the videos, and this great content can reach more people. Thank you all so much. I'm excited we got a great week coming up next week. S-Files, one of my mods will be on. Gary Repair Tactic. And then I will be on next week on the 28th. And I think S-Files is on the 27th, correct? So we'll be checking that out. We got to check out the Eclectic Journalist. I am just excited to see all the great collaborations occurring within the YouTube community of all those that are keeping our foot on Candace's neck. I am excited about the new Edie Marie video with Candyland by Kababe, Anger Management, that is going to be dropping either tonight or tomorrow. You guys are in for a treat. You're in for a treat. I'm so excited. I told her, listen, I'm ready to do more. I'm so excited. So shout out to Edie Marie. We got to get it in. Tracy, thank you so much for the 5 LLC memberships. Thank you so much. And you guys, some new videos have been uploaded to the members only channel for you all to check out. One I had to dispute. It was the segment from SNL on Umar. So it's something else. So once whatever happens with that, hopefully I'll be able to show it. If not, then there are a few videos that I have been able to upload to the members only channel. So make sure you guys go check that out and enjoy that membership. And if you receive one, make sure you say thank you to Tracy. Thank you so much, honey, for the 5 LLC memberships. Everything helps here. And the LLC, make sure you guys go check out Milk Bar YouTube channel, as well as Joshua Carr. And then we have another $5 super for March on. Was that cookie dough serious? Yeah, I think so. Oh, God. Y'all should be here when the candy asses really get mad and then they start calling me the N-word. But they do it in a series of chats where they spell out each letter in a separate chat, thinking they're being slick when they're not. Because they're chicken heads like their cult leader. You can't make this up. And to ask me something like that, as opposed to just, let me just look at her YouTube channel. It's like, what are you going for here? You know that doesn't work over here. It don't work over here on me. That's why I clown them, because it doesn't work on me. Whatever they're trying to do, that don't work over here. They're going to try to create fake outrage and all this stuff because they can't read. They're all illiterate. Can't make this up. They try their best, Bugsy. They try their best. Time. All right, y'all. Let's get to Edie Marie. Thank y'all so much for the supers, for the memberships, for the support. Let's go.
I think you know what I'm going to say first. How dare you come over here in that top? That top is worthy of jail. I would just like to interject the first reason Candace hates Erica so much.
Hey.
Yeah. By the way, to the earlier comment about she's jealous of Erica.
What are you talking about?
When Charlotte and I were hitting the road together, just so you guys know, here's a fun fact. I had a boyfriend. I had a whole boyfriend that entire time. It was just never, I was nowhere near Charlie's type.
Edie Marie, girl. Oh, Candace. Oh, you alien chicken head. Oh, Edie Marie is destroying you and not having to say a word.
Nowhere near Charlie's type.
Love it. Oh, nowhere near Charlie's type. Beep, beep, boop.
Storytelling and Mama, and it started as a job, and I was asking all these questions: philosophy, religion, Jesus, and then I realized Mama was beautiful and smart and elegant and Christ-like, and so I said, forget this job interview. I want to date you. And I said, I have enough friends.
Years, and I called her and I just said, listen, I know this is completely crazy and we've just met, but how do you feel about getting married to me? Just real quick. Literally nothing romantic had been said up to this point.
Okay.
Oh, Candace, oh, that's such a burn. me, girl. This video better get as much views as Milk Bar TV's videos. Talk about a slam dunk. Oh, the editing on this is something else. Oh, Candace, you should feel like crap. Look how he talks about meeting Erica Kirk. Charlie Kirk is, oh, and the little girl is so adorable. Oh, what a sweet little baby. And then when you hear George talk about meeting Candace, the alien crash landed on the front porch. She heard that I had $244 million. It was nothing. No romance, nothing.
And I said, I have enough friends.
Years, and I called her and I just said, listen, I know this is completely crazy and we've just met, but how do you feel about getting married to me? Just real quick. Literally nothing romantic had been said up to this point.
Okay.
The earliest thing that I remember was my first play date, which was in kindergarten class. I was 5 years old, and there was a girl named Lindsay DeLeo. She was this blonde girl with blue eyes, and and her mother invited me over for a play date to her house, and I was just shocked that people lived in the way that she lived. She lived in the suburbs. She had a massive house. She had this Victorian concept room. She had a nanny. She had a playroom. I just remember being shocked that this was even a part of life. Please do not lecture us, JD. Do not, okay? The lecture that is coming from you is exactly why we don't like Erica. It's elite. She has money and connections. She can call Vice President J.D. Vance. She can get Secretary Scott Bessent to issue a letter on demand. She can get Trump to say how much Charlie loved her in his Easter speech. It's the balcony approach that makes us sick.
My great friend, Charlie Kirk, a great guy, great man. His wonderful wife, Erica, is with us tonight. Erica, please stand. Remember Charlie down on the patio? He could sit there all night long listening to him.
He is President of the United States.
This girl's a fat Jew. Who gives a fuck about that?
All cheating scenarios, 100% the blame is always on the female. That's when you put some makeup on, do some burpees, go.
I had plastic surgery because I was trying to look good for y'all. I got liposuction.
And then you were like, how far did Hitler live from Holocaust?
Yeah, I didn't know.
Sat next to you.
This is Candace's inner circle. Candace, your inner circle of dudes are garbage. What was that he put down his throat? What was that? Was that oatmeal? Oh, what is that? Let me sick. Oh, Candace, that's so nasty. What's this? All these sips. Kanye, to be fair, Kanye doesn't even talk about her no more. But the other guy, what the heck was that? What is that? Oh, that's
and then you were like, how far did Hitler live from Holocaust?
Yeah, I didn't know.
Sat next to you. You basically said nothing to me.
Did what I've done for the past 6 years. Literally nothing romantic had been said up to this point.
Yeah.
Do you have good female figures in your life? Strong women?
No, I try to be that. I come from a very sort of broken, crazy family. I gotta say this, I shouldn't say it.
I saw that in my mom.
I always had to earn my way through life.
So I was very blessed to have my mom's full attention.
Nope, Erica's a liar. My parents couldn't afford to put me through school.
And she was my mom and dad in one package.
And so was her mama. Well, my parents stopped paying for anything for me when I turned 14 years old.
My mom...
You know what Lori reminds me? I was kicked out of my house. And
spending time with my mom, serving her.
But I just get the vibe. I look at her and I just know. I was living with a boyfriend for 6 months. Like I was one of those.
Watching her be the blueprint of, I'm not afraid of raising my children alone because I saw my mom do that.
That's Lori. That's Lori.
Wow.
Yeah. By the way, to the earlier comment about seeing that too, she's jealous of
What are you talking about?
When Charlie and I were hitting the road together, just so you guys know, here's a fun fact. I had a boyfriend. I had a whole boyfriend.
Consider it pure joy, my brothers and sisters, whenever you face trials of many kinds.
And we all have our own cross to carry. Count it all joy.
I'm sure you've seen it. It's been everywhere. Here is Drewski mocking Erica Kirk.
Being persecuted and lied about.
Erica Kirk is malevolent. She is malevolent. You have to accept that.
Count it all joy.
Now, it is incredible, by the way.
You're being slandered.
You realize how many times Erica Kirk has lied.
Yeah, you can't prove that she lied, and you will have to do that when she sues you, Candace. We, the Lady Luck Club, will help Erica Kirk get all the clips, posts, and any other evidence she needs to slam dunk it on your chicken head with no brain in it. Do you understand, Candace? We will send her all the clips, photos, videos, don't care, to help whoop your ass in court. Do you understand me? It will be a shellacking. We want Erica Kirk to mollywop you in court, just like the Macrons will be doing. Yeah, after they present their scientific evidence to prove that Brigitte Macron was biologically born a woman, and they will have scientific evidence to prove it, they're going to mollywop you in court. They're not going to give a damn about what you thought. You knew they sent you plenty of evidence to correct the record, and you doubled down, and then you created a doll to make money, to continue to defame and mock her. Candace, don't make me create a doll of you being E.T. or Jermaine Stewart. Eden Marie, well, must I say, this video right here is top tier. If you all do not go and like this video, you better. It needs more views. 640 views. This thing needs to be shared everywhere. This is like top tier milk bar status type video right here. Everyone should be watching this. This is so good. Here's the video link. I'm going to drop it in the chat. This is absolutely fantastic. Oh my God. Keep at it. We're here for it, and we will play it all.
Count it all joy.
I've heard Erica Kirk's got a dick. I've heard that one.
You're being lied about.
What do you think about Erica Kirk?
She did it. But I go.
Count it all joy.
This is my faves. Daddy's home. Shabbat shalom.
Your church is being persecuted.
Erica never says Jesus Christ. She just can't say it. She only ever says the Lord or God. I wonder which Lord and God she's really talking about.
Count it all joy.
Erica is the kind of friend that will steal your money.
Count it all joy.
And then pray that you find it.
Count it all joy.
And so when Erica, well, she's a bit older, and initially he was like, I'm just going to use her to try to like get so-and-so jealous or whatever. And then she was a bit more persistent and giving him the godly spiel as Charlie is a Christian. And so when I went to meet her, my thought process was, this is probably just going to be a girlfriend, but I'm glad because this will nurse his broken heart. And also he'll realize there's other people. And obviously my first instinct as a woman was that she was older than me. And I just thought, that's kind of weird that she would be into Charlie, because Charlie's quite young in those ways. He's an absolute genius. He's got so much going for him, but he's young in those ways. I'm telling this kid to wear a suit that fits him,
Dating an older woman.
This is what you're supporting. Exactly.
Think of any other points here people might want to know. There we go. You can see kind of what's around him more broadly. Speakers. There we go. Yeah, I think. Okay. And then beyond that, we just have some crowd shots, and you can show some of that as well. Like to. Scrub there. What do you think about Erica Kirk?
I love you. I love you.
She starts by laughing, which I find to be interesting.
Erica Kirk?
I'm very blessed.
And I would not have been able to do any of it without Erica. The real truth. I'll tell you what.
What do you think about Erica Kirk?
The children sing love and the wife.
I love you.
I don't want to say anything that she did it. She did it.
Wow.
I can't wait to his clips.
I love you.
I love you too.
That was so well done, Edie Marie, y'all. Edie Marie, that was so good. This is the top 8 reasons Candace Owens hates Erica Kirk. Boy, that shot just sends chills down my spine. Oh my God. That was so well done. That was so well done. Oh man, that's hard to see. Well done.
I love you.
I can't wait to his clips.
I love you.
I love you too.
Oh, that was well done. Well done, Edie Marie. All right, y'all. We got somebody check on George Farmer right now. Shout out to Deacon. Oh, Jay Witt, we love you. Yeah, it's my big bro, y'all. My brother in Christ, my Morehouse brother. Shout out to him. Y'all, he put out an APP on George. George Farmer's evil ass is standing behind the camera. I really have, after learning about this DUI and all the stuff and how the courts are willing to expunge his record for some reason. Yeah, no, I have no sympathy for George Farmer. I'm still curious as to how he got a black eye, but that's about it. Oh, man, this is something else. All right, y'all, shout out to Jay Witt. Make sure you guys go show him your support. Hit the thumbs up. He wanted to put an APP out on George Farmer. Let's get to it. Hi, Edie.
How does George feel? Like, let's remove him being a closet alphabet mafia person. Move that away. Let's say he really genuinely loves Candace. Okay, he really was smitten with her. Can you imagine what he's thinking as he watches his wife crash out every single day over Charlie Kirk for the last 7 months? But she don't crash out over you?
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's craziness. Like, I don't know how, I don't, like, that's crazy work, man. That's some high tier crazy work. And the reason y'all are being sued, the reason these people are coming at you is because of your wife's reckless speech. Like, that's, I would love to hear what George is thinking right now. Like, are you okay? I mean, he's got to be okay with it because he's aware of what she's doing, but somewhere deep down inside as a man, you've got to be like, hold on, what is my girl doing? Just like in the flip side is when you, as a man, you're married to your wife and your wife is being honored for something that she did in the workforce, or she's getting some new accolades or whatever like that. You feel a sense of pride, even though that's her moment, even though that you're like, okay, I stood by her and this is her, she's getting her shine. I know that we worked together to get her to this place, right? So it's got to be the converse as well. Like, what did you do, George, that your wife is crashing out over a married, dead man on a daily basis? Why is it that your wife picking fights with every single person that used to rock with her? And we're going to pull up a video. I am going to make an audible change. We're going to pull up a video just looking at some of the people that she's going after now. She's throwing under the bus. Like, George, how is it? Do you ever wonder, George, are you going to get thrown under the bus? George is her handler. I can't argue. I can't even argue. I have no words. Does he get a sandwich? But does he though, Ashley? Does he really get a sandwich? Do you think he does?
Nah, he don't make him no sandwich.
I don't think so. Candace is a very complex issue. But you know what? Candace is a very complex issue, no doubt, no argument for me. The complexity, however, and this is a very simple thing. We see this all over the place. There are certain things that if we just followed what God said to do, the complexity issue would subside greatly. Like, for example, because I'm going to come back to Candace. For example, God's design for sex. If we follow God's design for sex, do you realize how many problems would be done away with just on GP alone? That does that mean that every problem would be eradicated? I doubt it. But I think if we all could agree, if we did exactly what God said as relates to sex, there would be so few problems around that area that it would be like amazing. You're like, whoa, this is what life is like. So now going back here, back to Candace. Candace's problem is that she talks. Her mouth. I mean, really, truly, the problem is her heart. Out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. It's her heart. But a lot of this, her problems are she ran her mouth. She talked herself into these problems. We watched the body cam the other day with the young girl that got herself, who talked herself into getting arrested. Right? She was clear. She wasn't going to jail. She talked herself into going to jail and got sent to jail. And same thing with Candace. Like Candace's problem is that she runs her mouth. Everything she thinks of, she says it. I don't think she has any, like how sometimes I say put a pin in it or save that for later, write that on a sticky note. I don't think she does any of that stuff. It comes to her brain, she says it. And that's the problem. That's the problem. And now it adds a whole lot of layers to it. Like she's full of pride. She's arrogant. She's boastful. She's not a good person. She's a person that shares false information. Okay, those things. But what? How do we know those things? Because she keeps talking. Stop talking. Be quiet. Be quiet. That's what needs to happen. Somebody needs to tell Candace, be quiet. Like if she, and we're gonna watch this video real quick. Shout out to Artie Trolls. Great content creator. I like Artie. I love what he's doing over there. He's getting at it. He's getting active over there. And he was just highlighting a couple of the people that are now trying to distance themselves from Candace. Because a lot of people forget what you heard. That Brian Hartpole lawsuit is exactly the thing that we've been missing. Exactly the thing that we've been missing. So Brian Hartpole's lawsuit is causing problems for this camp. And we're going to look at Artie and talk about it for sure. But Artie's hilarious, man. I love him. I need to get him over here. We need to do something with Artie. We talked about that, and I'll make sure we make that happen. Shout out. We'll make that happen. But her heart is the issue. I'm sorry. If we and every last one of us, let's not make Candace the avatar. Like, let's just remember that we all are sinners, right? If we were mindful of our hearts and kept our hearts in check and didn't just say, oh, something comes in my mouth, I gotta say it. Something comes in my mind, I'm gonna say it. No. Again, like there needs to be some kind of governor over your mouth. That's why James says the tongue is a problem. And Candace, I'm sorry, that's it. Her heart has not been converted. It has not been regenerated. So it is sinful. And what comes out of her mouth is sinful. That's it. You don't have to work around it. It's okay. It's okay. You'll be all right. I don't even think it's the keyboard. It's not the keyboard. It's because now, granted, I know what you're saying. Somebody needs to pull the plug on her studio. That's for sure. But she's still got her phone. She's still going to do it. That's the problem. It's her and her wicked heart. That's the problem. He said, take the internet. Dang, man. You repossessing the keyboard, the mic, the camera, the internet, the electricity. What about the little the bat wing outfit she had on? Repo that too, right? Get it all. She's still a problem though. She is the problem. Thank you so much for tuning in to another episode of the Jay Witt Podcast. If you enjoyed today's show, please do me a favor and hit me up.
Shout out to Jay Witt, y'all.
Hey, everybody. How's it going? So I had a commenter send me an interesting video about, Candace.
Okay, so this interview right here was, I think, Artie Trolls found this on, thank you. Thank you so much, Mindy. I appreciate it. I was just trying to message Artie myself on X and send him a PM. So I will still do that because I would love. He did come over and hopped into the chat and say we need to collab, and I'm like, yes, we do. So we definitely want to have him on and try to reach back out to Amit again and see what's going on with the reschedule. So a couple people to get in. This is an interview. Artie Trolls, I think, first mentioned on X that was between Candace and Charlie Kirk that we actually have. Shout out to Jay Witt, sent me the full interview. And we're going to be checking that out in our marathon today. So this is Artie Trolls talking about it and why was it missing. So we're going to find out. Shout out to Artie Trolls. You all make sure you go and check him out and support him over there. He's absolutely adorable. And hit that like button. Artie Trolls, if you're listening, we are free next week to hang out with you. So, thank you so much, y'all. Oh, yes, we love Jay Witt. My big bro, my Morehouse brother, my brother in Christ. Fantastic content creator. Love him. Yeah, he gives me so many tips. He taught me how to use StreamYard. When I say I'm not like the most savvy when it comes to this stuff, I'm not. I'm really not. I don't even like editing videos. So that's why I'm here for those who do edit their videos and content like that. And I will watch and we will showcase theirs. Because I know I can't stand editing videos. That's why we do a lot of live streams. But it is absolutely fantastic. He has a producer now that helps with editing and all of that. Great work as well. So we are here for it. So let's check into this, you all. Thank y'all so much for tuning in to our marathon. We got a couple supers. Let me get these in right quick. Make sure you guys go check out Joshua Carr and show him some support. When Marcho said, what's the $5 super? Was that cookie dough series? I don't know. Did they ever come back? Now you ask stupid questions, you're gonna get an answer from me you're not gonna like. Susie Q with the $10 super. Thank you so much. Helping to keep this fun, amazing channel going. Thank you so much, Susie Q. Shout out to you, and I appreciate your support as always. I have the best lucksters ever. You guys are awesome. Make sure you guys go check out Edie Marie and support her and her great content, and be on the lookout for the anger management session, the Candyland Biker Babe 7000. That's going to be good. And we have the $5 super from March on again. Miss Edie absolutely detests those white loafers. Sonic CEO, GF to CEO. Oh, hi. Will you hear me? No kidding. No. Those white loafers. Yeah, this is the first time I saw an image of it. I hadn't seen Candace. I'm gonna be honest, I barely look at or pay attention to what she's wearing until it comes up on X. And then somebody's like, oh, she spent $1,200 on this stupid moo-moo. It's like, wait, what? She's dropping mad money on shirts. So I don't really notice when she's wearing white, like whatever she's wearing on her feet. And those white loafers are just, it's like, girl, even then, when she was working at PragerU, you still was making enough money to buy some decent shoes. She still dressed like she was like she was still addicted to Adderall. Like, I mean, come on. That is crazy. And there we go, Jay Witt Podcast. Make sure you guys go check them out and show them some support. Thank you so much. Let's get back to it, you all. Artie Trolls is up.
Owens interviewing Charlie Kirk. And there's a lot of these to kind of go around for the most part, so I didn't give a lot of time to the video. And they said, Candace contradicts herself a little bit in this, and there's some interesting things in it. Now, while I still have not made it through the entire thing, I did get to this point, and I was kind of wondering if this was one of the reasons why this video was deleted. That's right. The video itself was completely deleted. So I had to go and download a HD quality. It had no sound to it. Then I had to download a really garbage quality version of the same podcast, rip the audio from it, and then splice it together. Now,
wow,
I'm still going through it. I'm sure there's more nuggets, but when I found this, I was like, oh, no way. This is actually really bad. So I don't know. Did PragerU actually end up deleting this video? Because I thought it was originally on her channel. I guess not. I guess it was on PragerU still. And I wonder if PragerU's just trying to distance themselves from Candace, which is weird that they would delete a Charlie Kirk interview. Or if she essentially sent a cease and desist and was like, hey, I actually own my own likeness, and I'm not under contract with you. Delete the videos. I have no idea yet. I'm waiting on a response. But before I get started into this video, guys, please give me a like and subscribe. It's all I ask for. I don't ask for anything like donations or advertise anything at all. So, I'd like to keep it that way. Let's jump in here. And this was just quite the video. I don't know. Tell me what you all think about this right here.
But the stuff that we have gone through over the last year, I mean, there have been moments where I was just crying in bed and shouting at Charlie on the phone. Like, I mean, we've gotten into fights and things get really heated and vicious.
Now, that's interesting. Why were things getting heated and vicious between you and Charlie? Is this why Charlie Kirk ended up finally having to tell you to scram? Why y'all had your falling out in 2024 and why you guys y'all had your falling out literally days after this was filmed. She ended up uploading this to PragerU. I think it was like about a week or so after she was fired from TPUSA. So even though it was uploaded after, based on how Candace Owens ended up filming with PragerU, she typically filmed her episodes about 3 weeks before they uploaded onto PragerU. So it's very, very interesting. At this point in time, when she interviews Charlie Kirk, which is her first guest on this Candace Owens show, she then ends up getting fired. It's kind of interesting. So it's like she's kind of speaking right now as to what is going on between her and Charlie Kirk behind the scenes. And I think it's a little creepy. It's a little creepy because she's talking about how hurt she is, how upset she is, and stuff like that. Was Charlie Kirk rejecting her behind the scenes, maybe?
Yeah,
I don't know.
Because we're fighting a war together, but the thing is our names are tagged to it. So everything that comes out, it's Charlie Kirk, it's Candace Owens, it's Charlie Kirk. And there's so much hurt and emotion and pain that goes on behind the scenes. And I want to really stress that point because I know that there are a lot of kids now that go through depression and angst, and they look at people's lives on social media and they think, wow, I wish I had that life. But what we do is it's hard.
Just look at Charlie Kirk's stoic,
uncomfortable.
Straight look at this. And I don't know. It doesn't seem like he really wants to engage much with this conversation.
It's very hard.
But the stuff.
And he kind of does, but I don't know. He seems very much focused. You know what I mean? In a more stoic way. Before this, they were joking around and laughing. And then once they talk about this specific subject, Charlie kind of shuts down a little bit. But I mean, that's just my perspective. He may not have actually shut down. He may, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know what's going through his head at that moment, but I did find it to be just weird. So I said, just asking questions. But is this why Candace Owens' interview with Charlie Kirk got deleted? And I think it's worth noting. Now, Charlie Kirk ended up announcing that Candace Owens would be joining the Charlie Kirk show today. Episode will be up at 2 p.m. Eastern time. This is November 16th, 2023. But this is what Candace Owens is saying to Tucker Carlson. And this is it's very interesting to take note of what it is she's talking about when it comes to like being anti-Semitic or pro-Israel or anything like that. Let's give it a listen.
I do also want to say that I find it particularly despicable, as I have said on my platform, when people who are pro-Israel are now being called anti-Semites for asking meaningful questions. I talked about Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk, following the attacks on October 7th, turned to the Israeli government and said, how did this happen? You know, he talked about Israel being the size of New Jersey. He's been there many times. He funds thousands of students to go there and to visit. He's honestly radically pro-Israel, I would almost say. It's probably a fair thing to say about Charlie Kirk. Yeah. And he was asking these questions with the intent of, if these were your children and they were involved in this horrific attack, wouldn't you want to know these answers? He's like, you can't move 5 feet without seeing an IDF soldier. I've been to Israel, and that is a fact.
I have too, a number of times, and I admire their border barriers, and I always have. I always think, I wish we had that. So that's a totally fair question.
Totally fair question that he asked, and it got interpreted, and then there were suddenly these attacks asking the question of whether Turning Point was seeping with anti-Semitism.
See, Candace Owens' original view on this was the question got twisted. He just wanted to know the answer. He wasn't saying that it was anything wrong with Israel.
Right.
But now, how is she spinning that today? Isn't that just a little interesting? That at the time, Candace Owens understood the context of why Charlie asked that question.
Right.
And Charlie Kirk actually also said, I wasn't asking this question because I thought Israel did it. And now Candace Owens is like, yeah, he was questioning Israel. She uses those clips now to say he was questioning Israel and that Israel did this as an inside job. Isn't that weird? Isn't that just a little bit weird how often her perspective changes whenever it suits her?
And how unfair. How unfair to, after all of the work that he has done to support your cause, turn your back on him and to call him an anti-Semite because you don't like a question that he asked that actually was being asked from the heart and with a little bit of rage toward this even being allowed to happen. We always have to hold our governments accountable in how they are responding.
And plenty of Israelis, some of whom I know, are asking that question, and why wouldn't they?
And this was a fair question to be asking at that time. The thing about it is if an attack happens in the United States, the first thing we're going to do is hold our government accountable and be like, how are these people allowed to get in here? It doesn't mean that our government did it on purpose. It means that our government was negligent. And yes, the Israeli government that day was indeed negligent. They should have been preparing for a Hamas attack at all times. You know what I mean? They let their guard down. Does that mean Israel's at fault? Absolutely not. But it does mean that the government slept that night. That they did sleep on this. They did not watch the skies. They did not pay attention to what was happening. That was a fatal flaw. Now, here's the thing, too. Sometimes you're going to build the absolute best border around your entire country. You're going to build the best security around your house, around everything. And then you're going to see someone get into your yard, and you're going to be like, now, how did that happen? And it's going to be the most stupid, overlooked thing you could have possibly imagined. I secured everything. I made all this happen. I did this. Well, whenever you did everything, you kind of forgot that maybe there was a tree growing right next to your wall. You build like a 7-8 foot wall, and you're like, this is impenetrable. And then you don't realize the tree on the other side of that wall that's right there, up there, has just a perfect way to climb up over it, and you jump over it. And now all of that security that you spent millions of dollars on was thwarted because you just didn't think about it. It didn't matter whatsoever. There was always a way over that wall. That can happen. And Charlie Kirk questioning that and going, hey, how did this simple security measure fail? And they're like, well, actually, we didn't expect them to use low-grade technology and fly in very low below our radars and just get right on in. And it's like, oh, wow, yeah, that was a big, stupid thing to have happen. We were so busy worried about everything else coming in that we didn't even realize to secure our country from the most basic, easy thing to avoid. And that happens all of the time. Usually it's the most simple solution that gets you through a complicated system. It happens all of the time. Look at the best example I could give is internet security. There is always a very simple fatal flaw with internet security. You can secure every single part of your network, but there is always some very stupid, easy way through that you just didn't think about. Like maybe you had a router that was completely unsecure that was connected to your network, and that was the gateway to getting into their systems. Happens all of the time. You connect right to it and you go, wait a minute. I have access to everything secure from this router? Oh, wow, what a bunch of morons. And you just start downloading everything, right? Happens often. But it's not that they were actually dumb. It's just nobody questioned it. Everybody thought it was secure. You go through like 1,000 people and question, hey, you see any other flaws? And people look through everything and they think they've got everything. Then they miss the one obvious spot because it was too obvious. Too obvious to even think about. Sometimes that just happens. And Candace asked those questions like that back in the day and defended Charlie Kirk when he asked that simple question. But now Candace Owens twists it completely to be like, look, he really was questioning Israel. Look, they turned on him because he questioned the security, and he knew that Israel was up to something. And in reality, even you right here at this point in time in 2023 didn't think anything of it either. It's funny how we can go back and see these things, isn't it? But tell me what you all think about this down in the comment section below. Did she have it deleted off PragerU? Did PragerU not want anything to do with Candace anymore? Is that why the interview got deleted?
Many people don't want
Was there something more nefarious than that? I have no idea, but I do find it hilarious to see some of her antics pop back up and really contradict herself from today's Candace Owens. Thank you all so much for watching. Please like, subscribe, and share, guys.
Oh, Artie Trolls.
He loves.
Yo, we got more Edie Marie. Candace Owens solved the mystery. Oh my God. We got the lineup today, y'all. We got all the greats in here. We got some Graham Allen coming up. Some more Edie Marie coming up. We're going to get into Fax Me's new episode. We're going to get into the interview that she did with Charlie Kirk on the PragerU that I guess she wants to delete or have people free. Child, we're going to watch it. So, thank y'all so much for tuning in. Hit that like button. Let's keep rolling through it. It is our Candace, the chicken head alien marathon. Candace, we're going to laugh at you until we're tired. You understand?
His family, he loved his wife, he loved his country. And he didn't deserve that ending. You know, he's really young.
Oh my God.
But I know that we will carry the torch. I will never allow the memory of Charlie to be forgotten, obviously, because there is no Candace without Charlie. There is no Candace without Charlie. There is no Candace without Charlie. Okay, so I want to be very clear here. No one, and I mean absolutely no one, outside of my husband and Erica Kirk has the power to shut me up right now. That's it. Because I am relieved that Erica Kirk is at the head of Turning Point USA. I started wondering, was there an access point to any valve? Were there any pipelines that could have been under Charlie? Discover something that I found to be quite odd. George Zinn was arrested in the same area, almost in the exact spot where Charlie's SUV departs. I kept looking online, and strangely, I came across a bunch of people talking about bees. The bees. I kept noticing a weird amount of young men, and they were wearing maroon shirts. And I know that Charlie was very happy with Erica. She made him happy. Tyler is not exactly a gun enthusiast. He's apparently a fisherman. Phil Lyman was a bit too involved in the investigation of who assassinated Charlie Kirk, and his energy was weird because I'm starting to get a bit of a stronger hunch about things. Shaner Broderick, who is, according to Phil Lyman, a cousin. So I'm interested in learning as much as I can about this medical examiner. I'd like to know more about this medical examiner. I saw first and foremost, the camera guy, the one who takes down the camera, lingering alongside Charlie at the event, flagged me as weird immediately. Who their great-grandfathers were. One thing that has shocked me about Charlie and Turning Point USA is just how many military characters were surrounding him. I thought about that. It's just in my mind, living in my mind. I truly believe that he was probably assigned like life handlers. I was in extraordinary learners as a kid, but I think Charlie was in like a special X-Men school. There were some Egyptian military men that were on the ground in Utah time. Okay. They dipped down to just 300 feet above ground. I didn't know it, but I knew it. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I know it. So I feel like Erica is kind of sending a message here. She didn't ask me to be quiet. So stop. That there were 12 personal cell phone accounts that were opened in Israel. Okay. I am saying that they opened their phones in Israel, those accounts in Israel. And they were on the ground on September 10th at Utah Valley University when Charlie was shot. Now, it strikes me as really odd that you wouldn't put him flat and straight and that they're all kind of huddled over him. People around the world obviously have been moved by Erica's commitment to her Christian faith, strength obviously that it takes for her to look after her kids, to look after herself, plus to steward this massive company. So dreams can give you some sort of intuition. And I certainly think that mine gave me a lot of intuition. Who they were referencing is Lou Taylor. Lou Taylor insinuated, and even by Britney Spears herself, I trust my gut instincts. Always. My gut started to tell me that they suddenly began panicking when I discovered the Egyptian planes, the Egyptian military planes for tracking Charlie Kirk and Erica. So we received a couple of weeks ago a very thorough Charlie's assassination and the Egyptian plane. The Egyptian plane, tail number SUBTT, landed at a foreign dignitary, was then discreetly moved to 920 King Street, August 24th, 29th, Operation Valhalla. To stop. It's a no from me. That France apparently paid for my assassination. Just cannot see how this would lead to anything other than a full confession from the government about the military's involvement in his assassination.
I'm not gonna lie. This video right here would be sufficient to help Erica Kirk get a protection order against this dumb chicken head alien. This video right here, where she literally says stop. And then Candace, the dumb alien, says it's a no from me. Okay, well, here on Earth, here's how this is going to work moving forward. I wouldn't even respond after that. I would have went straight to court and say, I'm not asking you again, heifer. I'm not saying it again. This time, Nuck, if you buck, you will be in violation of this court order and they will lock your ass up. That's all I would have said. I would have just posted the protection order online. Now, I'm not going to say again, heifer, stop. The courts have not said stop. Nuck if you buck. I would love to hold you in contempt of this order. Especially when you admit to stalking, which is a felony. Candace, that's a whole crime. A protection order should have been pursued that same damn day. Period. Period. This video right here is a summation of why Candace should have a protection order granted against her. Erica Kirk needs to go to court and get that put in place. Because if she will not leave her alone voluntarily, then obviously you need the help of our judicial branch of government. You can't go to court thinking you can override those judges when you're dodging court from an actual lawsuit. No, she don't want to go to that hearing on that motion to dismiss she filed. But she wants to sit here and act like she's got some bravado in her voice, pumping up her chest and stuff all over YouTube. Yeah, take that to court, heifer. See how well that works for you when you're standing before a judge trying to explain why you openly violated a court order as if that judge is for play. Come on, Erica Kirk. You got to let this happen, girl. You've got to get a protection order against this heifer. This dumb demon will not stop. You're going to have to get the courts to help you tell her to have several seats. And if you choose not to, you won't have to say a word except contempt. That's it. And keep moving. This dumb demon is stupid. Candace, you're one dumb chicken head.
Assassination, September 9th, it flies from Fort Huachuca to El Paso. You had to put it at a percentage that you saw that the girl in the ponytail matches the description of Erica Kirk. What percentage would you put that at?
Those are really rare eyes.
I am learning also that Fort Huachuca has ties to Liberty University, and something interesting has come up. I have never felt good about Terrell Farnsworth. So this isn't how you're really supposed to use Microsoft Excel, but it's how I'm using it so that it looks neat. These 4 themes that I'm identifying, and I'm going to add more. Liberty University, Eastern Europe.
920 North. That Candace, that you thought that little trick would somehow end up, just going under the rug. No. Why would you dox an address at all? But see, when you're used to doxing like this, all people are going to do is start looking it up. Turns out it was her own attorney's law firm. So now they can't go work in peace because she put them out there like that and connected them to this bullshit. And they're supposed to be representing her in a different manner. They're like, we're not here for all of that. We're supposed to be representing you in the Macron case. What's wrong with you? Why are you putting our address out here trying to connect us to this nonsense you coming up with against Erica Kirk? Now you all see why they had to withdraw. Shout out to No Reply. Because I would too. You trying to bring us into your dumbass conspiracy theories. We're not here for that. Heifer, we went to law school. We're attorneys. We're doing a job for you. You hired us to represent you in the Macron lawsuit, not be a part of your dumb conspiracy theories you're peddling on YouTube. We're not here for your entertainment. Whole professionals being doxxed because she's trying to tie them into her stupid nonsense and buffoonery about Charlie and Erica Kirk and TPUSA. They didn't ask for that. They're not representing her on anything regarding TPUSA or Charlie or Erica Kirk. They are her attorneys representing her on the Macron lawsuit. That's it. Nothing beyond that. They don't owe her anything beyond that. And she's dropping their address into this nonsense. Then you have the candy ass cult members go up there and bother these people and harass them while they're at work, working for her on her lawsuit that the Macrons filed against her, to which they will certainly win. I don't even know why she's stalling and wasting time. She might as well just come up with a settlement and keep it moving. She doesn't even want to go to court.
Trafficking and child sex abuse. And then in that final column, military. I believe his soul is in purgatory, and I believe that you know much more to this Korean man, Sun Young Moon. I keep telling you guys about the Frankus that came, right? The Franklin cover-up that came to America. They say, oh, this was a fringe cult. No, what they follow is the Egyptian Book of the Dead. Greg Laurie, there's been a number of lawsuits filed against Harvest Christian Fellowship. It's my theory. Okay? It was all well and good until you guys tried to convince us that Through the Loom never had a cornucopia. There was one. We all know that is due to the CIA's Looking Glass Project. Fort Huachuca, the response, the public response, it was way too over the top. We got crazy, what I'm about to tell you. And how I discovered it is actually even crazier. The Cattleman's Ball, the Cattle's Baron Ball down in Dallas, Texas. I have even worked out who Dan Flood's father is. Received a very interesting tip. Fortunately means that our established column that we built on our Excel sheets, sexual contact with minors, referred to Erica's mom, to separate fact from fiction when it comes to the background of Erica Kirk. We made a mistake and showed you a picture of a man that is actually not named Bob Flood at all. No one in her immediate family joined her in her darkest hour. Now her mom.
Bob Flood got doxxed for no reason. Well, another person got doxxed that she claimed to be Bob Flood. Let me put it like that. So either way, two people now can say that they have been victims of Candace, the dumb alien chicken head that tried to dox one of them, putting up his actual image, stating it was representing someone else that it wasn't. That is how horrible she and her dumbass team is. They're ignorant. They're buffoons. They couldn't even vet to make sure that that was the correct photo. And why are you putting up photos of somebody named Bob Flood? Why do we care about him? No one needs to know who he is or what he looks like. It's irrelevant. You think Candace gives a damn? Oh, she doesn't. She doesn't care. She just doxes people for fun because she's evil.
Dad was cheated by your... Here's Gilgamesh's tomb. I don't know if you guys read the Epic of Gilgamesh. I certainly did when I was at university. It has been long suspected that Gilgamesh was actually Nimrod in the Bible. Considering their aims being potentially resurrecting Nimrod, which I totally believe, given this Babylonian magic theme, really regarding her mother, Lori Franspec. I have been working through Erica's life and spoke about the fact that we could both astral project. You know all of this, of course. You have his phone. But I have now made a pretty big discovery. Erica was with a woman named Tracy Martin, who received a solid tip. This is shocking that Tracy's daughter is actually Erica's assistant. I'll put an allegedly there. Erica Kirk should be dragged into a police precinct for questioning. Like I said, our toddler clues, my dog Blue, are beginning to add up. Okay, there's our clue right there. I think Lori Franspec is rotten to her core. Oh, I thought this might be an interesting piece to your puzzle. A direct descendant to Vince Lombardi. Now, for those of you that don't follow sport, we reminded you yesterday that in 1989, when Dr. Jerry Franzweg is itching to get out there, the Berlin Wall came down. What? Like it's hard?
I don't know. You're gonna have to talk to him about it. I mean, I don't really work for him like that. I just bring girls in and they work for him. So you're gonna talk to him about it.
That Erica and Jeffrey Epstein may have come across each other. Organization that Erica partnered with on her Romanian Angels project. And something that immediately flagged me as weird, Romanian orphans did not trust the woman that was running it. To what end? Yeah, by the way, to the earlier comment about she's jealous of Erica.
What are you talking about?
When Charlie and I were hitting the road together, just so you guys know, here's a fun fact. I had a boyfriend. I had a whole boyfriend that entire time. It was just never, I was nowhere near.
Prove it, Heifer. What's his name? I would love to interview him. Is it the same one that you were with for 7 years and you just kind of dropped at the drop of a dime because George Farmer asked you to marry him over a Zoom call after 18 days of knowing him? Is that the same one? Because if that's the case, Candace, you're confirming what Laura Loomer said. You had a boyfriend the whole time you worked for TPUSA for all of 19 months. Were you with them for 7 years? Because you're confirming Laura Loomer to be correct. And then you just dumped that poor boy because George Farmer asked you to marry him after 18 days with no romance. And obviously, you know, because you were a hoe. A hoe. You know, you just, you know, didn't care about jumping in the sheets. While she's sitting out here trying to make a mockery of somebody else being a virgin till they were married. You can't make this up. And she felt the need to tell people that. You know, he was a kid. He was immature in those things. No, he has the right to protect his innocence. Doesn't mean that he doesn't know how to talk to women. You just chose to text message some so-called love interest for 12 months, talking about I had to pretend to be a lesbian. What you mean? Candace, what's this boy's name? I want to interview him. Who is this whole boyfriend you had? What's his name?
A whole boyfriend that entire time. It was just...
What's his name?
Never. I was nowhere near Charlie's type.
Knowing it. Oh, this never gets old. Hi, Tracy. I didn't see you up in there.
This girl's a fat Jew. All cheating scenarios, 100% the blame is always on the female. Last time you put some makeup on, do some burpees, go.
I had plastic surgery because I was trying to look good for y'all. I got liposuction.
And then you were like, how far did Hitler live from Holocaust?
Yeah, I didn't know.
Sat next to you. You basically said nothing to me.
Did what I've done for the past 6 years. Literally nothing romantic had been said up to this point.
You're a joke.
No one, and I mean absolutely no one, outside of my husband and Erica Kirk, has the power to shut me up right now. That's it. I started wondering, was there an access point to any valve? Were there any pipelines that could have been under Charlie? Discover something that I found to be quite odd. George Zinn was arrested in the same area. Almost.
God, this is a marathon. We're having a good time. And Edie Marie has done some fantastic videos. This one is Candace Owens is about to crack the case. I'm just loving this edit. Oh, man. Erica Kirk, I hope you're watching, girl. All this evidence you can use against Candace. Call her a chicken head and say I said it. Yeah, I said it, Candace. You're a chicken head.
Post in the exact spot where Charlie's SUV departs. I kept looking online, and strangely, I came across a bunch of people talking about bees. Bees. I kept noticing a weird amount of young men, and they were wearing maroon shirts. But I know that Charlie was very happy with Erica. She made him happy. Tyler is not exactly a gun enthusiast. He's apparently a fisherman. Phil Lyman was a bit too involved in the investigation of who assassinated Charlie Kirk, and his energy was weird because I'm starting to get a bit of a stronger hunch about things. Shaner Broderick, who is, according to Phil Lyman, a cousin, So I'm interested in learning as much as I can about this medical examiner. I'd like to know more about this medical examiner. I saw first and foremost, the camera guy, the one who takes down the camera, lingering alongside Charlie at the event, flagged me as weird immediately, who their great-grandfathers were. The one thing that has shocked me about Charlie and Turning Point USA is just how many military characters were surrounding him. I thought about that. It's just in my mind lately, living in the mind. I truly believe that he was probably assigned like life handler. I was an extraordinary learner as a kid, but I think Charlie was in like a special X-Men school. There were some Egyptian military men that were on the ground in Utah time. Okay. They dipped down to just 300 feet above ground. I didn't know it, but I knew it. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I know it. So I feel like Erica is kind of sending a message here. She didn't ask me to be quiet. So that there were 12 personal cell phone accounts that were opened in Israel. Okay. I am saying that they opened their phones in Israel, those accounts in Israel. And they were on the ground on September 10th at Utah Valley University when Charlie was shot. Now, it strikes me as really odd that you wouldn't put him flat and straight and that they're all kind of huddled over him. People around the world obviously have been moved by Erica's commitment to her Christian faith, strength, obviously, that it takes for her to look after her kids, to look after herself, plus to steward this massive company. So dreams can give you some sort of intuition. And I certainly think that mine gave me a lot of intuition. Really, who they were referencing is Lou Taylor. Lou Taylor insinuated, and even by Britney Spears herself, I trust my gut instincts. Always. My gut started to tell me that they suddenly began panicking. I discovered the Egyptian planes. The Egyptian military planes were tracking Charlie Kirk and Erica. So we received a couple of weeks ago a very thorough tip on Charlie's assassination and the Egyptian plane. The Egyptian plane, tail number SUBTT, landed. A foreign dignitary was then discreetly moved to 920 King Street, August 24th, 29th. Operation Valhalla. That France apparently paid for my assassination. Stop. And not see how this would lead to anything other than a full confession from the government about the military's involvement in his assassination. September 9th, it flies from Fort Huachuca to El Paso. You had to put it at a percentage that you saw that the girl in the ponytail matches the description of Erica Kirk. What percentage did you put that at?
Those are really rare highs.
I am learning also that Fort Huachuca has ties to Liberty University, and something interesting has come up. I have never felt good about Terrell Farnsworth. So this isn't how you're really supposed to use Microsoft Excel, but it's how I'm using it so that it looks neat. These 4 themes that I'm identifying, and I'm going to add more: Liberty University, Eastern Europe, trafficking and child sex abuse, and then in that final column, military. I believe his soul is in purgatory, and I believe that you know much more to this Korean mad, Sun Young Moon. I keep telling you guys about the Frankus that came, right? The Franklin cover-up. It came to America. They said, oh, this was a fringe cult. No, what they follow is the Egyptian Book of the Dead. Greg Laurie, there's been a number of lawsuits filed against Harvest Christian Fellowship. My theory, okay, it was all well and good until you guys tried to convince us that Fruit of the Loom never had a cornucopia. There was one. We all know that it's due to the CIA's Looking Glass Project. Fort Huachuca, the response, the public response, it was way too over the top. We don't crazy what I'm about to tell you. And how I discovered it is actually even crazier. So the Cattleman's Ball, the Cattle's Baron Ball down in Dallas, Texas, has even worked out who Dan Flood's father is. See, a very interesting tip. It means that our established column that we built on our Excel sheets, sexual contact with minors, refers to Erica's mom to separate fact from fiction when it comes to the background of Erica Kirk. We made a mistake and showed you a picture of a man that is actually not named Bob Flood at all. No one in her immediate family joined her in her darkest hour. Now her mom, dad, repeated Bible. Gilgamesh's tomb. I don't know if you guys read the Epic of Gilgamesh. I certainly did when I was at university. It has been long suspected that Gilgamesh was actually Nimrod in the Bible. Considering their aims being potentially resurrecting Nimrod, which I totally believe given this Babylonian magic theme, really regarding her mother, Lori Franstead. I have been working through Erica's life, and I have now made a pretty big discovery. Erica was with a woman named Tracy Martin, who received a solid tip. This is shocking that Tracy's daughter is actually Erica's assistant. I'll put in allegedly there. Erica Kirk should be dragged into a police precinct for questioning. Like I said, our toddler clues, my dog Blue, beginning to add up. Okay, there's our clue right there. What? Like, it's hard. Erica and Jeffrey Epstein may have come across each other. Organization that Erica partnered with on her Romanian Angels project. And something that immediately flagged me as weird, Romanian orphans did not trust the woman that was running it. To what end?
Vice President Harris, can you address the Springfield animal issue mentioned by former President Donald Trump?
Certainly, I can answer that. I would love to answer that question. Okay. About Springfield. Okay. And I'll address this question. I'm happy to have this question. I believe that no question should go unanswered, so I'm going to answer the question about Springfield. I love that question. Okay. I love that question. Here's the answer. People aren't registering their pets. That is truly problematic. The problem that we're facing that is truly problematic,
I've been letting my butt off.
that is creating the problem. The Springfield problem is what I call it. I call it the Springfield problem. I call it the Springfield problem. And I'm going to answer the question because I believe in answering the questions about these problems. The Springfield problem is failure to register your pets. People aren't registering their pets, therefore they remain unregistered.
I hit that like button.
These pets are unregistered. They don't have registrations. They don't have registrations. Okay? They don't have, they're not registered. That is the problem. That is truly problematic. They are not registered. Therefore, they will remain unregistered until they become registered.
If Erica is absolutely innocent in this, I think I would just have more questions. Like, why'd you lie to me?
Are you serious right now, bro?
Demons are monsters.
So we're going through this right here. Let me fast forward it up to this here. This is Jay Wiz video, okay? The reason why I'm showing you all this, because I want you all to see the huge contrast between this and her dedication video to him, okay? And you will understand why now this so-called dedication video is even more disturbing. We're going to take a second look at it. Shout out to the eclectic journalist that also featured the dedication video in her part 10, I believe, of the Narrative Machine series she's doing. Because it gives it just after all the damage that Candace has done, this alien chicken head heifer, all the misery she's trying to cause Erica Kirk and her stalking her and all of that, it gives this whole dedication video a whole new meaning. But I just kind of want you all to see the contrast between what she's saying now and how she's treating Charlie Kirk and his memory and his company, his wife, his children, his family, secrets, and how she put on this fake visage when he first died, which is going to be coming up next. Because it's disgusting, man.
Yes, and how it shows up in your work.
What's that smell in this room? Didn't you notice it, Brick? Didn't you notice a powerful and obnoxious odor of mendacity in this room?
My faith.
Yes, and how it shows up in your work.
It's funny because, as I told you, I've spent the last 2 years studying theology, full stop. Spent the last 2 years studying theology, full stop. Spent the last 2 years studying theology, full stop.
Boy, if you don't get...
Because I realize I always go back to when I met my husband and I was learning about him. Obviously, we're already, I guess I'm learning about him during the engagement because we were 18 days. But one of the things I thought was so weird.
Theology does matter. Your theology dictates the way you live. Your theology dictates the way you believe. Your theology dictates the way you interact with God and with your fellow man. Your theology dictates all of these things, and your theology dictates the way you approach missions.
And the answer that he gave to me was that everything is guided by theology. The whole world is theology. And it didn't hit me. I was just like, okay, whatever, sounds fun. And he had made the decision to become a Catholic, even though he was raised in a strong Anglican household. Very big deal in England to become a Catholic, especially from an Anglican household. I just didn't sort of get what he meant by that. Everything is guided by theology. What do you mean by that? And so my journey was sort of this awakening to, oh no, everything is guided by theology. Like what is your theology actually? What is moving you? He's like, that is the most motivating thing in the world. That is what motivates people, blind faith or an absence of faith. And when I started to, because I was just going to a non-denominational church at this time, and I now realize that all of these people who are quote unquote Christian influencers, they actually don't believe in heaven and hell, right? If you truly knew, truly believed that there was a heaven and that there was a hell, how would it correct your behavior? What risks would you be willing to take? What would you sacrifice? What would you, and for me, I know that heaven and hell is real. And so I am not bending the knee to Satan, not for money. You can't take that with you when you go. Not for houses, not for cars, not for friends, not for invites to Republican dinners with rubber chicken, not for more opportunities to speak to powerful people in DC.
Yeah, but even Satan disguises himself as an angel of the light. 2 Corinthians chapter 11, verse 14.
I am not exchanging my ticket to heaven for any of that. Okay. So that's what shapes everything. It shapes everything for me. And so that the focus for me and for my husband is to make sure that we do not lose our tickets to heaven, and that our children also do not lose their tickets to heaven. And I would love to see everybody there. I hope everybody comes to know the one true faith. I hope that people realize it doesn't matter if they smear you or libel you or try to embarrass you or try to humiliate.
Her one true faith is Catholicism. It's not even Christ. You can't make this up. She never even talks about God. She talks about Catholicism. But she doesn't talk about Jesus Christ, her relationship with Jesus Christ. Because that is what gets you into heaven. Being obedient to the word of God. Having a personal relationship with Jesus Christ. This girl talks about being a Catholic and praying to her priest. What in the world? No, thank you. We don't want that. You think Charlie Kirk is in purgatory, you dumb demon.
You, because this is a blip. Life is a blip. Blink, it'll be over. And then you are going to be welcomed or rejected into the eternal.
Candace,
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. God have mercy on your soul.
Absolutely. And you know what I love about you? Even with all this stuff that's going on, like there's not ounce of hate I feel you have towards these people, not even tiny bit. After everything they've said, done to you, tried to destroy your family, tried to destroy your show, not ounce of hate. Candace, this is amazing.
Yeah, I don't wake up and because it's
poisonous.
It's poison.
Oh
I think about that when I think about the Daily Wire.
Yeah.
You've spent 3 years trying to destroy your enemies. That is so corrupting to wake up every day. I can't imagine like to my team, this is the directive. How do we destroy the Daily Wire? It's like that is, oh God, you like could you imagine just the cloud that just descends?
And you end up destroying yourself when you do that.
Course,
That's what
because
happened to
it is
Daily Wire.
destroying your spirit.
Yes.
You can't have success like that. And so I'm surrounded by too much happiness. I obviously just being around.
You can't have success like that because that's all she wants. I thought success was something you can't take to the grave with you, though. So why are you focused on just having success? And good public relations and PR and shit. But you don't think about the fact that none of that will go to the grave with you. When you're dead, Candace, you're dead. That's it. You don't know what's going on with your YouTube channel or how many more views you're getting. Nothing matters when you're dead. On Judgment Day, God will judge your soul and your actions, the life you lived, not your level of success. He doesn't even care about that. But yet, that's her focus.
Children every day. They don't afford you the right to be miserable. It's why I started doing a co-homeschool situation because I love to deal with toddler problems first. The first thing of the day, deal with toddler problems, realize what really actually matters, what they're grappling with. And it has shaped me and has focused me. And so for me, just like my grandfather, it's faith and it is family.
Thank you, Kylie. This is the woman that sent that message on X about Erica Kirk being a psychopath. And yet she talks about Candace not having hate. While she calls someone a psychopath with spelling errors. You can't make this up. The audacity. And yet she looks up to Candace as some inspirational leader of some sort who talks about nothing but success and not about God. Tell her to quote a scripture right then and now. How about that? Why not ask her, can you produce your degree? You say you have 2 of them. I would love to see your degrees right now. We're in your home. You should have your degrees hanging on a wall. Can you show us all your degrees? We would love to see them. You said journalism in English? Go get your degrees. Let's show them. Let's post it out. Let's put that in front of a camera. Sounds awesome. I want to see the degrees. And she should have just harpered in on it until she had to admit she doesn't have her degrees. I mean, you sitting in the house with her, you can't ask her to show the degrees.
Demons use words to trick humans. You can't trust a thing they say. They're monsters who learn to speak. That's how the legendary mage Flama defined them. Demons are monsters.
Absolutely amazing. My last question, and we're done here. I know it's not going to end up this way. Like, if I can say somewhere around 100%, it's not. But if Erica Kirk turns out to be super innocent in everything, and we're just, unfairly blaming her of maybe wrong grief or whatever,
Elizabeth Lane.
what would you say to her if that ends up that she's absolutely innocent in all of this?
If Erica is absolutely innocent in this, I think I would just have more questions. Like, why'd you lie to me?
Demons are monsters.
I would seek to understand, and I considered that plausibility, by the way, that like everyone, it was everyone around her.
Yeah,
that was kind of, and she was in a state of shock, and she was catatonic. But then when I met her, it wasn't that. When I met up with her, it wasn't that. And the lies.
You can't say one lie she told, and guess what? You can just challenge her in court. Why don't you sue her? Go ahead, Candace. Sue Erica Kirk for allegedly lying to you. That way she can counterclaim and have your ass deposed. You'll have to produce evidence of that. Girl, do you know that the entire internet will help Erica Kirk beat you in court? I mean, it won't even be fair, you chicken head. It will be a shellacking. Well, we would dedicate whole live streams to giving Erica Kirk evidence to use against you in a court of law. Do you understand? You think she lied to you? Why don't you sue her for it and see what goes with that? Because you would have to prove it. It would be your burden. Baron Coleman can go and represent you for free because, he's an idiot. Go ahead. Sue her. Prove that she lied in a court of law. We don't care how your candy ass cult members feel.
Are too devastating. These aren't little lies. These are cover-up lies. The Superman neck lie. Is this AI? Like, the first thing, she could just drop the video. She's this chairman and the CEO. Instruct them to drop the video. And if they tell you no, say, I'm going to go live. You have all the power. So it would be hard to imagine a scenario.
How is that a lie? She doesn't have to show you a video. The answer is no, Your Honor. She didn't like it. And now she's saying I lied. I don't owe her anything. And that evidence is being used in a murder trial for a criminal investigation. What the hell is wrong with her? I owe her nothing. Candace, I dare you to sue Erica Kirk. You talking about you sending out legal letters. Girl, do you understand every person you think you're going to sue will counterclaim against you and sue you right back? And I am here for it. Heifer, you are still bad at this. Candace, you are so bad at this. They will counterclaim and sue you right back and win. And they can use all my, Erica Kirk, you can use all my videos. All of them to help you win. As a matter of fact, I will title them videos to help Erica Kirk win her lawsuit against Candace Owens. Just to show you, Candace, you really kiss my ass. I don't care how you feel at all, girl.
Scenario where her hands are completely clean of everything. How dirty her hands are, I don't know. But I do know that you only lie, like I always say, when you are covering something up. So when I say these people are involved in a cover up, that is what I mean. They are lying and they are covering things up. And
He's a what now? You just said it yesterday, Jim. He is only an applied attorney. He can't do a trial. What? So he's purporting himself off as if he can give. Hold on. As if he can give legal advice. What the? Are you saying appellate? Did you mean appellate attorney? Yeah, Baron Coleman. Baron is Baron Coleman, whatever his name is. Appellate. So he can only handle appeals in criminal or civil matters. Wow. That But yeah, he's giving advice about matters beyond the scope of what he would be able to litigate in the court of law. Can you believe it? He's talking about prosecutors and all this. No, you're appellate. You're after the hearing has been conducted. You're the one that comes in when the person doesn't agree with the decision. Appeals have to be very limited to and focused on misinterpretation of law or technical errors or something like that. There's no room for your opinion in an appellate. Not at all. It's not about how you feel or what you think when it comes to an appeal. So for him to sit here and offer all this nonsense and gobbledygook about Brian Harper's lawsuit when his dumbass is an appellate attorney, none of that would fly if he only represents the client in an appeal. He can't go in there talking about, well, I just think it's a horrible way to put it. They won't care in an appellate hearing. Boy, this is mind-blowing. Oh, Baron Coleman is so stupid. He's an appellate attorney. Oh my God. Yeah. He can't. His opinion would not matter in an appellate hearing. In an appeal, you're arguing technical errors, or let's say there was a court rule that was not adhered to, or misinterpretation of law, or just a flat out, violation of such. Let's say they, select a juror that created a conflict of interest, and they knew that the juror created that conflict of interest, and then they failed to remove the juror and select someone else. Like that, those you have to have grounds for an appeal. You can't just say, I don't like the ruling and here's my opinion on it, and then think that the appellate court is going to sit here and entertain you. Nope. And yet this idiot is an appellate attorney. But he can't tell you the difference between the bird and the meat in a civil matter versus a criminal matter. Ooh, child. Baron Coleman, you're so stupid. You're stupid. And you're an embarrassment to the Bar Association. Everyone you're registered with, you are a direct embarrassment to all of them. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Does it make sense that she has a close relationship with Kash Patel?
Child.
She should hate Kash Patel.
Hey, it's fine.
Absolutely. And you know what I love about you? Even with all this stuff that's going on, like there's not an ounce of hate I feel you have towards these people, not even tiny bit. After everything they've said, done to you, tried to destroy your family, tried to destroy your show, not an ounce of hate. Candace, this is amazing.
She should hate Kash Patel.
Wow.
She should hate Kash Patel. She should hate Kash Patel.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. And I was asked the same question. I was like, after my post.
You agree that she should hate someone? Candace sits here and talk about how people are hating on her dumbass cult members always coming up in everybody's chat and live stream and comment sections talking about somebody hating their cult leader. But yet, Candace herself is the only one that even uses the word hate. I don't hate Candace. I want her to keep telling on herself. Why would I hate her? I want her to be sued. I want her to meet justice. I don't hate her because I want her to lose her lawsuits. That has nothing to do with hate. That's a matter of law. But the dumb cult members, of course, don't, read words or anything. So of course they don't know that. They don't care. They're going to say you hate her regardless because they can't define the word themselves. But Candace is the only one that actually goes out of her way to say the word hate and then to try to apply it and saying you should hate this person. No, you dumb demon. You're the only one that chooses to hate in real life and for PR stunts. No, she should be herself and sue you. That's exactly what she should do. Erica Kirk should sue Candace Owens. Erica, if you don't hurry up and drop a lawsuit on her.
And I gave a very, very easy answer to people. I have no problem apologizing to anybody if it comes to that, because we all make mistakes. But right now, Charlie Kirk's case is important enough that I'm willing to risk my reputation and damage and say what I'm saying. Because yes.
I'm so glad she said this because, the jury would love to hear that, Elizabeth Lane. You're not very smart. And if you're a spy, you'll learn how the U.S. handles those.
Charlie's case is important enough, so no problem with that.
Right. And I agree with you 100%. I will say I am so sorry. We had it so wrong. But I can already say we didn't have it so wrong because we've caught her in so many verifiable lies. So
exactly.
Does it mean that she pulled the trigger and killed her husband? I don't know anybody that's accused her of that.
You did.
But I have accused her of being dishonest, and I think I've proven my case, that she is dishonest. What's motivating that dishonesty is yet to be discovered.
Absolutely. Demons are monsters.
All right, y'all. So we in it. Hold on. Let me take it back. This is her so-called dedication video. Thank y'all so much for tuning in to our marathon. We're getting it in. Hopefully you guys are enjoying it. As I said, make sure you go out, get you some food, something to drink, go to the bathroom, take a shower, hit that like button. When this is concluded, make sure you hype it up. But we are running our marathon today for Memorial Day weekend of Candace, the dumb chicken head demon that she is. We have up next her so-called dedication video to Charlie Kirk. Now, this is going to have a totally different ring to it. Because it is. Candace, you're so evil. You're evil. All right. So this video is all of 23 minutes. And you guys know I have to pause and talk and say things. Because Candace is a piece of crap. But I'm going to try my best to not pause it so much. All right. So hit the 4 where you all can see and hear. I want to thank you all so much for the support as well. March On is about to be our sponsor for the day again, for the live. I appreciate you. Thank you for the $5 super. I can't believe that CEO has the huevos to tell Erica what to do. She knows that Erica is innocent and doesn't have to give her shit. Exactly. Candace, I already told you. No one owes you anything. And shout out to Juju for gifting an LLC membership. If you guys have received the membership, make sure you thank Juju. Thank Mindy, our mods here in the LLC. Oh, Patrina became a new member. Shout out to you. How you doing? Thank you so much. Shout out to you. Enjoy it. There's some new videos uploaded to the members only channel as well. The full uninterrupted interview of Candace and Charlie Kirk is now available on the members only. We will check it out here in our marathon live stream. But if you want the actual interview with no narration or commentary, it is on the members only channel. So make sure you go over there and check it out and enjoy that. And let's see here. Miriam said, never heard of Elizabeth Lane. Yeah, she's the one that put up that post talking about how Erica Kirk is a psychopath. And she's not a psychiatrist. Because all of that is defamatory, Elizabeth Lane. I hope they name her ass. You'll learn about how we don't play that crap here in the U.S., girl. Can't make this up. There you go. replaying this, or have we went backwards? I replayed it because I wanted you all to see the contrast between what Candace Owens is doing now to destroy Charlie Kirk's reputation versus what she said in her dedication video the day after he was assassinated. So now we're getting ready to check this out again. This is going to be my second time watching it in its entirety. I've only seen this one once. And she titled it to my friend, Charlie Kirk, because they were unfriended on social media. Crazy how this works. All right, y'all. Hit the floor where you can see in here. Let's go.
Well, that has never happened before. I guess we could say Charlie broke the internet one more time. 150,000 of you guys were watching, and the system just sort of crashed. And it just really makes me happy that happened, actually. It was already very difficult for me to do this for a lot of reasons, but I knew it was important because I didn't want the last thing that people had in their minds about Charlie to be the moment he lost his life. That was what was especially hard because
nobody would have that moment in his mind, but you keep playing the videos of him being assassinated over and over and over again. In the course of 8 months, Candace has at least shown that assassination video 4 times. And yet she doesn't want that to be the last thing that he's known for. And she takes delight in seeing it. She actually confessed to being obsessed with his death. But he broke the internet and she didn't. She had to get back at him. Let me break the internet as well and weaponize his death. Candace, you're a demon.
He's just had so many amazing moments throughout his career. And as I was saying, I was having this discussion with George this morning, obviously through a lot of tears, about not wanting Charlie's caricature to survive when the actual Charlie Kirk individual, who Charlie Kirk actually is so much more important.
Switch
the
down.
caricature, the cartoon is that Charlie's this young, smart guy.
All right, not later. This is gonna be our marathon for today. And then I will do something tomorrow night. Just kind of going over her ex, because Candace is getting clowned on X. But not later tonight. So our marathon for today is going to be it for today. So I can hang out with the kids and all of that good stuff, y'all. Got to make time for your babies. Make time for your children this weekend.
Made a career out of debating college kids, decided not to go to college, started Turning Point USA. And I think a lot of people thought that Charlie must take himself a bit too seriously. And I want you guys to know that could not be further from the truth. Charlie and me were always laughing. Yes, he was ambitious. Everybody knows Charlie is ambitious. I met him back in 2017 when Turning Point was this very young organization.
But she never said why they unfriended each other. Why she did not attend his wedding or was not invited. And who knew that she would not be going to his memorial service? But yet and still, they were always laughing. That doesn't mean that you were still friends leading up to his death. Pay attention to the terminology she uses in this.
Nobody knew who I was. Nobody knew who Charlie Kirk was. And Charlie was always wearing these really baggy suits. I mean, they looked like they were hand-me-downs from 3 generations because he was focused on the ideas. He didn't care about his appearance. He was laser focused on what he knew Turning Point could become. Not could become, but would become. He hired me on the spot. We were at this conference in Florida. And he and I used to always say, we never said the rest was history. You know, the rest is history. We say the rest is future. We were totally locked in. And I want you guys to know about our first planning sesh. Okay. It was in the middle of Chicago O'Hare Airport. There is this restaurant that's called the Macaroni Grill. And I sat down with Charlie on our first trip together. He flips over this little paper menu as we're waiting for our flight. And he takes out this pen and he just starts drawing a map of what he wants to happen into the future, what the Turning Point organization will become. It was spastic. It was unhinged. It was the absolute best. It was true Charlie. He was a visionary. Charlie was a visionary. If he could envision it, it was going to happen. He knew that. I knew that. And what he had envisioned was for Turning Point USA to become the biggest conservative student organization, not just in the nation, by the way, but in the world. He kind of squabbled and swiveled and wrote that the structure is currently a 501c3, and he's sitting there talking to me, but here's what we can do in the future, and here's how, and then I'm going to probably take control of the RNC. I mean, he's 23 years old, right? And he's speaking to me about how he's going to take over the RNC. The person that he adored the most, like really, and never in a million years did he think that he was going to meet him, and of course he did, was Rush Limbaugh. He was really raised on Rush Limbaugh, listening to Rush Limbaugh day in and day out. And he told me through many conversations that if he could have a show like Rush Limbaugh one day, he would be very happy. That was, I think, his ultimate goal, and it happened. We had a bunch of rules. Charlie's rule was never say no to Fox News. So even if the show was at 4 a.m. in the morning, crack of dawn, I could not tell you guys how many hits we did on Fox News. I'm talking 4 hits a day, up at 4 a.m. for Fox and Friends first, and then doing whatever the evening program was, because he believed this is the way that we're going to get our names out there. You know, we have to work harder. My rule was I was like, we shouldn't drink. Everybody in politics is drinking. They're drunk all the time. If we're passionate, we have to understand that it's a disadvantage. People are always made weaker. It doesn't make anybody stronger to be drunk after an event. And so we didn't drink. And we had a motto, a couple of mottos, but Charlie's was, we can always outwork our opponents. I can't tell you how many times we looked at each other and we said, we can outwork them. Everyone was bigger than us, but not working harder than us. It came really directly from Charlie. It was the thing that he said we could always control. And I totally agreed with that. Work ethic meant everything. I think it's very obvious to everyone. I was the culture. Charlie was the politics. Charlie needed a little bit more culture. I needed to learn the rules of politics. I mean, he could tell you every office in the White House and what this person does, things I'd never even heard before. I was just passionate about Black Lives Matter. I knew it was going to be harmful for Black Americans, and I wanted to share that message. And Charlie showed me how to do that in the best way possible. I learned very quickly with Charlie that politics breeds unnecessary enemies. It is incredibly, it's disheartening industry. You know, you're lucky if you have one friend. You're lucky if you have 2 friends. There are so many people that will test your character along the way. Like I said, I was a nobody. It was funny going through text messages yesterday, and I'm like, Charlie, my goal is to have 50,000 followers on Instagram. I think we can do it by the end of the year. And after he hired me, he had been working already really hard on doing this campus tour throughout California. He called it the Big 3, UCLA. We're going to do
yeah, because of course she wants to focus on getting followers so that she can, you know, become more famous and then get more money. This was a PR stunt for Candace. Y'all have to remember that about her. All of this is about public relations and about likes, subs, clicks, views, and money. She used this boy to get wealth. And she saw what he had already created and built because she didn't help him build a damn thing. He hired her as an employee. And she knew if he gets even bigger than what he is, that his company would be unstoppable. Financially, the opportunities, and it's a nonprofit organization. She wanted him to see her as his equal. And he did not owe her that. Candace did not build a damn thing at TPUSA. She only worked there 19 months. All she did was chase everybody else off, admitted to going through his phone and texting a supposed ex-girlfriend for 12 months. Somehow felt like she needed to be a lesbian and do that. And ran away any opportunity for him to collab with any other woman. Because she's possessive and controlling. It's not the mindset of someone that wants to build something. That's a destroyer. And that's all Candace is. She destroys and infects everything that she touches and comes to contact with. I don't even feel bad for Georgia at this point. I just feel bad for the kids because they didn't ask for this.
Stanford, we're going to do Berkeley. And there was somebody who was a lot bigger than me at the time who was going to be kind of the face of it. Because like I said, people were not going to buy tickets to hear me and Charlie Kirk speak. And he had someone that they definitely would hear speak. And for whatever reason, and this was just my luck, Charlie was pumping gas. He was inside of the gas station, and I'm sitting in the car, and I see this person, his phone is sitting in the car, and the messages are lighting up on the screen, and this individual saying, I don't want to do this event with that new girl you hired. Like, I don't want to share the stage with her, essentially. Just mean. I mean, just mean-spirited, no reason. I'm bigger than her. I should.
Are you kidding me? Candace, no, she had good reason. It's called discernment. You're a demon. I wouldn't want to share the stage with you either. Funny how y'all see the similarities in this. This same story came up in her squabble with the other chicken head, Elizabeth Lane. Y'all hearing this? Now y'all see why we played that video first. This was the day after he was killed. She's talking about this. And then repeated it in her squabble with Elizabeth Lane. The same story. Because she has nothing else. She can't tell you anything that occurred within the last 2-3 good years of Charlie Kirk's life leading up to the day he was assassinated. Nothing. They had unfollowed each other. They were not talking to each other. They were not friends. They were not close. She's talking about some BS that occurred before he even got married years ago. About how someone didn't want to share a stage with her. Candace, most people don't want to share a stage with you unless they are trying to get their name out there and get a lot of views on their videos. Won't last long because then they'll be named in lawsuits. This is what she chooses to talk about in a video that she titled "To My Friend Charlie Kirk." Nope. No current stories within the last year about how her and her spouse, her lavender husband, and Charlie and Erica Kirk met up and had a play date with the kids. They went to each other's kids' birthday parties. None of that. How she reached out to Erica Kirk and said, "Girl, let me know if there's anything you need. We're right here for you. Come on the show and cry it out. Let us know whatever you feeling. You want to talk? We're right here. Do you need me to fly out there to you?" None of that. She's talking about some female that did not want to share a stage with her. And you can't blame this woman for not wanting to do that. I don't even need to know who that woman is. I'm glad they said no. Tell Candace I said kick rocks. Barefoot.
Do this by myself. And then if she wants to come on and be an auxiliary, that's fine. But I don't want to share the stage with her, this newbie. I remember Charlie gets in the car and he looks at the message and he looks at me and he knows I've looked at the message. I saw it and I'm like, "Charlie," I said, "I have no idea like where this is going. Obviously, I understand that the sensible you doesn't want to lose this person on the ticket, that this means a lot to you and you've worked hard on it, but you're going to have to learn that you have to make the right decision and not the easy decision. And this is only going to work if we keep making the right decisions, you know?" And I could just see the struggle within him. And then he did the right thing. He said, "Okay, if you don't want to do this event with this newbie Candace, then we're not going to do the event. And Candace and I will do it alone." And we did. We went at it alone. Actually, I think for that particular event, Dave Rubin hopped on and the rest was future. For 2 years straight, Charlie and I flew around the world together on very little sleep. We were always exhausted. I'm not kidding. We took hundreds of flights together. We slept in the crappiest hotel rooms. I mean, walls so paper thin. You just hear everything. And when you're in that capacity with someone 2 years straight, just traveling nonstop, you really get to know them. You really see them in every condition. You start bickering like an old married couple. "Charlie, this is not how you pack a suitcase," I say to him. "Charlie, you can't just like put your dirty running shoes on top of your clean shirts, okay? You just can't do that. Charlie, you need to eat something, okay? You're running on fumes, you got to eat something. Okay, this is not a full meal." back, forth. Charlie, you got to buy yourself some suits that fit. That conversation, I was like, Charlie, okay, I get it. You're like boy wonder. You got to buy some suits that fit. I wasn't the only one that was hammering him on that. It was also Don Jr. And eventually him, and I think it was actually him and Eric. They're like, Charlie, I know you're very frugal. We know that you're very aware that your salary comes from donors. He always wanted to be a really good steward of their capital. But eventually Don and Eric got him a gift certificate, I think it was for his birthday, to a fancy suit place to go get fitted. And the rest is future, right? It is so important for me to make sure that you guys understand how absolutely hilarious Charlie was.
Okay, so it's important for you all to understand right there. She already showed how controlling and possessive she was. This is not how you pack a suitcase. What do you mean? He's a man. The fact that she forced him to basically choose between her and another podcaster, public figure, is absolutely disgusting. Well, if she doesn't want to share the stage with you, I'm not going to force her, but I'm not going to cut her off either. Whatever issues she has with you is between her, you, and God. But I'm not going to cut off any other connections either, because they don't get a good sense about you. We'll just do 2 separate events, and I'll have her up, and then we'll do some separately with you, and then that's it. Oh, make the right decision, Charlie. You can imagine her pressuring him to cut this girl off. You got to make the right decision. You got to choose me over her. You can't, I'm the one working for you and traveling with you. You can't allow someone to say that they won't share the stage with me. I've never done anything wrong to her. It's called discernment. Candace, you're evil. No one owes you anything. And hopefully he made up for that and did a collab with this other young lady. Because hopefully he realized, it wasn't a matter of hating Candace. It was a matter of discernment. She saw something in Candace that I should have picked up a long time ago. And I let Candace cause me to lose another contact, a collaborator, someone that I could have professionally worked with. And for what? Because Candace is jealous and possessive and obsessed with me. This all hits so different now hearing this. And this is what she chose to talk about as a dedication video the day after Charlie Kirk's assassination. Like, his kids got to grow up one day and they might come across this video. Maybe YouTube will grow a ball sack and start taking down her egregious and disgusting and heinous content like they do everyone else. But so far, the idea that these kids might come across this is disturbing. And Candace doesn't care. You think she cares about Charlie Kirk's kids he had with Erica Kirk? Hell no. She's trying to claim that woman didn't even have those kids. She's gross.
Charlie was hilarious, okay? He did not take himself too seriously. He was so good at doing imitations and accents. Any imitation, any accent, he was just on the money. And all we did was laugh. It's all you can do and laugh. People were just so crazy all the time. When I was reading through the chat today, I was just laughing with just tears in my eyes, thinking of the many road trips that we took, so many hours spent just talking trash to one another, making fun of one another. One of the best moments that I can think of, and there's so many to choose from.
She's lying.
Was we were driving through Colorado, and I put on a Kanye song, and I played.
She's lying. Who pauses and looks around like this? And we all know this is pre-scripted and pre-recorded. So aside from this being absolutely disingenuous, she decides to lie. As opposed to her sticking to her script. Because, you somehow need to have a script to do a dedication video to talk about things that occurred between you and someone else. You claim that you were very close to. You argued and bickered like an old married couple, and somehow you want us to think that you saw him as a kid brother. Girl, bye. But yet, when you decide to go off script, you gotta lie like hell. I know when you're lying, Candace. You're lying. And you're off script. Because you are not that creative. You can't tell the truth to save your life. Everything has to somehow make you look good. Even if it's a real memory and you're being truthful about it, you probably will not come out looking good in it. Because that's how evil she is. And yet she's sitting here just making up stuff. Look how she's looking down at the table. Y'all, these freeze frames are epic. Only God can do this. The right moment to pause. I don't time it. I just pause. And look at this. This is clearly a sign of someone that's trying to think of something as they go along, as they speak. Trying to conjure up some sort of storyline to throw out because she's not smart enough to do this on the spot. That's why she has to pause and and take her time with this and look around the room, trying to get inspiration from whatever she sees, just to kind of throw into the melting pot. When you're incapable of telling the truth, lying is very obvious. And you don't know how to hide it because you're a bad liar. Candace, you are so bad at this. It's despicable. You're bad at this. You're bad at this. Looking at this video months later, after all of the destruction and the lying and the hell raising you have done, this makes you look even more demonic and evil. And of all things, you have to sit here and lie about some memory that you know no one will be able to even corroborate or debunk, because Charlie Kirk is not here to defend himself. And if it's only you and him in the car, then how will we verify any of this? But she would rather lie about this than to just stick to the damn script or tell the truth. You know, that's too hard for her to do. Discuss it.
And Charlie goes, is this Jay-Z? I almost made him pull over the vehicle. I was like, are you kidding me? Okay, I understand that you don't do culture, but like, come on. You don't know the difference between Jay-Z and Kanye. And he didn't. And I explained to him the difference. I was like, hey, no, you got to get into some Kanye West music. Next thing you know, Charlie's really getting into some Kanye West music. He's running 10 miles a day. He got really into running. And he's texting me about how great it is. Like there's this text, Charlie. He's like, yes, it's my new favorite song. And he just loved it. Kanye's Power kind of became our theme song for the tour. I have no idea why, but that was our hype song before we went on stage. So you can only imagine when just a couple of months later, we've been listening to Kanye's old albums on repeat. Suddenly Kanye West tweets, I love the way Candace Owens thinks. The excitement. Okay, we were certain that we had manifested it. We were 100%. We manifested this by listening to Power on repeat. Actually, I found a clip of us backstage on that day when that tweet happened. And we were doing what I used to refer to as like the Charlie dance. Here it is. I don't understand like the divinity of him tweeting that. Like,
I'm living in that 21st century. There's something meaning to it.
The era of Kanye. I can't even explain it because you really did have to be there. Charlie was my overly bright and sometimes really annoying kid brother. I was smart.
She said he picked her like an old married couple. Now he's a kid brother. Overly bright, but he wasn't smart enough to pick a good wife. You know, the Bible states that he that findeth a wife findeth a good thing. And somehow, Candace, you dumb demon, you've managed to turn Charlie Kirk's good thing into a co-conspirator of a murder. You understand attacking this widow is violating many, many of scriptures in the Bible that you still refuse to read or even touch. Candace, I dare you, take a photo of you holding the holy word of God for more than 2 seconds. Take a picture. Do a video of you actually holding the Bible and reading a scripture out of the Bible. I dare you. Go ahead, Candace. I know you're listening, you dumb heifer. Why don't you live stream yourself reading the Bible and then say a prayer? Because, you know, being able to hear demons squeal and all might be confusing to you. So go ahead. Why don't you put your hands on a Bible, read a scripture, and then pray to Jesus Christ? See how that goes. 1 minute he's a kid brother, another minute you're arguing and bickering like an old married couple, telling him how to pack a suitcase. Girl, that is nasty all the way around. You were obsessed with him and in love with him then.
Smiling, going through my chat of how many times he would text me a picture and say, does this look cool? Does this look cool? Do I look cool? This is like just a screen recording of us talking about a pair of sunglasses. He's just sending me it. I'm like, nah, that's not good. Nope, that's not. No, send. Okay, that one's okay. That'll work. And this is actually one of my favorite photos of him where he said, I can just hear him when I look at this photo. I can hear him saying, does this look cool? He was wearing a pair of Yeezys that Kanye gave him, and he looked really cool. I thought they really suited him. I was like, yeah, you look really cool, Charlie. The reverse of that obviously was him constantly hammering me on debates. I mean, Charlie was like, look, you gotta know the arguments of your opponents backward and forward. I remember I had note cards like I was in high school, just memorizing every statistic and being strengthened by, you know, just day in and day out. He was just pretending to be a protester, pretending to be a radical. And he used to always say, iron sharpens iron. And we spent so much time practicing debating and really thinking through what our ideas were. Charlie never missed a meeting that he had. He wouldn't do that. He took that very seriously. It doesn't matter what the circumstance was, even if it was a hurricane. And one day there was literally a hurricane. I think we were in North Carolina, South Carolina at the time. I don't remember, but all the flights got canceled and we needed to be in DC by morning. And Charlie looks at me. He's like, we got to rent a car. We got to drive 8 hours. Totally insane. And one of the most fun road trips I've had in my life. Every single song was sung. We were always, me and Charlie were always singing in cars. To show you, this is from that road trip. And then, of course, there was always some hip hop mixed in, Ignition, remix. You look cool, Charlie. You look cool. We really did go everywhere. I mean, all 50 states, Canada, down to the border, the United Kingdom, Israel, you name it, we were there. And there was always a new t-shirt to print out, justice for Brett Kavanaugh, sends to me. How's this one? I love it. We just loved the t-shirts. That was a thing. The Him Too one, that was controversial. That was a controversial moment. One of those character forming moments. I won't forget it because that Me Too hashtag, it just started going viral and people were emotional. And right away I was like, Me Too is awful. This is terrible for women. It's terrible for men. You know, just me being Candace saying the thing, and left and right, people were hammering me. They could, it was like, how dare you say that we need due process? We're talking about rape. And I remember he had young women at Turning Point who were threatening to quit, crying in the office. How could she not support Me Too? Young women who did quit. And then we had at the same time the YWLS conference. So the reporters who already hated us just completely, they just swooped in there and they were like, oh, do you support her statements? And I just remember just being behind Charlie and Andrew Colvett, and he just held the line. He held the line because he agreed with me and he knew it was going to be a bit of fire. People, you've got to fire her. How could she say this? And he didn't. He held the line. And it was one of those moments for Charlie. He had good character. But the prep for every one of those events, like even the Him Too event.
He only had good character when she claims that he defended her, when it benefited her. Y'all hearing this? He did the right thing when he chose her over the other female podcaster, public figure that didn't want to share the stage with her. He had good character when he came to her defense about Me Too. But yet and still, she turns around and claims that Jewish people are the reason why black people were enslaved in the United States of America. As if that would be something she would ever say if he were alive. You know, because here's the question, Candace. Why didn't you ever make that claim when Charlie Kirk was alive? To his face. And record it so we can all see how he would blast you out over that. We'll talk about George Floyd, but you accused all Jewish people of being responsible for slavery. And you wouldn't tell that to Charlie Kirk's face if he were alive on Earth. No, you wouldn't do that. You know why? Because your punk ass would not be able to handle his epic response to you on that. Unbelievable. But somehow, there are women who have been victimized, and you know what she does? She'll put the actual predator on her show and interview the predator, but then dox the victim and make it seem as if it's the victim's fault. How dare you, 14 years old, accuse a 50-year-old man of essaying you? How dare you? That's how disgusting she is. You're going to talk about that allegation from another grown man against George Farmer, Candace? Because you know Charlie Kirk had to know. You know he knew George Farmer was being accused of essaying another grown-ass man. And you said nothing about it. I wouldn't invite you to my wedding either if I were him. Of course he didn't. Why would he? Charlie Kirk found her to be repulsive. You know, he probably had to go back and apologize to people. My apologies for defending Candace Owens. She's a piece of shit. Like, you know, she's evil. She's a demon. She was jealous and possessive. I found out she was texting one of my ex-girlfriends. Broke up my relationships. Like, you know, didn't like Erica Kirk. Then lied about, you know, me liking Erica Kirk. Like, she didn't like her. She never did. She just saw her as another obstacle in the way. Candace never cared about Erica Kirk. She was always jealous of her. And the fact that she doesn't even acknowledge his wife's existence in a dedication video to him is all the proof you need that she never cared about Erica Kirk. Candace was jealous from day one. You know that she had to have done a Google search on Erica Kirk. Saw that she was Miss Arizona, that she actually is smart and pretty. Candace had already did that background search. And she did not like Erica Kirk from day one. She just saw her as a challenge. Thought she would be able to get rid of her. And then realized, oh shit, he actually fallen in love with this woman. Not going to be able to interfere and break this up. Because that's exactly what Candace had done in any other time. Interfered with that man's relationship. For the 19 months she worked for him. Admitting that you text messaged his ex for 12 months. As if he needed your help. When he was able to not only date Erica Kirk, but marry her. God, if you don't kick rocks. See, his marriage to Erica Kirk proved to Candace that she was insignificant to him. He only saw her as an employee. And when he tried to see her as someone that he considered a friend, she became possessive and obsessed and didn't know how to back off. You don't invoke yourself into his personal relationship text messaging any female that he's dating and then talk about, oh, I had to almost be a lesbian and just sit here and help him out. He didn't need your help with Erica Kirk. Funny how he didn't need her help with her. And that's probably why Candace is so angry and can't stand her, because he didn't need her help with Erica Kirk at all. I don't think he ever needed her help. She just went in this man's phone and was reading his messages because she's that damn possessive. But she got a whole boyfriend that she never talks about. Funny how you never talk about this boyfriend. What's his name, Candace? What's the boyfriend's name again? Y'all know the boyfriend's name? Because she said, oh, I had a whole boyfriend. What's his name? Candace, you never said his name. You never even talked about the boy. You're the one keeping him a secret. Anybody know his name? Because I'm curious to know who he is. I would love to do an interview with him. Tell me how bad Candace broke your heart. Go ahead. Because we all know she was scorned. She wanted to be with Charlie Kirk. And then somehow George Farmer came in with all his money. And John Mappin probably was like, you know, you need to get your mind off of Charlie Kirk and stop obsessing over him, because he's going to marry Erica Kirk and you're going to have to get the hell over it. Let me introduce you to George. She knew who that man was before she booked a flight to the UK using Charlie Kirk's credit card without his permission. I have never... It's the fact that she doesn't even talk about the boyfriend. And yet, she claims she had a boyfriend. I had a boyfriend, so I could not have been jealous. You dumbass girl. Candace, this is how moronic you are. You're already an alien chicken head from another planet, you heifer. Only your cult members will believe that you can only be jealous if you're single. The rest of us here on Earth that have a brain and common sense, we all know that you can be jealous of anybody, even if you're married to someone else. That is so irrelevant. Having a boyfriend means nothing. And you're stupid if you think that we are going to believe that. You know damn well that it is irrelevant as to whether you were in a relationship with someone when it comes to being jealous of someone else. Your cult members know what jealousy is. They accuse everybody of being jealous of you. Somehow, jealousy in the definition of the term changes when it comes to you. Hell no, not over here. Not in the Lady Luck Club. No, despite whatever Candace wants to say about being in a relationship with a boyfriend that we still don't know who he is, we can't verify if he even existed or if he's real. She was still jealous and envious of Erica Kirk and scorned because Charlie Kirk didn't marry her. She was in love with him. She wanted to be with him, and he turned her ass down on every occasion. On every level. Probably was never really attracted to her like that. And he was being nice by actually trying to befriend her. Candace, it's the fact that you're demonic and evil that makes you hideous. You're an absolute ghoul. The audacity to think that we're stupid enough to believe that you could not have been jealous because you had some fictitious boyfriend that no one knows. You could be jealous regardless, you dummy. You could be jealous even if you're married to another man. You wanted what Charlie Kirk could offer Erica Kirk, and you couldn't get it. And since you could not destroy their relationship, and he refused to let you do that, he had to kick your ass to the curb. And then you didn't even get an invite to the wedding. Go figure. But she wanted everybody to believe I wasn't jealous of them. Oh, I had a boyfriend the whole time. So what? That has nothing to do with jealousy. The definition of the word doesn't change, Candace, because you want to lie about being jealous of Erica Kirk. You're still jealous of her. You're still jealous of her. To the point where now you're defaming her and stalking her. Good grief. Candace is every bit of basic instinct type of crazy. At some point, some poor bunny rabbit. Hopefully we'll be able to get away from her. If not, man, the price that they will have to pay because of Candace Owens' dumb jealousy. Staggering. But all this helpful can talk about is somebody beheading your cat.
And it was always Kanye. Here it is.
Creativity, purity, and honesty is honesty. Being clouded by my own thoughts. Reality is catching up with me. Chasing my image, now I'm fighting for custody.
Just literally me, Charlie, and Sarah, who was his assistant at the time, just playing the hype music. Charlie and I fought a lot of battles together. I mean, of course, who could forget the infamous day that we got chased out of a Philadelphia restaurant by Antifa, and they threw water and they threw an egg on Charlie. We were just amazed at how quickly they had assembled once they found out what restaurant we were at. But I want you to watch him here, like even in this moment of shock and adversity, he finds a reason to smile, and it's incredible. Take a look at this.
Yep. What the?
That was Charlie. That was Charlie, man. That was always his main thing. Be a happy warrior. And he was a happy warrior. And we were happy warriors. And we laughed a lot at the protesters, the absurdity of the protesters always. I personally think some of the protesters liked that Charlie and I were making light fun of them. I don't even know what campus event this is, but I love this video.
Yeah, it's funny how those same people now support Candace in her tearing down Charlie Kirk. These same people, let's go back to it, because I'm glad you brought that up, Candace. These are the people that support Candace now. These people that were throwing eggs at him and never liked him are now supporting her dumb ass. You can't make this up.
To smile, and it's incredible. Take a look at this.
Yep, these are the same people that now support Candace and tearing him down and his legacy and his wife and his kids and her mother and his company. All his friends. Boy, don't be out there trying to retrace the steps of Tyler Robinson. You know, maybe one day I might go to UVU and do it myself. Candace, I dare you. Try to find them underground tunnels. Go out there and hang out with Josh Carr for a minute and him and his wife. Go find these underground tunnels. That'll be a great trip. I sure would. I have to fundraise, but I sure would. I would go straight out there to UVU and retrace the steps of Tyler Robinson, since Candace doesn't want to take her dumb ass out there. That would be a fundraiser, though. I would have to fundraise for that, yeah. But I would. If I could raise money up for the flight and hotel to go out there and do that, we'll go out there, we'll meet up with Josh Carr, his wife, and other people who were there. I sure would. Since Candace doesn't know how journalism works, I guess I have to show you better than I tell you, Candace, because you're still bad at this, you dumb demon. That'd be a great idea. Put that on the calendar to do something like that. That'd be great to do something like that around July. That would be awesome.
Was Charlie. That was Charlie, man. That was always his main thing. Be a happy warrior. And he was a happy warrior. And we were happy warriors. And we laughed a lot at the protesters, the absurdity of the protesters always. I personally think some of the protesters liked that Charlie and I were making light fun of them. I don't even know what campus event this is, but I love this video of me just playing with the protesters, sitting in front of one of their signs and Charlie speaking over my shoulder. Take a listen.
If you aren't wealthy, white, and male, Charlie Kirk is not your friend. What do you think?
Are you not my friend anymore?
Are we not friends?
Is
Is that right?
Find out.
some way to find out a sign outside of a thing, an event that we just did that you're not my friend.
Go figure.
Looking back at too many photos, I just have too many photos of Charlie. It really is incredible to see how many times he's just right behind my back. Charlie always
yeah, until he wasn't, and then he got married and moved on, and you couldn't stand it.
Had my back, and I always had his. Charlie was right by my side when I started Blexit, obviously.
And then she ran it in the ground, and TPUSA bailed her out. She ran it in the ground. It was upside down by $1.72 million.
He was also there the night that I met my husband, which was absolutely an incredible night. And in the UK, which I didn't expect to happen. I got to tell you.
You didn't expect to happen. You used his credit card to book flights to go out to the UK. John Mappin introduced her to this clown.
Actually, Charlie, ever the analytical mind, what I told him, I'm like, oh, I think I'm going to marry this guy. First, he's like, wait. Like, is this going to be good for your brand? I'm like, Charlie, this is love. This is not a brand decision. And then he sat down and he spent just one evening with George, and Charlie was just the most supportive of everything. And this is our text chain speaking about that moment. He's like, his heart is wonderful. You guys are meant for each other. I see it brilliantly and clearly. And he gets it.
Okay. We got to entertain a candy ass for a second. Let me explain something to you, Marky. Is it Marky? Why is there a space before your name and not after? Whatever. Let me explain something to you. No one thinks for me. Do you understand? No one thinks for me. My opinion is that of mine. And mine alone. That's it. You don't have to agree or like it. Only the candy asses are being brainwashed. You have no proof or evidence that Israel was trying to buy him. You're going on what Candace told you, as opposed to researching yourself. While you want to come into my chat and accuse me of not thinking for myself. The hell are you talking to? You had the right one today. Don't block him. Who you talking to? Candace don't pay my bills. I owe her nothing. And it's so funny. The candy asses are the ones saying that I should be getting $7,000 from Israel. Where's the money? You want to talk about somebody buying somebody? Funny how they don't seem to give me $7,000 though. But you are the ones, candy asses are the main ones talking about, I must obviously be getting paid. What? How is it coming to me? Is it Cash App or Zelle or a check? How am I getting this money? Send it to me. Leave me a super chat, Marky. Go ahead and leave me a super chat. Let's start the $7,000 fundraising. Because y'all want me to get that money so bad. You claim that Israel's trying to buy him out, but yet they can't send out $7,000 checks to me. Why is that? Y'all swear up and down that I'm getting $7,000 though. I haven't gotten a dime from Israel. Go and alert the prime minister that he owes me some money, I guess. Make it $70,000. That way I can go out to UVU and retrace the steps of Tyler Robinson and, be able to make that a good trip. Send me the $7,000, Marky. Because they swear we getting paid over here. And the moment I get the $7,000, I will be the first to do a whole video on that. You don't even have to tell me if I'm getting paid. I will tell you that. Don't nobody run nothing over here but God. Boy, step to me correctly in my chat. You understand me? But they want me to get $7,000 and won't leave me a super chat for $20. At least leave me $7. Since 7 seems to be the magic number. Same candy asses coming here talking, think for yourselves. Leave me a super chat. You want to sit here and come in here and say that dumb shit? Leave me a super chat. When is Israel going to send me the $7,000 check? When am I getting the money? As opposed to telling me that I've already received it. No, I didn't, but I'm waiting on it. They can pay me. You think I would turn that money away? Because I'm an independent thinker and all. No one tells me what to think or how to handle $7 grand. Someone wants to give me $7,000, I'm taking it. And I'm going to spend it. Buy some groceries and pay rent and definitely take my kids out of town. I'm going to tear that $7,000 check up and spend it all. Every bit of it. Save some, put some in the savings account. But the rest of it, yeah, I'm going to spend it and enjoy it and have a smile on my face. You see how no one tells me how to think? It does not bother me for anybody to say that I should be getting $7,000. I want it. Just give me the money. You see that? Independent thinking right there. If you listen to me even a little bit, you dumb bot, you would know that does not bother me. Challenging me to tell you how I really feel is not something you should want me to do, but I have no quarrels with doing it. Can we get an amen in the chat? Oh, I have no problem telling you exactly what my independent thoughts are. And me being a free thinker on my damn own. You know how many people would love to hear me say that I am a Republican or a Democrat? No, I'm apolitical. And I choose to stay right there. That way I can be neutral when it comes to politics. Because no one tells me which side to take. Don't ever challenge me to tell you exactly how much of an independent thinker I really am. But leave me a $70 super chat while you at it. That'll go towards that $7,000 you all want Israel to give me. Can't make this up. Sometimes you got to handle the trolls. It just has to be done. This is fun for me. I will not lose a second of sleep. Nope. I enjoy this thoroughly. Going in on the candy ass. I'm just saying. Leave me some money. You want to sit here and say Israel wants to give me $7,000? Okay. That does not hurt my feelings. Leave me a super chat. I don't know why the candy asses won't leave me a super chat. If you're going to come in here and say, have your own mindset, I'm going to show you exactly what that means. Leave me some money here. Because y'all want me to get this money so bad. I'm all for it. That's how independent thinking I am. I tell content creators, stop getting offended at that. Challenge them to give you the money. They want to accuse you of getting paid. Tell them I haven't gotten any money yet. But if you would like to send me some, I will not stop you. And guess what they do? They go away. They don't even come back in the chat. I have yet to see a candy ass actually leave me a super chat. But they accuse me of actually getting paid money. Where's the money at? Show me the money. How is this coming to me so I can expect it? I'll take a Zelle or Cash App. You can Cash App me $7,000. I mean, hell, send me a Zelle. Send me a bunch of super chats. However that comes, I'll take it. It does not hurt my feelings. They want us to have an issue with that. Chop, please. No, I don't. I have no problems with that. I want the money. And they sit here and say they was trying to buy a Charlie. How? They won't give me $7,000, but they'll buy a Charlie. That's so unfair. Jesus loves all of us equally. You mean to tell me they would be willing to buy Charlie, but they won't give me $7 grand? That's low end to me. Lady Luck Club is absolutely priceless. I am not for sale. But if they want to put $7,000 in my pocket, I will take the money and spend it. And me and my kids will go out of town to Universal Studios. I will buy lots of groceries here because they eat a lot. And I would definitely take pictures on that trip that was funded by $7,000 from Israel or whomever. Child, please. Don't dare me with a good time. You can't make this out. Don't threaten me with a good time now. Leave me a super chat if you're gonna sit here and talk about I should think on my own. Oh, okay. Are you leaving me some money or something? Or what? How is this gonna go? Now, y'all, let's get back to.
Isn't afraid of you being you, and he's been through hell, and it was Charlie was by my side the day that I got married. Of course, he was by my side. When I got married to George, then of course Charlie fell in love with Erica. That entire journey to me when I was reading through the text is so funny because it was exceptional. I was always leaning into Charlie's analytical mind and making fun of him. Like, oh, well, all we need to do is get a plan. You love Erica? Okay, what's the plan? What are we going to do? What's step one? What's step two? And the plan that I came up with instantly was all we have to do is convince her that her last name is terrible. Her last name, she's got to marry you because it's practical. Kirk is going to, Mrs. Erica Kirk sounds so much better than Miss Erica Francie. What is that last name? It's a practical decision. This is the text chain from that. Charlie and Erica Kirk, he says it's going to be the power couple of a century. I need to continue to pray about it. I said, her last name's dumb. She literally needs you to propose. It's way too complicated. He said, I'm going to tell her it sounds like a sneeze. It's horrible. And then I wrote, marry me. It's a logistics thing. That's just who we were. Always making fun and always wanting to know what the plan was. And obviously it worked, you guys. It worked. Our plan worked. We broke Erica down. First came the name shame, then came the wedding, and then came the children. Charlie really loved Erica from the time I'm reading through the text today. Just loved her. He loved his family. He really did. And I just want to say,
Wow. It took all the way until the 19-minute, 23-second mark for her to even mention Erica. The rest of this damn video is about him and her before they got married. 19 minutes in, and she finally says something about Erica and shows a photo of her and the kids, and probably had to be told, if you don't put something in there about his wife and children, this will definitely look like a scorned woman that did not get picked, because you are a scorned woman who was not selected. This is crazy as hell.
That Charlie and I, because I think this is important, never for a single minute ever did Charlie and I stop being friends.
Yes, they did.
Even when the world demanded that from both of us, our relationship was real. We were brother and sister. We were fortified. Our relationship was forged in fire, the fire of politics. I knew him. I knew Charlie, the real Charlie, and Charlie knew the real Candace. And people knew. I didn't like a lot.
Yeah, and when he knew the real Candace, he fired her ass. So if they're listen, let me tell you something. Whether they're a registered foreign lobby has nothing to do with the fact that you people keep saying that I am getting paid $7,000. Where's my money? What does that have to do with Israel giving me $7,000? I'm waiting for them to give me the money. Won't you tell them if you guys are gonna sit here and not be ready? Can y'all at least give Lady Luck Club the $7,000 we promise her? Where's the super chat, T? You gonna sit here and say all this in my chat? Leave me a super chat. I dare you. Send me $5. You and Marky. What are you tag teaming? Leave me some super chats. Y'all will leave Candace a millionaire. All the money. You give up bill money for her. Send me $5. A super chat right now. Come on, you bot. Bots don't leave super chats. Y'all know that, right? Bots don't ever leave super chats. They'll say something weird and then, change their user profile and create other profiles and start talking to each other. It's like one bot having a conversation with itself under two different usernames. But you ask them to do something more human-like, they can't do that. It's like they don't compute. Leave me a super chat. Let's see if the bots can compute that. Because it seems like Marky and T are the same person, and it's just one person having a dialogue with himself in my live stream. But won't leave a super chat. Boy, it's something else, ain't it? Nah, I just want a super chat. Did we get one? You sent me a gift. Where's the gift? Where's the gift? Oh, the bots are leaving. Oh, okay. All right. What'd I tell y'all? Did I tell y'all?
People in politics. I didn't like a lot of people calling me and doing the political dance. Of course, people guessed it correctly when they said, oh, the person who probably was the intermediary when Trump called about Brigitte was Charlie Kirk. Of course it was Charlie. They would never send anybody else to call me with anything because they knew that Charlie was a brother to me. And there was so many things that were said that were wrong, and we laughed at how wrong it was when people thought
they over there.
that when I had made up
How
my
many times you
mind
gonna keep saying
about
bye, T?
Israel, that Charlie and me fell apart.
How many times you gonna keep saying bye, T? Listen, everybody tell T bye. They want us to know that they're leaving for the 4th time. Bye. The bot wants all of us to know that it's leaving again for the 4th time in the stream. Without leaving me a super chat, even though it keeps saying that it doesn't like my voice, and still wants me to know that it's about to leave. Bye. Return to your deprogramming station where you belong. We don't care. Get your bum ass on. How many times you got to tell somebody bye? Bye. Man, all these bots are so dumb. Who does that? Who goes out their way to announce that they're leaving? Just get the hell out. You don't like it? Oh, okay, bye. This ain't my cup of tea. You don't even have to tell anybody that. Just stop responding. It's that simple. T, where's my gift? Can't make this up. Marky, where my gift at?
Heart. Nope. Never. Not for a second. I said, it's the easiest decision ever because Charlie knew who I was and I knew who he was. I said, Charlie, this is where I'm at and there's no room for movement. And you tell your whoever that needs to hear it, whatever you need to tell them, because we're always going to be brothers and sisters, you know? We're always going to be brother and sister.
Thank you, Diana.
We talk about things and debate things behind the scenes. And I think my perspective was as it's been throughout our relationship. You might not get it now, Charlie, but you will. I'm only a few years older than you, but I think you're gonna see things my way. And I think in the end, Charlie was going through a spiritual transformation. I don't think it. I know it. He was going through a lot, and there was a lot of pressure. And it's hard for me to watch the people who were pressuring him, I don't know, just say the things that they're saying. You know, there's something about it that just feels really...
Here's where it all starts, right here. This is supposed to be a dedication video to him and his legacy. And here's where it starts, with the lie and the weaponization of his assassination. Right here is where it starts. Shout out to Diana Cooper for the $2 super. Love your show. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And APAC. Let's get that information up. Shout out to Miriam. APAC doesn't have to register because it's a foreign entity. APAC stands for American Israel Public Affairs Committee. T, what was that about something being foreign and you're still an idiot? The bots, love to project how stupid they are and then tell everybody bye 5 times while it can't look up the acronym APAC. Go figure. So T, you're stupid. You're a dumb bot. Candace, your dumbass bots need to be upgraded. They are as dumb as you are, if not worse. They won't even Google acronyms, even to see if they're required to register. I love how you guys just, put the bots in their place because they're so dumb. How you doing, Cheryl? How y'all doing? How you doing, Cheryl? What's going on? Hey, Heather Rose, how you doing, honey? You all right? Thank y'all so much for holding it down. Grim says she's faking tear voice but can't make the fall. Yeah, you know, them tears was like, we're not coming out today. We're not in the mood. Candace can't cry on cue to save her life. That's why it's sometimes hard to believe that she actually gave birth, because that would require for her to feel something. Pain, emotions, sadness, happiness, anything. She doesn't have a soul. Good grief. Shout out to you. Angie says, I'm a researcher and a skeptic. I rarely believe anything I can't find proof for. Exactly. But this is what the bots do. They come in and they say dumb things. And then, you know, throw a tantrum and they call you, you know, try to say everybody else is an idiot when they really are. And then when you don't sit here and conform to them, they forget they're not in Candace's pre-recorded video. No, welcome to the Lady Luck Club, where I don't play that shit. This is not Candace's YouTube channel. This is mine. You have people that'll look up something in a hot minute over here. Fantastic lucksters and mods that keep it running and keep it flowing. We don't need to do misinformation in line when you can just Google and have the correct information. Whether you agree or like Charlie Kirk or TPUSA or not, you don't have to. No one's forcing you. But why come in here and talk about AIPAC and Israel and all this other stuff and how I'm getting $7,000 that I'm still not getting and I'm waiting for it? Like, why even go through all of that? It's stupid. Child, please. That's how you know these dumb bots have nothing else to do. Is she? Oh, Lord have mercy. Candace, you getting pregnant is not going to change anything when it comes to these lawsuits. You just want to be able to blame everything on the baby. And the judge is not going to be cool with that. The judge probably is going to be disgusted. Stop blaming everything on your pregnancy. You're just an idiot. Ma'am. Oh, man. Y'all. I can't believe this girl had a kid. Ah, child. Now she's about to have a fifth one. Ugh.
Fake. Feels really fake to me. And
This
they
supposed
would
to be a
have allowed
dedication by
him
him.
to lose and wanted him to lose everything
Fake crime.
for changing or even slightly modifying an opinion. And then to see them
Fake
doing
crime.
what they're doing today, it's hurtful to me. It's very hurtful to me.
This isn't about you, you dumb narcissist. And if you're going to do a dedication video like this, why do you need this damn laptop? Why do you have this laptop? If this is a dedication video, you're speaking from the heart and candid. You don't need a laptop or a script. You're trying to fake cry. Is it in the script where it says, here's the point where you now start crying? In parentheses, it's got to be shed tears as a part of the script. And she's trying so hard and she can't stop looking at the script because then she'll forget what to say. But she has to now think of something to make her actually cry. Because she's a demon. Candace, think about how hot hell is and you lifting up your eyes in hell. Maybe that'll help you shed a tear too.
But I don't want today to be about anything other than you guys knowing that Charlie really was an amazing person. You know, he was like, we were really close. And
this is so cringe.
He was my best friend and my brother. And I will never unsee the footage of what I saw, the violence of it.
Yeah, no, she's just going to show it again and again and again and again on her show. And somehow YouTube will allow that bullshit to be shown. And then she's going to watch it in private in multiple angles repeatedly. Plus, she's going to show the video of the SUV where you bled out in multiple episodes as well. Yeah, no, she's going to just harper on that. Not just see it once. She will never unsee it because she will continue to watch it. because she's a demon. Come on, you bride of Chucky.
I pray for the people who
No
took
tears.
any pleasure in that. I would never, there's not a single person in the world
No tears.
that I would wish that on. And least
not
of all,
crying.
someone with a heart like Charlie's. He loved his family, he loved his wife, he loved his country. And he didn't deserve that ending. You know, he's really young. But I know that
She
we will
had to
carry the
squeeze
torch.
that one tear.
I will never allow the memory of Charlie to be forgotten, obviously, because
No, she's just going to destroy it. She's going to taint it, destroy it, lie on it, and then use it to funnel in $50 to $60 million. Plus, somehow still maintain sponsors. What the hell are they doing? Hidden Valley Ranch should be ashamed of themselves. You're still helping her with moo cows and meat. And yet you know she's weaponizing the death of someone. Making his widow a target even the more. Tried to dictate how she should grieve. And the length of time. As if she gets to control that when she doesn't. And the sponsors are cool with this. They're like, yeah, we'll keep giving you money for all this bullshit you're doing. Your shenanigans are keeping us wealthy. Never mind, it's at the expense of an innocent woman being stalked. Candace commits a felony, they don't care. She causes her to catch more death threats and kidnapping threats, not just against Erica Kirk, but the two children. And the sponsors are cool with that as well. YouTube certainly does nothing about any of this because they allow all her bullshit videos to stay posted up and monetized. While this girl just had to struggle out one tear, lying like hell is hot.
there is no Candace without Charlie. You know, we came up in politics together. And so I don't know what else to say, guys, other than I'm in a lot of pain right now. And I love you, Charlie, and I'll see you when I'll see you. I love you very much. Thank you, guys.
Girl, you are pathetic. You know what she did after that? Let me wipe this one tear. All right. Who wants a sandwich? Disgusting. Disgusting. Let me wipe this off while we fade to black.
I love you very much. Thank you, guys.
All she did is just wipe that tear off. That's our hand, go towards her face, and that's it. Just sullied his memory. Now his wife got death threats and kidnapping threats. Candace, you're the worst. So here up next, we have an interview. Shout out to Jay Witt. That is now uploaded and posted to the members only channel that Candace Owens did with Charlie Kirk with PragerU. Before we get into this, thank y'all so much for tuning in for our marathon today. We're going to be ending this at 8 o'clock. So this might be the last video we get in. It is a little bit over an hour long. Yeah, it's an hour long. So this might be the last one we get in. We'll see what the timing is. But I don't think I've seen this. So this will be my first time watching. All right. So I will not be pausing and stopping as much because for me, first time listening and watching, I want to be able to actually hear and see what's being said here and kind of gauge the conversation and then give my commentary at the end. Shout out to all of you all tuning in. Hit that like button. Don't forget at the end of the live stream to hype this up. And you guys make sure you go on the other videos and hit the hype button. Hit the hype button so those videos will stay up there in that algorithm. hype those videos up for me. That would be an absolute blessing. And I appreciate you all so much for that. Let's see, we got in a few more supers. Oh my goodness. Oh, let's see here. Did we get in the March on sent another $5 super? That Russian cookie interviewer has got to be kidding. Candace hates everyone. She has even said as much openly and without hesitation. Exactly. We have the thumbnail. We snipped it of Candace saying, I hate everyone. So if anything, Candace is the one that's full of hate, double hate, loathe entirely, and more hate. She's the only one that sits here and expresses how much she hates another human being. Because she's a demon. A retarded one. Can make this up. Shout out to you for the 5. March on with the $10 super. March on has got to be the sponsor of the stream today, you all. You're a rock star. Thank you so much, March on, for the $10 super. I finally retired from my job of 30 years. Now I can be a full-time grandpapa. Oh, my granddaughter has to help me navigate the YouTubes. I wanted to celebrate with y'all. P.S. Candace Steaks. Thank you so much. Oh. That is absolutely adorable. And enjoy your time with your granddaughter. Thank you for hanging out with us. I'm honored. I appreciate that. And I'm sure it is an absolute blessing to be retired. Oh, man. One of my godmothers was able to retire from being a federal judge. She retired last year. So I'm sure retirement is a whole new phase of life that should be embraced. Embrace it. You no longer have to get up and go work for anyone. Get to do what you want to do. You want to hang out or work in the garden. Do a whole nother profession. You can do that. God bless it. Thank you for hanging out with us. And thank you for the $10 super. And we got Diana with the $2 super. Love your show. We love you too, honey. I appreciate this so much, you all. Y'all ready to get into this interview? Thank you all so much for hanging out with me in our marathon. As always, if y'all need to go get something to eat, something to drink, all the Luxes, Mars, everybody, if y'all need to go get a break in, by all means, we'll always be here for the replay. All right, let's get to this interview, you all. It's my first time seeing this. This is the interview with Charlie Kirk. I guess she's interviewing him.
Symbiotic nature, so he would be good to talk about that, like the symbiotic nature of man and woman. Are you guys ready? Yeah. All right. Hey, everybody. Welcome to a brand new episode. Today, I am super excited to be speaking with the man, the myth, the legend, Charlie Kirk. Welcome to the show.
Hello, Candace. I love this.
Do you love this?
Congratulations, first of all. This is amazing.
This is like my own little cave.
Yes, the cave of freedom.
Yes, the cave of freedom.
Oh,
we have so much to unpack. People were super excited to write in questions. I basically posted on Instagram, if there is anything that you've ever wanted to ask Charlie Kirk and Candace Owens, what would it be? And I got over 22,000 responses.
Wow. It was like an AMA in real time.
Yeah, it was insane. And my favorite, by the way,
here it comes.
My favorite question that I got was, who is Charlie Kirk?
Well, so you know what? I'm going to take that in the more metaphorical way. Like, tell me the soul of Charlie. I'm going to pretend like they didn't know who I was. Right, so just for self-confidence purposes, tell me who the real Charlie Kirk is now.
It's a good place to start though, because a lot of people don't know how you ended up here. People were asking me where you went to undergrad. And I said, wow, people don't actually know.
I went to Prager University,
Prager
actually.
University.
That's where I went. The best school. Well, first of all, what a treat it is to be here. Awesome. And you're doing amazing as always. So who am I? I'm from Chicago. I'm 25 years old, luckiest 25-year-old, I think, in the country. Started Turning Point USA when I was 18.
Why?
I felt like we were losing our country. And I still feel like in some way we are. I think we've made some good changes over the last couple of years. And I saw in my local community, my high school, students that would be inherently conservative, something similar to kind of what we always talk about, but they would never use that word. They believed in hard work. They believed in the country, but they would also just all of a sudden automatically identify as liberals.
Right.
And as people on the left. And that bothered me. And I was always a more conservative, patriotic, unusual high school kid, I guess you could say, that would read every historical political book possible and, have, debates and dialogue with my teachers. Of course, Charlie would be debating with his high school teachers, is what all my friends would say. Anyway, started this. I had no money, no experience, no connections, and no idea what I was doing, but took a little risk in June of 2012. And here we are now. And, you and I have been working now for what? Together a year and a couple months.
That's
and
right.
It's just been amazing. And you've contributed tremendously and greatly from taking Turning Point from one level to just an exponential level higher. And
Well, let's actually take it back, because there
Sure.
could be people that are watching this that actually don't know what Turning Point USA is.
Oh, wow.
And I
Okay.
think it's really important that,
Sure.
that we explain what it is that Turning Point does and why it's necessary right now in this country, especially as we're talking about launching, as we have Turning Point UK.
Yes. So for those that don't know, Turning Point USA, we're a nationwide student activist movement present on 1,400 high school and college campuses across the country. In short, the mission statement is to educate, empower, and organize students around three really big ideas: that America is the greatest country ever to exist, that the Constitution is the greatest political document ever written, and free enterprise capitalism is the most moral, proven, and effective economic system ever discovered. Those are the three really overarching themes. And even more simply, we believe that we're in the midst of a culture war. This is something that Prager University and yourself and Dennis, we all agree that the stakes could not be higher of these ideas and the consequence of whether people believe in them or not. Because if we have an identity crisis as a country and we can no longer agree that we live in a great country, that country will cease to exist.
Well, here's what's interesting. So everything that you just said, empowering, educating students, doesn't really sound that controversial. If I Google Charlie Kirk and I get hits back, you sound pretty controversial.
Yes.
Right? I've seen articles saying that you support white supremacy. You're not doing a good job, by the way. Hiring me was probably
Can
not.
you vouch that I'm not a white? Can we put it on the record,
I'll
Candace?
just say you're not doing a good job.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
You're sucking at it really badly. Okay. So it says that you support Nazis, that your group, and especially with this launch and moving overseas,
Yes.
that you're bringing this darkness to Europe. So why is that the interpretation? If what you're looking to do is talk about conservative principles, it
Sure.
shouldn't be that
Well,
complicated.
it's intentional demagoguery by the left. Instead of trying to have discussion or debate or dialogue and say Charlie is incorrect about these things, it's much easier to defame people.
Right.
Because look, there's an understandable amount of fear in America over the last 50, 60 years of radical voices. I'm not trying to dismiss that. Like there's actual people that should be dismissed, such as David Duke. Like there's bad people out there. But it's easier for the left to be able to say Charlie's a bad person than Charlie is incorrect.
Right.
And unfortunately, there's an entire political party built around this. There's an entire part of the American political discourse that is built around this entire viewpoint, which is to defame, demagogue, and discredit instead of disprove.
Right.
And that's such a sad indictment of our country, isn't it? Because it wouldn't be that like, oh, Charlie is mistaken on free market economics as of why. Instead, it's you're a terrible person, you're this and you're that. And
the idea is to not allow people like you and I to even get to the campuses.
Exactly.
And the truth is, it's because they know that if people hear us, they might agree.
How many times, Candace, and for your audience to know, Candace serves communication director of Turning Point USA, came on our team in November and has just been so amazing and so instrumental in so many different ways. And we've done how many campus events? Countless events and campus events together. And how many times, Candace, did we go on campus and there was that student that said, I'll never forget it. So they always say the same thing one way or the other. You're a lot different than I was told you were going to be.
Right. I mean, so they'll show up and they've got, the Black Lives Matter protesters seated
At UCLA, for example.
Yeah, seated in the front row, arms crossed. And then you've got your Antifa people that are planning some weird event. And there's people that are just all over trying to disrupt. And they come with an idea. I don't know what they're expecting for us to get on stage and say white power and to salute Nazis and to do something terrible. And then they hear us speak. And my whole thing is, hey, if you're Black, I believe in you. Yes. We can do it without government handouts. This is why we need to embrace conservative principles. This is how liberal principles and policies have failed us in the past 6 years. I believe in you. We can do this as a community. And their faces over time are just like, why did I hate this person?
That's right. My favorite moment is because some students are programmed, almost rehearsed by their professors to hate us. And so they come in, and as UCLA, I'll never forget this. Candace, you said, I believe in you as a group of Black students. I believe in you. I think you can succeed without government. I think you can all be rich and wealthy. And one of the students essentially got up to the microphone and was like, stop believing in me. Essentially, no, I'm actually like trying to make your life better. Like, no, stop it. I want to be a victim.
Right.
The absurdity of resistance, of empowerment
The left has done a number on confidence, and that's what I say in the Black community. The worst thing that they've done to the Black community is they stripped away our sense of self-confidence.
Yes.
And there was a sense of self-confidence. You know, I speak about my grandfather all the time, growing up on a sharecropping farm, and he did it, man. Like, he did it from start to finish. He grew up in a segregated South.
Your PragerU video.
You didn't see your grandfather on a sharecropping farm. You weren't alive. What are you talking about? The fact that she felt the need to lie about her family background is astounding. Her cousin has already debunked her about her lying about being put out of the house at age 14 years old. Her cousin had to debunk that. I don't know where Candace got that from. You know, her mom, my aunt made sure that her and her 3 girls, you know, were on the up and up. Her cousin debunked her on that. Your grandfather on a sharecropping farm and all that. What do you mean? I wish he would have asked her that. Like, wait a minute. What do you mean you saw your grandfather on the which sharecropping farm? Where? I wonder how she would have responded to that. And then she spent so much time trying to overtalk him. It's almost as if Candace is in competition with him. That's what I'm getting out of this so far. Like the energy she gives off, it's like she's being overly competitive. Well, you know, I can't be like him. Let me try to measure up and match him. She's not offering anything vital or crucial to this conversation. All she's doing is she's either interrupting, over talking, or she's making statements that she can't support with any evidence. She's trying to speak on behalf of all Black people, like the audacity. And yet, what has she done for any Black community? Because she used Blexit like a personal bank account. She spent more money in security than she did doing something for any Black community. We went over the tax filings for Blexit. I don't recall seeing any expenses poured into any Black community at all. I want to see video footage of Candace going into a Black community and helping the people in that community with anything. Providing money to get books and supplies and education for a school. I pick it. I want to see evidence that she actually contributed something positive to the Black community. This heifer weaponized this so-called Black struggle that she thinks she went through, talking about sharecropper farms and things she never witnessed, lying about her background so that she can get sympathy. And for what? Now it's how I'm embarrassed to say that I ever even supported Trump, and I never ever agreed with these people that are conservatives, that are MAGA supporters. She don't know what the hell she wants. And here, right here, you can hear this. The way she's carrying herself and conducting this whole interview. Like, you're either going to shut up and let him talk or not. What the hell? Candace is rude.
Talked about
Right.
yes.
He never talked about racism. He never said I can't do something because I'm Black. He never said that society was stopping him. He just kept his head down and he worked his entire life, and he had conservative principles. He married my grandmother. He stayed married to her until her dying day in 2013. And that was the example that I had in my life. And now we have these kids who have lived through nothing.
No, they have no adversity whatsoever.
They can't do anything. Of course not. My skin's Black. I'm a woman. I'm gay. I'm lesbian. I'm trans. I can't do anything in this society. And the left.
But yeah, she blames all of slavery of Black people on Jewish people now. All of a sudden, Ben Shapiro is racist. But he hired her. You can't make this up. Candace didn't do anything for any Black community. And the leaders of BLM, at some point, they would have got caught up for spending money they shouldn't have been spending and end up in jail either way. They broke the law. But for her to sit here and harper in on this as if somehow she came and reached out to the black community. You know, and they tell us that in the black community all the time. They who? Tell us what? Funny how I still have my independent thought. Candace has nothing to do with this. Child, please. What the hell is wrong with this girl?
Has programmed them with all of these excuses, and it's actually those excuses that are cancerous to their progress.
That's right. And for the audience to understand this, Candace has been the most effective voice at challenging the victimhood narrative, because the way, unfortunately, the pyramid exists, I, as a white Christian male that's straight and grew up in the suburbs of Chicago, I'm not allowed to talk about this stuff. I mean, obviously I am, but they don't take it seriously. But as a black female who used to be a liberal that grew up in poverty and went through a tremendous amount of adversity in your life, all of a sudden they can't discredit you.
Right.
And when they do, they look like Looney Tunes.
Right.
And you're
they are Looney Tunes.
No, that's exactly right. You know, I get to And I'm being very nice by the term.
I mean, you know what's so crazy? He doesn't even like he was fooled into believing that she went through some level of adversity. Y'all hear what he just said? All the stuff that she told him was never vetted. We still haven't seen evidence that Candace attended a college, let alone dropped out in the third year. And then she lies and says that she returned to school and went and obtained 2 degrees, neither of which have been shown or proven. If she lied on Russell Brand's interview, on Russell Brand's show, in that interview about being put out of the house at 14 and had to live with a boyfriend for 6 months, of course she lied to Charlie Kirk about her background. And unfortunately, he believed it, because, I mean, how you vet it? How do you say, no, you're lying? That's not your background. That's not your upbringing. Most people are just going to naturally give you the benefit of the doubt if you say, yeah, I grew up in this area, blah, blah, blah. My parents, had to work hard every day. We didn't come from money. We struggled. They lived check to check. I mean, most people aren't going to just come out the gate and say, you're lying, unless they know you. But when someone did come out and debunk her cousin, why didn't that interview get a lot of traction? Her cousin debunked her. Candace's own cousin debunked her about her being put out of the house at 14, forced to go live with some boyfriend for 6 months. And said, I don't know where she got that from. So someone who knows her upbringing and background, actually came out and debunked her. And what's unfortunate is that cousin, that interview, should have a lot more views. And so that people can see you had someone that actually was willing to come out and debunk your behind. And unfortunately, you started out lying to Charlie Kirk about your upbringing. And you didn't even go through half of this crap you told him. Because had he been able to talk to the cousin would have been able to debunk her and say, none of that is true. Because that's exactly what happened. I really wish he would have been able to talk to some of her relatives.
Christian male that's straight and grew up in the suburbs of Chicago, I'm not allowed to talk about this stuff. I mean, obviously I am, but they don't take it seriously. But as a black female who used to be a liberal that grew up in poverty and went through a tremendous amount of adversity in your life, all of a sudden they can't discredit you.
Right.
And when they do, they look like Looney Tunes.
Right.
And you're
they are Looney Tunes.
No, that's exactly right. And I'm being very nice by the term Looney Tune, by the way. I'm watching you, Democrat Socialists of America, doing your opposition research. I'm watching you. But you're so effective at it, because if they dare challenge you and they come on a college campus and they say, Candace, I'm super oppressed. You could basically say, okay, if we want to have the oppression Olympics,
I'm going to win.
I'm going to win. Gold medal, triathlete.
Don't do it.
You are the Jesse Owens of oppression Olympics,
yes,
right? The Candace
related
Owens,
to him, by the way.
There you go.
Yes, I am. And I'm telling you, they don't want to play that game with
No.
me. And so, but the media then tries to effectively combat that by just...
She said she related to Jesse Owens. Did she just say that? No reply. Did you hear that? What no reply? Did you hear that? She says she is related to Jesse Owens, Olympic gold medal winner. Did y'all hear that? Oh my God.
But you're so effective at it because if they dare challenge you and they come on a college campus and they say, Candace, I'm super oppressed. You could basically say, okay, if we want to have the oppression Olympics,
I'm going to win.
I'm going to win. Gold medal,
Don't do
triathlete.
Don't do it.
You're the Jesse Owens of oppression Olympics,
Yes,
right? Being Candace
related
Owens.
to him, by
right?
the way.
There you go.
Yes, I am.
She said related to him, by the way. Did y'all know that? She said related to him, by the way. Did y'all know that? What the hell? Candace, are you related to Jesse Owens? Girl, you gonna make people have to look that up and prove you to be a liar.
The oppression Olympics.
I'm going to win.
I'm going to win. Gold medal,
Don't do
triathlete.
it. Don't do it.
You're the Jesse Owens of oppression Olympics,
Yes,
right? Being Candace
related
Owens.
to him, by the way.
There you go.
Related to him, by the way. She said it. She literally said related to him, by the way. Google says, oh my God. Google says Candace Owens and the Olympic track field legend Jesse Owens are not related. Candace, you lied like hell. Candace lied like hell. She just said I'm related to him, by the way. Candace, are you serious? I hope he did not take her serious in this. Candace, you really lied like hell in this.
The oppression Olympics.
I'm going to win.
I'm going to win.
I'm
Gold
gonna
medal,
win. Don't do
triathlete.
it. Don't do it.
You're the Jesse Owens of oppression Olympics,
Yes,
right? Being Candace
related
Owens.
to him, by
right?
the way.
There you go.
Yes, I am, and I'm telling you, they don't want to play that game with
No.
me. And so, but they
and you said yes, I am, and confirmed it. And yet somehow you couldn't reach out to Jesse Owens. Oh, this dumb liar. You couldn't reach out to Jesse Owens and say, hey man, I got one more year of college to go. I'm somewhere here on a college campus. I've told everyone University of Rhode Island, between you and I'm at home. But I have to drop out because I don't have any money. I don't know if you know, I grew up in poverty and stuff. Can you send me some money to help me finish out school? Candace. Oh, God. It's like Umar saying he's related to Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey. She is the female version of Umar Johnson. No lie. No cap. I had cereal. No milk. With the can. No milk. Candace, oh, you liar. You just said you were related to Jesse Owens. Oh, this is such a dumbass lie. And then double down on it. Cereal. No milk. You can't. Boy, this is mind-boggling. This is mind-boggling. She is female version of Umar Johnson. Candace said that she is related to Jesse Owens. And Umar Johnson lies about being related to Frederick Douglass. And Frederick Douglass's descendants have told him time and time again, stop lying and saying that you're related to us. You are not. We have genetic testing to prove it. And he still does it. Because they think they get to say and do whatever they want without penalty. She lies with impunity. This heifer, female version of Umar Johnson, literally just lied and said she's related to Jesse Owens and then doubled down on it. I had cereal, no milk, jam, no jelly, no toast, no bread. Oh, God, Candace, you are pathetic.
media then tries to effectively combat that by just
Oh my
smearing me so they
God.
won't even get in the room to hear me, because
That's
they
right.
might, if they come hear Candace Owens speak, have the audacity to believe in themselves when they walk out of the room.
Right. And imagine if we had a country where more people thought they could do it and someone doesn't have to do it for them.
Right.
And isn't that what has made America the most resilient country ever? That's how we've been able to incorporate people from all over the world, all different backgrounds, all different religious persuasions. And as Dennis Prager always says, we are the least racist, multiracial country ever to exist. And it's kind of that ethic and that ethos that you have self-reliance, that you have resilience through adversity. You're not going to blame somebody else for your problems.
Right.
The universities are teaching the exact opposite.
Right. I want to talk to you about, you touched upon your faith in a little
Yes.
bit. And I think that that's something that we talk about a lot. And can you just explain to the audience how you see God in all of this?
Yes.
And how it's touched your personal life and driven some of your conservative
Thank you
beliefs?
for asking. So I'm an evangelical Christian. So what does that mean? Ooh, people, whoa, people get freaked out when they hear that. Like, oh, I liked them up until now. I could see the YouTube comments. They sign up. Like at 17:14, you lost me there, Charlie. I get that all the time. So what's an evangelical Christian? Okay, first and foremost, we believe in a God. Okay, maybe people can agree with that.
Just signing off now.
Right, now they're all gone, right? You believe in the voodoo man. Okay, so we believe in a God that is ubiquitous, that is omniscient and all powerful. What does that mean? That means God is everywhere. God is all knowing. God is all powerful. God created us to be today. That we as human beings are actually first and foremost spiritual beings. Our chemistry is all just made by God, but we are actually spirits. I believe in a God. I believe in the Bible. I believe it's the greatest book ever to exist. 5,000 years of history, over 34 authors, 66 books. And then I believe God came in human form. And this is why I'm a Christian, evangelical Christian, that God came down as a gift for us broken humans to be able to accept this gift and his son, Jesus Christ. And that is, as talked about in the Bible, it created the Trinity. That God is the same God, but think of it as the analogy I use. Think of it as water. So water can be liquid form, water can be in our air, and water can be an ice cube. That's God, the Father, and the Holy Spirit. Same God, three different parts. And so Jesus Christ was God in human flesh, who first and foremost taught us how to live, but secondly and most importantly, he was a gift to us, that if we accept him as our Lord and Savior, then we can have eternal life, and we are actually reborn, that something happens to your spirit, and that you go through a process where you become actually a different person. I know this might sound so bizarre and so weird for people to hear, but I've seen it happen in my own life and for other people. And so why does all this matter? And what we're talking about, we have to realize that there's something bigger than ourselves.
Right.
And I believe, and I see it, that people that are born again Christians or people like Dennis Prager that are Bible believing, Torah observing, Jews, they approach life in a much different way that maybe my opinion and what I do is not the most important thing in the world. Maybe I want to do good, not just feel good.
Right.
And so anyway, that's a short version of what I believe and why I believe it. And some people disagree vehemently with it, but that's what makes, discourse so much fun.
Right.
So.
I think that there's something that you and I have touched upon privately and publicly at times. And it's about, you say, we're all on this quest for some form of spiritualism. I think in our truest form, we do believe that there is something bigger than us. It's the reason why I check my horoscope, right? If you say someone's going to read your palm, like you go, you don't really know if that person can read your palm.
Search for meaning,
but there's
right?
a search for meaning that we all we're interested in that.
Yes.
And yet when you say this might be weird, you kept saying that, right? This might be weird. Some of you guys watching, you're doing that because right now, the public discourse, you're not allowed to talk about God.
And so I'm
I'm
actually, you're right. And so to kind of, the left has been so militant. I have to always preface this because I'm afraid I'm going to get deplatformed or discredited by saying these things.
I mean, isn't that, think about how
I shouldn't even have to say that.
You shouldn't have to say that.
Yes.
You should be able to openly talk about God, but we've gotten to this place in society when you got The View and Joy Behar, who is mocking Jesus Christ, laughing at Jesus Christ, making fun of Mike Pence for being faithful to his wife.
Faithful to his wife
and believing in something other than what? Government.
Yeah, but
right?
Exactly.
Government.
And this is so important too.
Celebrities as the gods, right?
The philosopher kings of our times are,
right.
The people, the gatekeepers of Hollywood.
The idolatry that takes place in Hollywood is a sin.
It really is. And so the two things, the atheist left, which is I repeat myself, because most people on the left are atheists.
They are.
Because they turn government into their God. They turn government into their church. We've talked about this a lot. But the idea that man is nothing more than a composition of particles and chemicals, that's only about 100 years old. That's formed from Darwinism. The idea through all the Eastern religions or all the, Judeo-Christian, that we're actually spiritual beings first, composed in just physical matter, that's thousands of years old.
Right.
And so the left, they make it seem as if it's very progressive, that, we're just nothing more than the particles. I totally reject that. How many times, Candace, have we in our journey said that this is a God thing?
100%. God has had my back throughout this journey, and people always ask me, and actually one of the questions that somebody wrote in is like, Candace, do you believe in God? Are you a God-loving Christian? And the truth is, when I was a kid, my grandfather raised me to be extremely Christian. We had to wake up every day and read the Bible. And I resented that because it was so not cool when you went off to school. In public, you don't teach it. When you basically, secularism is all about making sure that you dismiss God from the conversation. It's no longer in school. It's no longer on TV. It's no longer cultural anymore. So you feel weird about it. When
Imagine asking someone, do you believe in God? And then this is the response that you get. I resented my grandfather for making me read the Bible all the time, because it was not so cool in school and you got picked on and blah, blah, blah. Are you kidding? We had gospel choirs in my school before, I believe they call it Glee Club now. When I was in school, you were in the school choir. We sung it out. We didn't, like, what in the world? You were able to say your, grace and pray and all that good stuff. So why is it that she's not trying to make it seem like, oh, you were mocked if you believed in God? You were bullied. You know how many schools across the country have kids where they actually have Bible study in groups, theology, seminars? What? So funny how her cousin came out and debunked most of this stuff that Candace has lied about all these years.
Into their church. We've talked about this a lot, but the idea that man is nothing more than a composition of particles and chemicals, that's only about 100 years old. That's formed from Darwinism. The idea through all the Eastern religions or all the, Judeo-Christian, that we're actually spiritual beings first, composed in just physical matter, that's thousands of years old.
Right.
And so the left, they make it seem as if it's very progressive, that, we're just nothing more than the particles. I totally reject that. How many times, Candace, have we in our journey said that this is a God thing?
100%. God has had my back throughout this journey, and people always ask me, and actually one of the questions that somebody wrote in is like, Candace, do you believe in God? Are you a God-loving Christian? And the truth is, when I was a kid, my grandfather raised me to be extremely Christian. We had to wake up every day and read the Bible.
It's a yes or no. It's not based on whether someone raised you to be a certain way, because at some point you're held accountable for your actions and your decisions when it comes to your spirituality and your relationship with Jesus Christ. You will be judged on Judgment Day based on your decisions you made. Your grandfather will not be able to come in and defend you. You will stand alone before God. So it's yes or no. My grandmother raised me and taught me how to pray, encouraged me to read the Bible, and helped me to understand that being a Christian is about having a personal relationship with Jesus Christ. If someone asks me, are you a Christian? And do you love the Lord and fear the Lord? Yes. My answer is not, well, my grandmother raised me to be that way, so whatever. What do you mean? Yes or no? Imagine if your grandfather had not taken you to church. Would you be a God-loving Christian? Good grief. It's all it is right here. It was so easy to see that she was just doing this to get, let me just get a step up beyond where I am financially and to get as many followers as I can. We got 22,000 people that sent us questions. And yet, when she's asked one of the most pivotal questions about her Christianity and her faith, she sits here and talks about how her grandfather taught them and almost made them read the Bible and go to church. Your Christianity has nothing to do with what your grandfather had you do when it came to going to church. Either you have a relationship with God or you don't. It's that simple. Why is she having a hard time answering this, you say? Because Candace really never had a relationship with God. Doesn't seem like she even cared. She went through this whole phase on the backs of what her grandfather made her do. Not based on, no, I accepted Jesus Christ into my life, and I wanted to build a personal relationship with God for myself. Now, it's all, what my grandfather made me do it.
And I resented that because it was so not cool when you went off to school and public.
Sure.
You don't teach it.
Resented it.
Basically, secularism is all about making sure that you dismiss God from the conversation. It's no longer in school. It's no longer on TV. It's no longer cultural anymore. So you feel weird about it when it's taught in your home. The further that I got away from God, the more liberal that I became, the more miserable my life became, the more mistakes that I made. And I talk about that dark period of my life from about 16 years old.
But she still talks about how she hates people and how someone should hate Kash Patel. Christians don't sit here and find people to hate. I have never said I hate Candace Owens. No. That's not your desire. It's to walk around hating people. Candace Owens has literally said, I hate everyone. And I snipped it. Words and all. Candace has literally said she should hate Kash Patel. She encourages people to hate other people. And when she's asked if she's a God-loving Christian, she's talking about how she resented her grandfather for making her go to church. Yeah, okay.
Till 22, really. But I was a liberal. There's something synonymous about this atheism and liberalism, and it turns you into a horrible, corrupt person. And then I found conservatism, and I was naturally drawn back into God. And now I read the scriptures every night before I go to bed.
So conservatism is the reason why you were drawn back to God, not because God changed your life and you wanted to be closer to God. Somehow politics sparked it. What do you mean? God doesn't care about our politics. Let me be clear on this. God does not care about our politics. He doesn't care. Not one scripture in the Bible will you find anything about a Democrat versus Republican. On Judgment Day, he will not be asking you who you voted for. It's the only way to get up here. You got to tell me who you voted for. Did you vote for was it a Democrat or Republican? Or was it independent? Let me think about that. Hey, Peter, what do we do for independence? What if they were Green Tea Party? God doesn't care about that. You can sit here and claim to be the most staunchest conservative all day. If you have hate in your heart and you're sinning against God, you might just lift up your eyes in hell. You can't make this up.
And I'm closer with my grandfather and having conversations with him. So
can I ask you a question, Candace?
No, it's my podcast.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm kidding.
I'm sorry. Father, forgive me for I have sinned. So I let me rephrase that. Okay. So being on the left and the right, you could talk from authority here. Who's happier, conservatives or liberals?
Without question, conservatives. I was miserable when I was a liberal. I was miserable, pretending to be happy. And you see that when you talk about when I see on Twitter, right, Chelsea Handler just screaming at Trump every single day.
Those are not happy people.
They're miserable. Think about it. She has no family, right? She has no children. They don't. And you're right. It's atheism. You have no purpose in life, right? So your purpose becomes about pretending that somebody else is the reason for all your anger, when in reality you're angry and you're bitter because your life is unfulfilled.
Right. And Dennis is so spot on about this, where he says, you ask an atheist who hope you're wrong. And any atheist who hopes you're correct, that there's no God, you'll never see your loved ones again. I would never want to live that life.
Right.
That's so sad. And I think what's happening in America is there's an existential spiritual crisis happening, where our universities, our culture, are programming students to glorify themselves. And it matters how my feelings are more important than facts, right? Like how I feel is much more important than what might be true. But when you believe there's a God, you might say, there's some things I might not understand.
Right.
That there's complexity to all this. And Candace, your testimony of, I was in an unhappy, use your word, miserable place. And you're back to the scriptures. What I find about, and it's amazing because I hear this story over and over again. And the grace of God and the forgiveness and the path he leads us is real. And for anyone watching this, I encourage you, just take time to read the Bible and to pray and meditate. It doesn't have to be, you don't have to, it doesn't have to be 5 hours and go to a church. That might intimidate people. I understand that. But there's something so special about the Bible because it is the most banned book, the most burned book, the most banished book ever to exist. But it's also the most read book, the most translated book, the most powerful book ever. There's something special in those pages.
Right.
And it almost like brings me to emotion to talk about
Right.
it because our students are not being taught this. And in the scriptures, you will find so much depth of knowledge, so much wisdom. And in my own opinion, the most important person ever to exist. And instead, students will be pushed horrible cultural icons and bad political philosophy of the Communist Manifesto and all these books that talk about atheism instead of a book that really built Western civilization and defended these ideas. And honestly, will lead to more fulfilling, happier people.
I do believe that. And I to people that are listening and watching this, is just to ask yourself a very simple question, which is, are you happy? And it's a question
Yes.
that only you can answer. And you can only answer that honestly to yourself. And if the answer is no, my answer was no years ago. It was
Wow.
absolutely, I am not a happy person. I don't feel like I'm treating people kindly. And it could be very much that your distance from God and your acceptance of this
Wow.
of this world viewpoint where there is no order, there is no structure, and it's all for naught could be the source of your misery. And that's a private question you can answer for yourself. But
That's
I can
such
tell
an
you that,
important
yeah,
point.
I'm a testimony to the fact that my entire life changed when I started embracing conservative principles and going back to
Wow.
the lessons that my grandfather taught me.
Well, and just to build one more thing though, and I fear this is that there's one political side right now that is becoming more rejective of God and embracing atheism and secularism, and one that's not. And you find that one side is consistently unhappy and full of rage and anger and not gratitude. And I'm afraid that divide's only growing further.
That's correct. And I mean, it's talked about, we can talk about this as well, but even there's something sacred about the family, and the
Without
left
a
is
doubt.
doing everything it can to destroy it.
Yes.
Toxic feminism, right? Which wants to remove men from society, which is such an important role. Women need men, okay? Men need women. There is something symbiotic about a man and a woman coming together. We're watching the left literally try to turn men into women and women into men.
Candace, don't make me pull up the photo of you and Samantha. Don't make me do it. Or George and Milo. She's just throwing out a bunch of buzzwords, it seems like. Candace is just saying a bunch of trigger words. She think that conservatives, Republicans, Trump supporters want to hear. That's it. And at some point in this whole spiel, you see Charlie Kirk kind of sit back in his chair and he's kind of looking like she's just saying things, but it's not really making sense. I think he's having an epiphany right now where he's kind of realizing, wow, this girl is really stupid. She's kind of like just putting stuff out there. It's just, men need women and women need men. And okay. And where are we going with this? You can imagine listening to someone like her for 12 months straight while she claims that she had a boyfriend, and yet she took time to go into his phone and allegedly text message one of his exes. Or sit here and try to interfere with him having anything with any other woman while she's flirting with him. Y'all can't tell she's flirting with him. Hit the four of you all can see, obviously she's flirting with him. Because I'm seeing it. I'm hearing it in her voice, her body language. She is flirting with him. And she see he's not on that type of time. And it just seems like the more she realizes he's not really paying attention to me the way I want, she becomes a lot more aggressive in her responses. Now she's banging her hand on the table. And it's just like, why are you giving us all this energy? Women need men and men need women. Blah, blah, blah. And toxic femininity. This girl don't care about any of that. Well, how did George get a black eye? Candace, how did George get a black eye? Since you want to talk about toxic femininity. Okay, how did he get a black eye? What happened to your foot? How did he get a black eye and how did you break your foot? Why don't you want to tell people that he's out here getting help and he's going to AA? But you want to get upset when it's discovered that he has a DUI. He totaled out a vehicle. He could have very well hit another car with people in it. You don't give a damn about that. All you care about is how embarrassing it makes you look. That you want to talk about toxic femininity. Okay. A word she can't spell, by the way.
Disrupt the entire family, telling women via the school system, by the way, I was forced to take Feminism 101. You can do it without a man. You know, like just go out and adopt children. You don't even have to raise. If you want a child, you don't need a man to do that. Why are you teaching women that? Of course, if something terrible happens, God forbid, and you lose your husband, can a woman do it without a man? Yes. But to teach people that there's something virtuous about trying to do things without men in society, that's the stuff that really scares me. The breakdown of the family. And no group of individuals in America has seen the detrimental effects of that more than the Black community.
Exactly. And I ask the question is, I've never met a happy feminist 101 professor.
They're miserable. I can attest to that. They are miserable.
And it's almost as if they're
the armpit hair is very long.
Your words, not mine.
No, I'm just saying. My professor. It's a fact. You can look her up. She had very long armpit hair.
What's her name?
And it seems as if they're determined.
You say it's a fact. You can look her up. Who's the professor? It's funny how you didn't tell us her name. What's her name? What class is this? Professor of what? Did she say the class? Candace, we want nothing more than to prove that you went to school. Tell us that professor's name.
It's almost as if they're
the armpit hair is very long.
Your words, not mine.
No, I'm just saying. My professor. It's a fact. You can look her up.
Who? Look who up. Yeah, did y'all catch a name? She's talking about arm hair. You're like, your words, not mine. Why are we talking about this? What the hell? Hold on. What's the name of the professor? We want to look her up. We want to verify that you went to school. Can you give us a name? Y'all know the name of this professor? Why she's talking about armpit hairs and shit. Why are you talking about that? What? That's the one thing she wants to focus on. Yeah, no. I'm not gonna answer a question flat out if I'm a God-fearing Christian or anything. But I am gonna go into detail about armpit hair length. I'm just gonna stereotype anybody that claims to be a feminine person, believes in, feminist ideologies, and claim that their armpit hairs are very long because of reasons. And then give you an example of someone I will not name and dare you to look them up. Candace, don't dare us to a good time. Tell us the name of this so-called professor. What class does she teach?
She had very long armpit hair.
And it seems as if they're determined to use their position of influence to teach the anger they have within themselves onto other people.
Correct.
And as you always say, Candace, well, what was the answer? Hate men. Yeah. What do you want for lunch?
Hate men. That's what I learned in class. No matter what it was, in Feminism 101, here's what you learn. No matter what it is that you're going through, you can blame it on a man. You lose your car keys in the morning. Why? The patriarchy.
Yes, that's correct. That's exactly
That's an
right.
A. You want to get an A in that class? That's an A.
And that comes from a horrible position of resentment and anger and rage. And have women at times been, have injustices at the hands of individuals? Of course. Have men also had injustices at the hands of women? Yes. People wrongly accused of things, all sorts of things.
Candace, how did George get a black eye? George, you have one opportunity to actually get out of that house, get the kids, and actually have Candace held responsible for something once in life. How did you get the black eye, George Farmer? You gonna ever tell us that or what? Because she's sitting here agreeing that there are times where women do things to men. Okay. George, you going to tell us how you got that black eye or what?
Right. So we can go through that. But to create an artificial phantom of evil and program students to believe that is really, really, really concerning.
Absolutely. So I want to jump into some of these questions.
Sure. We could go on forever. Yeah, this could be a 5-hour podcast.
And we're gonna end up talking about some of this stuff anyways. But first question is actually really funny.
Okay.
Who is the better driver?
Okay, hold on a second.
I'm gonna answer this question. Actually, Charlie Kirk never lets me drive, so
This is
maybe he's
correct.
sexist. He never
This
lets
is
me
very
drive,
correct.
and he's a horrible driver on top of it.
Well, hold on, I'm very, very good. Zero
Horrible.
car
But
accidents.
He never lets me drive.
I'm very benevolent, okay? This is my argument. I care so much for Candace Owens. I want her to be able to tweet uninterrupted of traffic patterns.
Ooh, nice spin. That's a very nice spin.
This is the spin stops here, okay? And I will say, without a shadow of a doubt, every time, it's not even a question. I just go right into the driver's seat.
Me. I'm like, Charlie, I can drive. He's like, no. You're a woman.
No, no, because well, it's no.
never letting me
I
drive.
want to be very clear about this.
Bob, he's
I
never
want to be
seen me
very
drive.
clear. I don't know if she's a good driver or a bad driver. I would never make that prejudice whatsoever. Instead, it is a man's role to protect the woman, right? And you protect them.
No, it was because Candace records and tweets and live streams while she's driving. Candace, weren't you behind the wheel of a car live streaming a video that you put up, breaking whole laws? You can't make this up. I believe him. I don't want her driving either if she's constantly tweeting and all over X and Instagram and live streaming. No, you should not be driving a car. George can't handle liquor. He shouldn't be behind the wheel of a car either. What you mean? Hell no, I don't want her driving. Get your ass off the road.
By being able to drive so that she can tweet uninterrupted. And I will attribute her Twitter growth over mine to the fact that when we're driving through the San Bernardino Valley, I have to try to avoid burning cars and she can continue to tweet uninterrupted. So
Well done.
you're welcome.
It's such love. Congratulations, Charlie. I mean,
Anytime.
you're a wonderful human being.
Thank you.
This
you.
question is so interesting, and I thought, and a lot of these questions came in that were like this, which is jarring to me. It really shows you how social media doesn't present reality all the time. Do you ever doubt yourselves?
Of course.
And just like, of course, right? I mean, and it just shows you, and we can talk about social media a lot, that everything you see on social media is a highlight, and
That's a great way to put it.
Yeah, it's a highlight of people's lives, and you're like, oh my god, this person's life.
Candace, what you say?
Right? And you protect them by being able to drive so that she can tweet uninterrupted. And I will attribute her Twitter growth over mine to the fact that when we're driving through the San Bernardino Valley, I have to try to avoid burning cars and she can continue to tweet uninterrupted. So
Well done.
you're welcome.
It's really such love. Congratulations, Charlie. I mean,
Anytime.
you're a wonderful human being.
Thank you.
This
Thank you.
question is so interesting, and I thought, and a lot of these questions came in that were like this, which is jarring to me, and it really shows you how social media doesn't present reality all the time. Do you ever doubt yourselves?
Of course.
And just like, of course, right? I mean, and it just shows you, and we can talk about social media a lot, that everything you see on social media is a highlight, and
That's a great way to put it.
Yeah, it's a highlight of people's lives, and you're like, oh my god, this person's life seems so cool. But the stuff that we have gone through over the last year, I mean, there have been moments where I was just crying in bed and shouting at Charlie on the phone. Like, I mean, we've gotten into fights, and things get really heated and vicious because we're fighting a war together. But the thing is our names are tagged to it.
Yes.
So everything that comes out is Charlie Kirk, it's Candace Owens, it's Charlie Kirk. And there's so much hurt and emotion and pain that goes on behind the scenes. And I want to really stress that point, because I know that there are a lot of kids now that go through depression and angst, and they look at people's lives on social media and they think, wow, I wish I had that life. But
Yes.
what we do is, it's hard.
It's very hard. And do you doubt yourself? Of course I do. And there's some things that I
Are you getting the data you need, Dusty? Gusty? Is it Gusty? You're collecting data. Are you getting the data you need? Can you tell Candace to send me $7,000? Since her bots want me to get that money. Are you getting the data you need? I'm just curious. It's, you know, when I see content creators losing channels over spam scams, we're not playing that nonsense. You understand? We don't play that nonsense. Thank you, Juju. I don't play that nonsense. Don't come over here asking about, I don't care about no Tucker Carlson, crackhead Mickey Mouse. We don't talk about him like that over here. So to see these questions and comments and stuff, Candy asses think that I don't read their comments. I read them. I just don't always respond to them because they're idiots. You come over here and collect data. I don't have a problem reporting my own data. Don't come over here trying to divert the topic of discussion of what we're watching. We're not talking about Tucker Carlson. We're not watching him. I don't give a damn about him. He does not pay my bills then. Now everybody knows how I feel about Tucker Carlson. I don't care about that clown. You can collect that data and make sure you get that back to Tucker. Tell him I said kick rocks. Come over here and collect the data. These dumbass bots. I hope you got the data you needed. Gussie comes to collect data and then talks about Jesus dying for their sins. What do you collect the data for? I don't have no problem with my information, my videos being put out there. Tucker Carlson can kiss my ass. Go spread that data. Did y'all hear that loud and clear, or do I need to repeat it? Gussie, let me know if you need that in another language. We have people that are multilingual over here as well. I can have that translated in a myriad of languages. And for whatever the fantastic Luxtix can't translate, Google Translator can. You're asking about Tucker Carlson over here. Why? I don't give two craps about him. The end. Make sure you go spread that data. Tell Tucker Carlson to kick rocks. What's wrong with them? Give a damn about no Tucker Carlson. Yeah, that's the data I'm collecting. You can collect this data. Tucker Carlson can kiss my ass. Tell him I said that with love. Collect that data and send it to him.
I haven't doubted in a long time. There's some things that I'll doubt daily. And look, it's hard to put into words. And Candace is probably one of the only human beings that can sympathize with what I'm going to say. It's really hard to wake up to 8 reporters that want to destroy your life. Yeah, that's not fun. It's just not. And do you doubt? Of course you do. But what we have learned, Candace, through this trial by fire is the only real way to put it. Is the only person. This is so cliche. I hate it, but it's cliche because it's true. The only person that can be basic is yourself. Is that if you give up, and then they have won.
Right.
And it is persistence and perseverance and the grit is really one of the key components to being able to pioneer ahead. And for people that are dealing with depression and angst and anxiety, understand that some of the most miserable people I know in private situations live perfect social media lives.
That's a really good way to put it.
And I'm trying to reconfigure my lens of how I process social media.
Right.
And I love when people say I was wrong and I'm sorry. And instead of just, I think the whole kind of Instagram influencer rise the last 4 or 5 years where everyone has perfectly polished pictures overlooking the Santa Monica Pier, and it's just, you know exactly what I'm saying, right? As the sun is setting and it's just perfect. And I want my life to be that way. And in reality, they're looking through Instagram saying, I want my life to look that way. And everyone wants their own life to look the other way. And I don't know what the equivalent of that was in the 1970s. I don't know.
Well, I don't think there was.
That's what I'm saying.
I think that people don't have, people have to understand that we live in a different world now, but don't think because you follow me or that you follow Charlie that this has by any means been easy. There have been moments where I've sat him down and he thought that his whole life was over and was like, they're just trying to kill me and destroy me. And I'm like, get your head out of the sand. Like we fight, we go on. And there have been moments that I've called you and said like, this is it. It's over. Like I can't do this anymore. And he's been like, you get your ass up out of bed and you keep going. And it's so important for you guys to understand that. The next day, it always does get better, guys. It gets better.
Here's the other thing is giving up should never be an option. And also surround yourself with people like Candace that whatever you're doing that can relate. And that when you say something that they're going to tell you, the truth and they're going to be honest, but they'll also have your back. And I understand this might sound cliche, but it's so hard to find that.
Right.
It's so hard to find that kind of loyalty that, the kind of the old expression is, when you're in a foxhole, you want someone who is not going to tell you that there's no bullets being fired. You want just to say where the bullets are coming from.
Right. Yeah. That's exactly right.
You don't want someone in the foxhole with you being like, well, want to get a hot dog, like maybe a burger, a smoothie. You want to say, no. There's a machine gun nest over there. There's mortar shells coming from there.
Right.
Here's what we're going to do.
Here's
to be
a
able
plan
to do
of
that.
action to get out of this.
Exactly.
Right.
And that's the type of friend that you want. And you definitely don't want one that's going to run for the hills behind you.
Yeah.
And
We've had those. We've had those.
Yes.
We definitely know who our allies are. And PragerU is one of them.
Amen.
Next question. I love this question so much. If Trump wasn't running in 2020, who would win? I love this question. I didn't know my voice could do that.
That was very impressive. Wow.
I've got an answer. Ready? China.
Okay, yes.
China would win.
The illegals would win. MS-13, the illegals.
They would be winning.
The drugs would win. They'd have a big day.
Right.
Drugs would be unbelievable.
Drug dealers would be having the best day.
Drug
ever.
dealers would be the winners. Fentanyl is the worst.
He does really good impressions.
No,
by
that's
the way.
actually that's a very good answer. China would win.
China would win.
If Trump wasn't winning. But look, I want to say this. God bless and thank God for Donald Trump for
honestly,
what he's doing.
I love my president so
oh
much.
my goodness,
I
this
love
guy.
him so much. He makes me just want to drape myself in an American flag, run out screaming the national anthem, and I'm
Amen.
not like,
that
most
grifting off
patriot-
you,
and it feels-
Candace. Oh, Candace, this is so disgusting to see how hard you're grifting on Donald Trump. Wow. And to think, now she's embarrassed by you. Can't make this up. This is why honesty is the best policy here. This is exactly why I would rather be honest in saying I'm apolitical than to see and hear this bullshit. She weaponized this for her own personal gain. It's gross.
so good. You know what feels so good about patriotism? It's a family. Your color
Yes.
doesn't matter. Your creed
Yes.
doesn't matter. It's like we are an
Oh, so
American
cringe.
family. You
We'll
turn
talk about that,
around.
Candace. How does he, like this horrible person, they say, how does Donald Trump treat Candace Owens when
He's
you've met him?
just the most lovely, warm human being, and he gets it. And he fights for us
Yes.
every single day. And there's something about being around people and realizing that it doesn't matter how tall, how short, but whether you're Christian, whether you're Jewish, whether you're Black, whether you're a woman, or whether you're female, you are united by the philosophy
Yes.
of America. And
Yes.
it's beautiful.
Yes,
it
it's that
knows
e
no color.
pluribus unum, out of many one.
Right.
And as Dennis Prager says, the American Trinity is in God we trust, liberty, and e pluribus
Right.
unum. It's that, and Donald Trump believes in that to his core.
Right.
And he fights and he fights and he fights. And if it wasn't for him, our country would be in such a sour, horrible, horrible
Which
place.
brings us back to the question: who do you actually think would win if Trump didn't run in 2020? Like, if
boy.
he was like,
You know
what?
No, here's
4
the-
years
you know
ago.
what? A Democrat would win. That's the answer.
No,
That's the
Charlie,
answer.
I didn't want to say it, but
No,
you
that's
said it.
correct.
I wasn't going to say it, but you said
Yes. And here's the one thing I will say
No.
though.
Hey, you said it.
I said it. Everyone else was thinking it. Everyone else was thinking it. I said it. Okay.
Yeah.
A Democrat would win
Who would
because
it be?
um
Of right now, of the Super Bowl. I can't wait,
look,
by the way.
it's the Trump hating Olympics is
No,
really
it's-
what it is.
I can't
By the way, I don't know when this will air, so I'm going to say it. But like Klobuchar announcing for president, talking about global warming in the midst of a blizzard.
It was just amazing.
We'll
We'll end the country.
It's like I'm just like, this is too good. I can't make this up.
God has a sense of humor.
No,
God is hilarious.
Oh, no, of course, because actually, it's very biblical. If you believe that God is ubiquitous, all powerful, and all creating, you believe humor exists. Of course, God has a sense of humor with
God
him.
is such a-
Of
that's all
course.
I can say
And
about
by
that
the way,
movie.
can we just talk about Elizabeth Warren announcing for president?
Oh my
My
God.
favorite thing. She chugs a beer. Well, not really. After she
That was so
attacks
awkward.
Kavanaugh, and then she thanks her husband for being there.
I don't know.
Where else would her husband be?
I can't wait.
Thank you for being here. You're welcome, honey. Do you take attendance earlier or something? Like,
It's like I can't wait. Everyone's like, I just can't wait. It's gonna be such a freak show. I can't.
Oh,
I can't wait. Cory Booker.
I will-
Oh, I am. No, you're not. Have a seat.
yeah, but you have Spartacus, you have Gillibrand, you have Pocahontas.
It's just like it's so. It's like they're
Coffee Man might run.
It's like they're trying to make sure they're doing it for Trump at this point. I mean, like he's
It's-
gonna have so much fun. He's just got to be laughing every time they make it.
Oh, no, he loves it.
He can't wait.
And it's great because then they're going to become even more radical.
Yeah,
And I think,
Kamala Harris.
oh,
Total
my,
snore fest.
well,
by the way.
I mean, look, yeah, that's
Yeah, she's so forgettable. I mean, it's just like
that's a great word for
she's
Kamala
just
Harris.
forgettable.
She's very
And she
forgettable.
talks in, like,
It's kind of like you see the
is she running?
speech after 30 minutes. You're kind of like, did
Yeah.
I just watch something?
Did someone just speak?
Did
Yeah,
I-
she just is the most forget. I, feel bad.
I remember a rally of some sort.
Yeah,
really don't know what
she's
it
the Jan Brady.
Yes, that's
Yeah, you know?
very, very good. That's exactly right.
She's the
That's very good. That was a cheap shot. But
Yeah,
that's very,
I'm
very good.
Just saying. I'm just saying. All
But-
right.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Next question. I want to get through these, as people always want to ask questions.
Yes.
What's your favorite book?
My-
By the way, just so you guys know, prefaces, Charlie was a total freak kid. He didn't really get into enough, but he was like one of those kids that had to send to like special school because he was like super smart. He's like reading Saul Alinsky's Rules for Radicals when he was 6.
Backwards in Korean. No, I'm kidding.
Can you answer the question? You dumb girl?
Look, the Bible is my favorite book. That's
Right.
without being, without saying. But let me think outside of that. Free to Choose by Milton Friedman probably had the
You're a big
greatest.
Milton Friedman
Yeah,
guy.
had the biggest impact on liberal. So the Bible being my favorite book, but the book that had the most transformative impact in my life, not just because of the contents, but by the approach, was Free to Choose by Milton Friedman. And let me tell you why. It's because I was taught nothing but government-run economics and Keynesian economics, and to read a book that was so contrary that other people could think differently
Right.
made me reconsider everything.
Wow.
Made me think
How
that
old were you read it?
I was in 8th grade,
Okay.
and it was written by Milton and Rose Friedman.
Great. I was just like doing my thing.
yes.
Like, I was in middle school. So
And
it's totally weird.
but if
But who does this in eighth
Yes,
grade?
well-
Milton Friedman, Free to Choose.
It's a great book, and I was so moved by it because I thought,
Oh.
well, what else am I being taught that's a lie?
Right.
And then I just went on a vociferous quest
Right.
of, what
She
F.A.
said
Hayek
she
and all
was
this other
in
stuff that just
school as
then it
well,
built my
right?
philosophy. So it was less about the content, even though the contents are brilliant, and it was more about, whoa.
By the way, the greatest compliment that Charlie and I have ever received, well, I'm saying it for him, but that I've ever received was when people said that you two as a duo are like the modernized Milton Friedman and Thomas Sowell. They used to do like, the series together.
That is an amazing compliment.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, it's a higher compliment than I deserve, but I was just like, oh.
Thomas Sowell, what an unbelievable
That,
treasure.
you know, he really is
An
a treasure.
American treasure.
Right.
And he apprenticed under Milton Friedman.
Right, and I just he brought me to my conservative.
Isn't that
awakening.
amazing?
Yeah, so I totally get it. Okay, if you had to live in one country outside of the USA, what would it be?
God forbid. That would be an absolute punishment. Oh my
is the
goodness.
greatest
Israel.
country.
Israel.
Israel.
I would live in Israel.
It's because you like the food.
I love hummus.
We went to the embassy opening in Jerusalem, and he just like
It
had
was,
a field day
it was
over
like
the food.
it was the best day ever every day. It was hummus and tzatziki, and
just was having
it
the
was.
best
I
day
love
ever.
platters of food.
He
I don't know.
does.
There's
He really
something.
does.
There's something very uniting about having kind of the communitarian way.
Olivia, just because you want love to exist between these two does not make it obvious to the common man. We're not going into your alternate reality, girl. I don't see how these two had chemistry. She barely lets him talk. Chemistry for Candace is her dominating the conversation. Ask Candace, how did George get a black eye? And then let's see that those two have chemistry. We'll wait for that. We'll wait for that chemistry to spark between Candace and George Farmer. It's funny how the candy asses don't want to actually admit that she married another man. They prove our point by saying stuff like this. She was in love with him. You're proving my point. Do you understand? Olivia has proven my point that Candace was in love with him. Meanwhile, in the eyes of Charlie Kirk, Candace was nothing more than an employee that got a shout out from Kanye West and somehow bombarded her way to the top. He also fired her after 19 months. Yeah, because all that love oozing out. Yeah, he loved her so much, he fired her ass. And still married someone else and fell in love with that woman and had 2 kids with her. Don't you think if he actually loved her, he would have just been with her? You're not even thinking about, okay, what led to her being fired and why he chose to distance himself and did not pursue a relationship with her. You understand how stupid this sounds when I'm reading it out loud? You understand, Olivia? If he wanted to be with her, he could have been with her. He's such a rebel and all. He does whatever he wants, right? He could have been with her if he really wanted to. He didn't want to. He didn't even want her working for him. He would have kept her on for 19 more months if he really wanted her to work for him. He had no quarrels with firing her. He had no quarrels with her dating someone else, marrying another man. And he had no quarrels with marrying another woman. She was in love with him. She was obsessed. And now she's stalking his widow. It's disgusting, to say the least. Don't make us pull up the video of another woman kissing Candace all over the face. They had chemistry as well. I mean, that can be said about anybody when she's getting all close up on. What about the woman that she grabbed the ass of while she was pregnant? A lot of chemistry in that one. This is the same woman now. Same woman that she recorded a video of kissing all over her face, holding a glass of wine. It's the same woman. She leaned up on pregnant, grabbing her whole buttock in her hand. Like that shit is cute. Yeah, all that chemistry oozing between her and Samantha. You got any words on that? I mean, if you want to talk about just chemistry between people, she has chemistry with other women. We going there? Because we can go there. George had chemistry with Milo in that photo, holding his arm ever so subtle, whispering sweet nothings in his ear. I mean, we can go there. Lots of chemistry. They have chemistry with people they probably should not have chemistry with. Yet still, Charlie Kirk fired her ass after 19 months. Want that to ring in your mind for a while. Let it simmer.
Eating. I love Israel. I felt so spiritual there.
Right.
I felt in touch with God. I love the people. I love the background. I love everything about it. So if I had to live somewhere except the United States, God forbid, it would be Israel.
Interesting. Okay, views on marijuana.
So I have an interesting view. I reject the culture around marijuana. I think no one should do it, except I defend people's right to do it. I think it should be legalized and taxed. Just because I think something's a bad idea doesn't mean I think it should be illegal.
Right.
And there's lots of things that are legal that I think people shouldn't do, but I think they should be legal. I do believe in freedom, but I also believe in self-responsibility. That also means I think people that get government benefits should be drug tested, stuff like that.
Right.
So yeah, I am more open-minded than most on marijuana. But I think I've seen it screw up a lot of people's lives. Let me put it that way too.
Yeah, but the fact that you've seen it screw up a bunch of people's lives is proof that prohibiting it doesn't.
That's
stop
exactly
it.
right.
You know what I mean?
That's how I came to this.
That's my point. Yeah, everyone that I know has smoked marijuana.
You can get it at any time.
Yeah.
And so we spent hundreds of billions of dollars trying to enforce and make something illegal ineffectively.
Yeah, it's like prohibition. The prohibition era.
Totally.
People are still going to do it. So, in my opinion, I totally agree with you. People should be free to choose whether they want to do it. I think it's really stupid.
I totally agree. You should be free to choose these things that are dumb.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. You should totally have the freedom to choose things that are dumb. Okay, who is? I already know this. You kind of already touched on this. Your all-time favorite historical figure, is it Milton Friedman or is there someone else? Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I would say I gotta always say Jesus Christ probably. Wow, that is a great question. Historical figure. So just for to make it fun, let's just say before 1850.
Okay, he's amending your question.
Whoever this is. Susie from Buffalo. I'm so sorry. Yeah, exactly. It's amazing, right? It's the Mensa. I mean, I'm kidding. So I love the American founding fathers. Ben Franklin, I always really enjoyed. George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, Thomas.
You come up in my chat, these dumb bots come up in my chat asking me, who am I? I run this. Who are you? Why is your username a year? 1977 Payelos? What is that? Pawilos? Who are you? The audacity. I tell you exactly who you are not. One who pays my bills. Child, you don't kick rocks.
Jefferson I think are too cliche. So one I really enjoy that I just love learning from is Julius Caesar. I think he's one of the most interesting historical figures. If you want to talk about someone who lived a full life, it's Julius Caesar. From conquering northern Germania to surviving and winning a Roman civil war to an unusual alliance and quelling a rebellion with Cleopatra, to eventually ending the Roman Republic, to starting the Roman Empire, and then seeing the people that he benefited the most turn against him.
Right.
I think there's something very tragic and very interesting about that. So I think it's one of the most interesting, and you could learn, if there's something to learn about humanity, you could learn it through the prism of Julius Caesar.
Interesting. It was nice.
She knows nothing about that. Candace, she has no idea what he's saying. She doesn't know anything about Julius Caesar. Because Candace doesn't know anything about history. He's like, interesting. You can't make this out. Candace, you're so stupid.
You said that. That's really good. Okay, this is one we're going to both have to answer. What do you disagree with Trump on?
You first.
Hillary should be in prison.
Okay.
He should have hit harder on that. I really think that he should be pursued. He should be just, especially because everything that he is going through, that he's unjustly going through, it can be attributed to her losing the election. And they are just the most evil and the most corrupt individuals. And the idea of them getting away with it and not being in a cell drives me insane.
So I want you to tell me how you really feel about this.
I'm serious. Trump, if you're listening and you're watching, this is what I disagree on. I want this campaign promise delivered. Lock her up.
So I totally
and it didn't happen. Candace, you might not want to wish that so quickly when you actually, admitted that you're stalking someone, and that's a real crime as well. Oh man. Oh, y'all. Obviously, she's gonna have Hillary Clinton on her show after that Hunter Biden thing, and that. Oh man, that got on my nerve. I guess we'll see her interviewing Hillary Clinton next, and then Kamala Harris. We can just go down the line of people that she once upon a time dogged out, and we'll turn around and apologize to them, but not to Erica Kirk for stalking her. Oh, okay, come on, girl. Come on, you see the Chucky.
I agree with you on that.
And he is watching. He will.
And he will watch it. So I'll say three things just because these are the three things I always use. I have a I guess you could say conservative view on the death penalty. I'm actually against the death penalty totally and completely. And Trump is very pro death penalty. This is something where Dennis and I don't agree on. Yeah. So first of all, we wrongly execute people way more frequently than I'm ever comfortable with. You look at the data, it's actually more expensive doing the death penalty because of all the appeals. And also, if I think we are going to make an argument of not having taxpayer-funded abortion, then we should not have taxpayer. Yes, so I'm so consistent
against it
on that. Second thing that I would disagree with. I don't disagree with. I don't even say. I'm so sick and tired of treating Saudi Arabia as our friend.
No, this is something that is. We could unpack that for a really long time. That could be a whole episode.
Yeah, I mean, they funded 9/11. 15 out of 19, the hijackers were Saudi Arabian. And if it was any other country except the country that we had a huge oil agreement with, we would not be treating them the way that we are. And
that's exactly right. It's business.
Yeah, and it really pains me and it sickens me. And it's something I think we as conservatives need to take a much better look at. They sell arms to Al Qaeda. They fund Wahhabi mosques all across the world. And again, their involvement in 9/11 really just makes me sick. And then the third thing I guess you could say is the marijuana thing with President Trump. I think he's softening on it. But I just don't think it's something that we should treat in the same classification as cocaine.
No, absolutely not.
And I've seen cocaine and heroin and opioids really destroy people's lives. I think we should I think we should go harder after the pill pushing pharmaceutical companies than after marijuana dispensaries. And because I think that there's pharmaceutical companies that are pushing opioids on people. That's no different than drug dealers on the side of streets.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I actually totally agree with that.
So those are my 3 things.
Points. Yeah, I actually totally agree.
She has no idea what he just said. Candace has no idea what he just said. Yeah, no, I actually agree with all your talking points. What the hell? Yeah, you will say that when you don't have one of your own. She can't come back with any stats or, evidence or, documentation, nothing. Just airhead nonsense and blah, blah, blah. She's just agreeing with everything he says. I'm just curious to know her thoughts on Julius Caesar again. Candace has no idea who that is.
Okay. This person says, non-sarcastically, who is a Democrat leader that you think could be of value? I like this question.
That's a really interesting question.
Let's be nice for a second. Should we be nice for a second?
Oh, she's such an airhead.
We're not capable of being nice.
Final Jeopardy.
What difference does it make?
No, yeah, I know. Just kidding.
Who could be of value?
This is kind of a weird way to answer the question. But I do see.
And they're asking who you think would be cooperative and work across the aisle. I mean, good grief.
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez as being of value to us in a weird way. I think first and foremost,
heard that.
that she preaches is actually going to draw the more moderate people our way. Because I do not believe the people like Nancy Pelosi, they're not actually radical leftists, but they've been using radical leftist rhetoric to combat Trump. And what's unfortunately happened is that it's birthed a radical leftist movement within their party that has effectively splintered their party. And she's shown that she's unafraid to go after the moderates. She's not afraid to go after Pelosi. She's not afraid to go after Schumer if need be. So in a weird way, I think that their party is actually splintering as our party is uniting.
Yes. And so someone who could be of value, I totally agree. I think AOC will.
Weird way to say value, but down the line, I think she could help.
She's constantly wrong and never in doubt.
Right.
Which is horrifying.
Passionately stupid.
Yeah, she's passionately stupid. That's correct. She's very telegenic though. She's gotten training on camera though. She's good in the sense that she knows how to be endearing to a population.
Right.
On TV.
Well, it's called infantilizing herself.
That
grosses me out in a way that we could talk about this, but this new breed of women who want to talk like toddlers and pretend Christine Blasey Ford, right? Another example of this. The left has this whole thing where they want women to go like this. Oh, well, Charlie, I didn't know what you meant by that, but I really do think that it would be good if we could just do more good stuff.
You are, and so from
it's funny how you actually sound like that, Candace. I mean, you literally sound like that 24/7. What you're doing right now is putting on a show. What you just said was more natural because you have live streams where you talk just like that. You can't make this up. Oh, come on, you hypocritical oof.
Me out.
That's really good. And
Yeah.
from a scientific point of view, for when people hear that, they back away.
They do, and they won't ask her tough questions because
That's right.
because a man does not want to attack a toddler female.
Nor
So
should they,
the strategy behind it, this is the truth. The strategy behind it is actually sickening. There's something about it that grosses me out, and I hit hard on it. And we need to, when we go on college campuses, talk more about it, in my opinion, because if she sat across from me, she knows I'd go right in, which is why she doesn't want to debate me. She doesn't want to debate you.
No.
She doesn't want to debate any conservative.
Hey, actually, it's so interesting you say this, Candace. I really thought, I did some research. She has
First of all, Candace can't debate to save her life because she doesn't have enough knowledge to give rebuttal. All she has been doing is over talking him, and when he does speak about something that involves having some base level of knowledge on the subject, all she can say is, I totally agree with you. Yeah, I totally agree with you. I totally agree with everything you said. Everything you said, I completely 100% agree with you. She says words redundantly, very repetitive, as opposed to her saying, I agree with you. No, she says, I totally, completely, 100% completely accurately agree with you. Like she uses 6 different words to say the same thing. Candace is as airheadish as it gets. Candace, who is Julius Caesar? Do you know who he is for real?
never done an interview with somebody on the center right.
Of course not, because
I want you to think about that. She's a sitting congresswoman with 3 million Twitter followers who's releasing this nonsense Green New Deal, has never been challenged by a journalist that's on the center or center right.
We got a ton of questions about her. You and I got a ton of questions about her.
And by the way, this is the one thing I will say, and I want your opinion, Candace, on this, and I think I agree, is I don't know if we should ignore her or not, because she's getting a lot of traction. You saw it in the questions.
No, and she's really good at social media in the same way that I'm really good at social media. And there's no question about it. But I think that people are fearful of her because they think, what if one day she becomes president? She never will, because in order to become president, you do eventually have to debate. She avoids debating like the plague because she actually is not smart.
Yes.
So somebody that thinks that there's 4 chambers of Congress is not going to debate on a stage and win. So she's not going to go far and be the president one day, but she is going to push ideas to a younger audience because she's able to sell them in a way that sees palatable on social media.
You can't say that there is not 4 chambers of Congress. What? That's the thing that was. Candace, who said there was 4 chambers of Congress? I think Candace. Did you see that? Oh, God.
So that's the harm.
Hold on. Candace said you got to be able to debate to become president.
I really thought, I did some research. She has never done an interview with somebody on the center right.
Of course not, because
I want you to think about that. She's a sitting congresswoman with 3 million Twitter followers who's releasing this nonsense Green New Deal, has never been challenged by a journalist that's on the center or center right.
We got a ton of questions about her. You and I got a ton of questions about her.
And by the way, this is the one thing I will say, and I want your opinion, Candace, on this, and I think I agree, is I don't know if we should ignore her or not, because she's getting a lot of traction. You saw it in the questions.
No, and she's really good at social media in the same way that I'm really good at social media. And there's no question about it. But I think that people are fearful of her because they think, what if one day she becomes president? She never will, because in order to become president, you do eventually have to debate. She avoids debating like the plague because she actually is not smart.
Yes.
So somebody that thinks that there's 4 chambers of Congress is not going to debate on a stage and win. So she's not going to go far and be the president one day, but she is going to push ideas to a younger audience because she's able to sell them in a way that seems palatable on social media.
Sure. So
that's the harm. I maybe will move to Brooklyn and run against her.
Well, I think you would win.
I just have fun debating her.
Well, I would. So a Democrat that could be a value is Bloomberg. Let me tell you what.
Absolutely correct.
He is not a leftist. He's so wrong on climate change. He's just like wrong. He wants to control other people's lives. But he does generally believe in markets.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he has
Hope
built.
so.
I
sure hope
that would be
so.
fun. Like my whole life is a lie. Okay,
Yeah.
Great. Sell your Bloomberg terminals, boy. I mean, and I don't think he wants to radically redefine America. I really don't. But here's why I think he could be a value. he has enough ego to spend $150 million to try to moderate the Democrat Party, and they will become more radical because of that.
Interesting.
And I think it would start a Democrat civil war because in a very special way, and their radicalism will show where they'll say, you're not allowed to talk about this, Mayor Bloomberg, because you're a white billionaire.
Right. And so we're effectively actually coming up with the same answer.
That's right. No, we're coming at it from different ways.
People that break up the party in a weird way and actually expose and put a light.
The radicalism that's within their rank.
What's the news break, honey? What's going on, Heather? What happened? Oh, Lord have mercy. What's the news break? Can we take a news break? Oh, man. Yeah, okay, hold on. I got a video. What happened? The suspect's condition is unknown at the time. Oh, Lord. This just happened. This just happened. You sacked me on X. Oh, boy. Wow. All right, y'all. Hold on. Let's take a news break. People doing stuff. What the heck?
This is what happened around 6 o'clock.
National correspondent Chad Program. He had been following this breaking news story and has all the details on what happened. We're so grateful, Chad, we have you by phone. Can you break this down for us?
Well, Tommy, this is what always happens when we have something like this. I always start to check in on the security situation at the White House, but this is what happened around 6 o'clock this evening. I'm told that a gunman came up near the White House on the west side, what is described to me as Gate 17. This is kind of near 14th Street on the west side of the White House, and came up and brandished some sort of a pistol. We don't know what type of pistol it was, but he then fired toward the White House 3 times. And the United States Secret Service, they returned fire. We don't know how many shots that they got off. And they apparently took the gunman down. Now, sometime in this gunfire exchange, a civilian on the street was struck by this gunfire, and we do not know the condition of that person right now. But the important thing to know is that the gunman who came up with the pistol and was taken down by the Secret Service, and we don't know his condition right now, but he never got inside the perimeter of the White House. And this is according to a senior administration official with direct knowledge of what went down at the White House this afternoon. This was right around 6 o'clock Eastern time.
So, Chad, so if I'm hearing what you said correctly, this was somebody who was just firing in the direction.
Yeah, Candace probably. Candace, where's George? Where's George, Candace? Crazy how she does this interview with Hunter Biden, says she's embarrassed to having supported Trump, and then talked about, and to a point where it was just, insulting, right? All these attempts on his life and blah, but he's had attempts on his life. Whether you like him or not, you can't eradicate the reality that he's actually had attempts on his life. Where the hell is Georgia? Anybody heard from him? We might need to find his ass for real. He really quiet. Candace, did you send George up there to the White House to do this? Can't make this up. They literally went to the White House to try to open fire. What in the world? And forgot about Secret Service having more guns than them. This is insane, man. Oh, woo child. Boy, this is man. Just never ending. Candace wants to talk about not being able to debate. Let's get a palate cleanser. Candace, you said that if you can't debate, you shouldn't be president. Okay. Let's see how well Candace has failed to debate. She learned nothing from Charlie Kirk. She's talking about, oh, we practiced for hours on debating and all this stuff. Okay. This is the best she could do here. Let's get a palate cleanser, and then we're going to finish this up with the interview because I got to get my kids. So let's get a palate cleanser. Y'all ready?
Why, and you already said you can't provide evidence, is that Tree of Logic was paid. I 100% think that she's paid. There's no way. But if I say that I think something is paid, that is at my discretion. I can say I cannot present to you a fact, and you can't present to me not a fact. Okay, so we're both. I'm speculating, and you're saying it's not true. You saying it's not true could be a lie.
Okay, well,
I didn't say it wasn't true. You can't prove it's not true, and I can't prove it's true.
Okay, you are admitting that. Hold on.
You can't prove it's not true, and I can't prove it's true because that's her philosophy in life. Let me make statements that no one can prove to be true or false because let's say it's something that I'm claiming occurred between me and the person that is no longer with us here on earth. That other person is not here to defend themselves, so who else would corroborate this story? That's Candace. Let me make statements and say, you know, Charlie Kirk and I went out on this drive and he said this and I did that. And it's so fantastical because, you know, it's a word she understands but can't define. But it's so fantastical. The only other person that could even merely debunk that would be Charlie Kirk, and he's no longer here to debunk anything. That is how Candace sees the truth. As long as it's something that you can't prove is false, I'm going to keep saying it. This is an example of how Candace Owens debates.
You made the claim. It's
well, I think you're admitting you speculated. So
yes,
it's
very weird that Richard Spencer jumped into this so early and that this person made this video, which was a complete lie, saying that, and by the way, you're not talking about any of the lies you told in that video. It's amazing to me.
Candace,
you're so held bound to the truth and saying I'm a liar, but you're not talking about any of the lies she told.
Candace, first of all.
Do you think I'm coming off the document every week?
First of all, Candace, no. First of all, Candace, it is completely on you if you make a claim about someone, especially something that someone was paid under the table to make a video about you. It is completely on you to provide evidence for that.
Okay,
claim.
I think that's fair. You are admitting you are speculating on this. You don't have evidence of it. Okay, I think that's a fair point. I think she's admitting she's speculating on it. So the burden of proof is on you. It's not on her to prove it the other way. I think that's fair. I think we're basically all agreed.
Yeah. So far, it's like you called her a crackhead. You've said that she was paid by someone. It's like, these are just lies, and you can say that you're.
But she has told about why if these YouTubers are really the gatekeepers of truth. Why aren't they assessing the lies that this woman told? She said I was listening to a site in 3 weeks. She says she doesn't think that's true. She spent time, 40 minutes to be precise, talking about all of my untruths, cherry picking every single thing that I have said about the person.
But all of your untruths. So you're admitting that you lied. So as opposed to you telling the truth, you're pissed off that she pointed out your lies. 40 minutes cherry picking all of my untruths. Candace, this is why I love this closed caption thing here. Because we get to see every word that you say. Yeah. 40 minutes to be precise, talking about all of my untruths. Who says that? Who uses the word untruths? And the candy asses claim she's so smart because their level of stupidity knows no bounds. It's endless. So Candace has no problem using the word untruths as opposed to just saying lies. But she gets mad at you for pointing out the fact that she lied. How dare you call me a liar? Pointing out all of my untruths. The audacity.
Cherry picking every single thing that I have said about the person. But the person, you're defending her. You're up here defending her, so we can't not.
Yeah, we're going to defend her because you just admitted that someone was able to cherry pick all of your untruths, aka lies, because you lied. Candace here admits that she lied and owns it. And the candy asses will go back as if they can't understand English, because words are hard for them. What has she lied about? She just literally said herself, you spent 40 minutes talking about all of my untruths. You don't admit that you made an untruthful statement or lied unless you actually lied. This is not normal choice of words that people use when they're having a conversation. You sat here and talked about all of my untruths. Why can't you just say the word lie? That's what it is. Someone pointed out Candace lied like hell. And she's mad about that as opposed to her actually lying. Like, she has no quarrels with lying. She just doesn't want you to point them out. Because people don't admit to this. How dare you sit here and point out all my lies? No, most people say, you accuse me of lying, right? Now, 40 minutes to be precise, talking about all of my untruths. How dare you?
Cherry picking every single thing that I have said about the person. But the
person's video.
You're defending her. You're up here defending her. So we cannot not talk about it. If all you're going to do is sit here, if all you're going to do is sit here and defend this person, then we can talk about that. This person has told lie after lie after lie.
Candace just yelling and screaming and over talking simply because she lied and she doesn't like the fact that the person picked out all of her lies. And then, oh, how dare you defend the person that I lied on? Like she gets mad at us defending Erica Kirk because she keeps lying on Erica Kirk. Candace knows that she lies, but she thinks that no one will be able to prove that she lied. Girl, you're so stupid. Defamation per se will still get your ass hemmed up in court. Candace, you better start reading a law.
After lie, but you don't care about any of those lies. You're focused on me. Why?
Candace,
because I'm new.
I'll tell you why.
Because I'm new.
Because you're new.
Yeah, this is all envy, dude. This is YouTube high school drama, dude.
Candace, it's very easy to say, oh, it's because they're jealous of you. When in reality, it's much less about tree of logic and what she did or did not say. I didn't watch the full video. I'm sure she did say things that are incorrect. That doesn't mean some of it wasn't correct. It's much more about the fact that you're willing to tell lies about people in the wake of this happening. The fact that you said that she was paid by someone.
I didn't make a video about her trying to take down.
No, you didn't post it to your Patreon supporters that she was paid to make a video about you. That's a lie. It's a lie.
All right, fair enough. And well, we don't know it's a lie, but you are admitting we are admitting that it's speculation. There is no proof of it. Okay,
it wasn't. I think. It wasn't. I'm speculating.
So out of curiosity, why do you feel the need to always point out in videos, on streams, I should say, on a stream, on a phone call, via right now sitting down? Your focus has been me. Why aren't you?
Because you're sitting across from me.
No.
Game over.
Okay.
So y'all can see, this is how Candace debates. Why the hell should she ever become president? Yeah, I just thought I would bring that up.
Ranks. Yeah, exactly. And because Mayor Bloomberg, he lives in the Democratic Party of the 1970s.
Right. He doesn't. I don't even think he realizes what the Democratic Party has become.
No. And actually, starting Howard Schultz is like, he doesn't. Coffee Man has no idea what's going on right now. He's like, I research my positions. I try to be moderate. He's getting like booed, like, screw you, Coffee Man. It's like, and so I would love to see both Howard Schultz and Mayor Bloomberg and even Tom Steyer have a billionaire contest of who could finish third in Iowa.
Right. I love it. This goes right into the next question, I think, pretty well. Are there any areas where capitalism does not work?
Well, I think capitalism is wrongly blamed for certain societal injustices. The answer is, are there externalities in a market that sometimes need to be addressed? The answer is, of course. Of course. I am not an anarcho-capitalist.
Right.
I am not. Some people are. I am not. Nor was Milton Friedman.
Right.
There are certain people that wrote on anarcho-capitalism throughout the 20th century. I am not one of those people. So you and I both believe in the Sherman Antitrust Act.
Right, exactly. I mean, that shows you when capitalism goes too far and that we don't have limited government, which we do believe in at Turning Point USA. We believe in a limited small government to protect us from, this radical capitalism, which is when the Baron robbers came in and they were able to create these monopolies, which cut people out, and that actually isn't fair capitalism. The little guy can't compete with the big guy because they just keep swooping up all the smaller companies.
Yeah, and I don't think we should worship capitalism. I think we should have a reverence for markets.
Right.
And markets are embedded in the idea of markets are entrepreneurs.
That's correct.
And so whenever
competition.
Right. So let's use Google, for example, right now.
Should be broken up.
Yeah, and I agree with you. So why do we want that? Well, first of all, the Sherman Antitrust Act went after Standard Oil for owning 47% of the oil market. Okay. prices were going down and all that, but still they said there was something wrong with it. I agree with that. Okay. Google has 88% of the search market right now.
I don't know how they're not being touched. Google
and PragerU is fighting like hell against Google.
Right.
And good for you guys for doing that.
This is why I love PragerU.
Totally.
To stand up to Google is a big deal. And
So if you believe in equal application of the law, which is a conservative value, it shouldn't be like, okay, Standard Oil and Microsoft in the 1990s. You remember Microsoft went through a huge Sherman Antitrust Act lawsuit against Apple. And essentially they were broken up. They had to give money to Apple and actually led to the rise of Apple significantly in the 1990s. Nevertheless, I think, here's what I will say though. I will say capitalism gets blamed for a lot of the ails of cronyism.
right. Yes.
I will say
we are
that.
both totally against crony capitalism.
Totally against it.
Right.
And so the left will misrepresent capitalism as cronyism.
Right.
Insider access deals, we hate. Inefficient corporations
bailing
lobbying.
out Wall Street.
Bailing out the auto industry
Right.
and bailing out the banks.
Against it.
Totally
Totally
against
against
it. And by the way, I think that some of the Wall Street bankers, based on the laws that are written, should have went to prison.
Right.
I mean, they
Of course they should have gone. I mean, what's the movie?
The Big Short.
The Big Short.
Yeah.
Nobody got in trouble.
No one went to prison.
No one went to prison.
Well, and by the way, Fannie and Freddie people should have went to prison
Right.
too, which are the government agency. I mean, so look, I think we can have some agreement with people on the left with stuff like that. But where I really reject, and it really makes me angry, is when they say, well, this is because of capitalism. Well, look, there's nothing capitalistic about Amazon searching for $100 billion contract from the Department of Defense. That's not capitalism.
No,
that's
not-
cronyism.
yeah, that's cronyism.
It's Jeff Bezos who owns the Washington Post and buys off all these politicians that he gets a $100 billion contract.
Right. He's someone that should be investigated. Why has this young generation taken such an entitlement belief?
Wow. What a great question.
I have a theory on it.
So I'll do my theory and I'd love to hear yours if that's okay.
Yeah, of course.
So I think you have to ask yourself, why would someone want to be entitled to something? Well, you want to believe you're entitled to something if you believe you're a victim. And where does victimhood come from? It comes from
Candace plays the ultimate victim that believes she's entitled to everything and doesn't care how she acquires any of it. Candace actually believes that she is entitled to everything and plays the victim if she doesn't get what she wants. Oh, it's because I'm black. It's because I'm poor. It's because of Jews. Wow, boy. Funny how this whole interview just kind of showed who Candace really was from the very beginning.
the softening and the weakening of an entire generation.
Correct.
And so when a generation never has to go through any sort of what's the
nothing. We didn't. No Great Depression. No
That's
war.
exactly right.
We've lived through nothing. Millennials in America are the most spoiled individuals on the
They
face
have
of
it
the
better
planet.
than anyone else in the history of the world.
Which is
In the
why,
history of the
which
world.
is why they feel they're suffering so much.
That's right. That's right. They've never been through any sort of what's the word I'm looking for. Adversity. That's the word I'm looking for. My goodness, it took me 2 minutes to get there. They've never been through any sort of adversity. And their idea of adversity is they had to stay up late and publish a paper. Like, feel bad for me.
Right.
Great.
I had to
Okay.
stay up really late tonight.
I mean, we had in the
protest in the morning.
in the 1950s, in the 1940s and 50s, as you say commonly, our boys rushed to the beach of Normandy and went to World War II to fight the great evil.
Mhm.
In the 1960s, our boys were drafted to go fight in Vietnam in a war that I felt was unjust and never should have been declared upon. So on and so forth. The equivalent of our generation is, my
I have to hear Ben Shapiro speak on
or
campus.
my Uggs were delivered 2
Right.
days late,
Yeah.
or my pumpkin spice latte is
right.
imbalanced.
Yeah.
or something.
No, seriously, there's not enough pumpkin and spice in my pumpkin spice
give
latte.
me a break.
No. It's sickening, and that's what it is. Is that when you've lived through absolutely nothing? There's a long quote about that. Like, when a generation that lives through nothing
weak men
creates
create,
weak men.
all that sort of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, and
Good times create weak men.
Right,
and weak
bad
men,
times
yeah.
create strong men, and you've
Yes.
got this going on. And unfortunately, we have created the weakest period of men in the millennial American
That's
generation.
correct. That's
And when I say
correct.
men, I mean men and women. Justin Trudeau, mankind, humankind,
Yes.
whatever, But you get what I'm saying, and it's really can be attributed to the fact that we've lived through nothing. And when I say that my grandfather has never said anything about racism or called people racist and said that he deserves this or that, and yet he lived through a racist period
Yes.
in America where there was actually pieces of legislation that were racist. And I see Black Americans say on campus, and you, Charlie and I will ask this question, Bob, at the beginning. And I will say, just to see what planet I'm
I
on
love
before
this.
we even get started.
What planet I'm on.
Just that's what I say. Just see what planet I'm on before we even get started. How many people believe that America is a more racist country today than it was in the 1940s? Hands go up. And I go, okay, we're not on Earth today. Let's get started. Jarring.
It takes
Jarring.
an extraordinary amount of effort to get to something that's screwed up.
Right. I mean, just think about that. It's a good question. We just want to see what planet we're on, so we know if there's gravity in the room.
Dozens.
And then they'll say to us, it's a different type of racism.
No, it's even
like they're
more,
so
it's even more
sophisticated.
cynical.
Yeah, totally different than hanging people from trees. That is what we are fighting on college campuses, just to get them to like a little bit closer to reality, where you can say, hey, you can at least say, fine, I believe in racism, whatever. But if you can't acknowledge that America has made progress from the 1940s to 2019, as you're a Black person sitting at UCLA and
One of the nicest schools in the world.
Speaking and going to listen to a Black woman. I mean, it's jarring, but this is what the education system can actually do to people's minds.
Yes. And so take it to kind of a really interesting extreme. A group of people I think everyone can learn from are living Medal of Honor recipients. And what's amazing, and I've had a chance to meet a couple, we met one at one of our Turning Point USA events. What's unbelievable is these people have lived through hell. You don't live and get the Medal of Honor without seeing and experiencing something beyond. You have seen people die. You've probably killed other people. You've done something so heroic and so amazing. And without a shadow of a doubt, every Medal of Honor recipient I have met, they are so humble and they want nothing in return. They don't consider themselves a victim. They don't want a special award ceremony. They don't want a special thing from government. It's like, I was just doing my duty. And when someone goes through such unbelievably harsh times, you see this through all of our veterans, right? They're absolutely amazing. It creates a posture of your soul and of your person where you're thankful to be living in this country, and you're not a spoiled, entitled brat like most of our, unfortunately, like most of our generation is. And so when Bernie Sanders comes along or AOC comes along and they say, you're entitled to all these things because you've lived through so much. And
What the hell have they lived through? What the hell have I lived through?
And then I look and I see the greatest generation, what they had to live through,
right?
Where there were families that went off to war and half the brothers came back. I just want you to think about that.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, literally, like your chances of surviving on D-Day. I always talk about that. I think they knew that those boys knew they were going to die. I mean, just think about that.
Yes, and they knew that if you don't take this beach at this time,
right,
very little, the likelihood of even taking the European theater within 2 years is low.
Right.
Like they had a 3-day window to take Europe through one entry point because they deceived the Germans. They deceived them through a counterintelligence campaign. They fired Patton. They thought they were going to invade on the northern side of Germany, on France, and they went to Normandy, and they still lost.
Think of Dunkirk. The British taking their own ships over to go save. I mean, like the amount of bravery that it took to say, I'm just a fisherman, and I'm just going to go save our boys. And today we have people that just can't deal with the fact that Charlie and Candace are going to come talk about conservative principles.
Yeah, they need a safe space.
Crying. It is tough. I know.
Yeah, it's really
We're
hard.
struggling right now. Hashtag oppressed.
Yeah.
Okay, last question.
Last one.
The question that is on everyone's mind on
Here we go.
Instagram.
I know what this is.
Charlie Kirk.
Yes.
Did you ever date Candace Owens?
Not in real life. So we kept the fake relationship going for some time. Is that correct, Candace?
Going strong.
But Candace Owens is engaged now, which is amazing, to a wonderful man.
And I thought we were going to get such, like, when I announced my engagement, my fiance, we were expecting such like horrible comments, but actually they all went to Charlie. Charlie got trolled the hardest.
It was all me.
They were like,
it was exclusive
Charlie
to
was
me.
friend zoned. Charlie.
Yes, Charlie was sold a pack of lies
Yeah,
this
this is
entire
cheating
time.
on Charlie. Yeah, like Charlie's so sad and heartbroken.
Charlie's being all these sorts of things. So the answer is no.
No,
but
I'm
Candace
so sorry.
is my dearest friend in the world, and I
Yes.
couldn't be happier for
We
what.
know way too much about each other.
That's correct.
We're like brother and
But
sister.
we have gone through so much, and everything from going to the embassy, move in Jerusalem, from going to driving from San Francisco to LA, just because I was driving. I was driving. Let's be very clear about this. She was riding. She was passengering. Is that a word? We'll make it one. But getting kicked out of a restaurant in Philadelphia.
That was fun.
And that was really something. To being heckled at campus events, all sorts of fun things.
Right.
It's been quite a journey, and we wouldn't trade it for the world.
No, it's
honestly.
been a wonderful journey.
So we have a section on
She
the
didn't make fun of it.
from all the staff while we're in here.
Oh my God, that's
all of a sudden,
amazing.
boom, here it comes
Are they watching?
Yeah, some of them are watching, and I got to get these questions in, or I may not be here next week. So
Okay.
These are important ones. Okay, so on that thing, one of them is actually, do you date? What's your
Oh, I hold those. I hold it very close to my chest, but I am in a relationship. The world will know soon enough.
Yeah.
But I'm unavailable.
I will say this.
I will yield to my
Charlie,
attorney.
Yes, Charlie dates. Charlie has a girlfriend. I absolutely love her. I adore her. And she's known about her. Like, everyone was thinking Charlie and I were dating. Charlie had a girlfriend. Everyone was thinking that Charlie and I were dating. I had a boyfriend. She really is a wonderful human being.
And mind you, the boyfriend is not the same person she married, by the way. Keep that in mind, y'all. Candace telling on herself. The boyfriend she had is not George Farmer. She only knew him, you let her tell it, for 18 days. That's not even a good full month. No way, because math is still math, Candace. I know you're listening, you dumb heifer. Math is still math. You only knew George Farmer for 18 days and you accepted his proposal. But the entire time you were touring out with, Charlie and stuff like that, you said you had a boyfriend. So for at least 19 months, it could not have been George Farmer. Because you want us to believe that you just so happened to meet him by chance after taking Charlie Kirk's credit card and booking a flight out to the UK, to a whole nother country, and never reimbursing him for that money you spent. And you just so happened to meet George Farmer. And then 18 days later, you were accepting his proposal. You're not going to get us to believe in your alternate reality that for 19 months you worked for Charlie Kirk because you didn't build shit. You worked for him. That somehow the same boyfriend is George Farmer. Nope. Math doesn't math. Numbers don't add up, girl. So who's the name of this boyfriend? This is why she's not going to sue Laura Loomer. Because Laura Loomer wasn't lying. And she knows she would have to meet her burden by proving Laura Loomer lied if she were to sue her. Oh, Candace. Same reason why she could sit here and say, oh, I want Erica Kirk to go to jail. Based on what crime? Name the actual statute, the state law, the law violated. Go ahead. We'll wait. You want an innocent person to be jailed. We want to hear the violation of law. We want to hear the crime committed. See, when she says those dumb things like that, well, her airhead is behind. Candace doesn't give a damn. She just says it just because PR. She doesn't care if her cult members do the math and realize that the boyfriend is not George Farmer. And they damn sure don't ask, okay, well, who is he? Wow. If he existed, if thou had a boyfriend and not maybe a girlfriend, who is he again? Why not bring him up? Why not speak on him? Charlie being private is one thing. He obviously was. You claim that you were texting his girlfriend for 12 months and had to be a lesbian. Oh, God. Laura Loomer was like, yeah, I'll wait for you to try to sue me.
And yeah,
she's extraordinary.
We try to keep our private lives a little more private, just
because look, the opposition is so vicious, so vicious.
Right.
So
now
in time,
I would love for Laura Loomer to interview him.
Will you ever run for office one day?
I have honestly, the honest answer to this is I really have no plans to do that.
Charlie will be president one day if I don't run against him.
Oh wow!
Well, that would actually be quite
funsies.
fun.
I know it would be fun.
We could clear the field.
I know.
No, but look, I this is the honest thing. I love my life. I love what I get to do. And Candace would think the same thing. People are always trying to push us to run for things.
Yeah.
We enjoy the freedom. We enjoy the flexibility. We're around a lot of congressmen and senators. I just don't see them moving the dial at times.
I don't. I think we're able to box harder from the outside. I mean, the stuff that I'm able to say and do, I'm not limited because
and we can go to London and start Turning Point UK when we do stuff like that.
Right.
You know,
that's exactly right. But I will say, I think that we both agree that we want to mimic the president when he was in his 20s. And someone asked him that question, and he said, if my country ever needed me, I would step up to the plate and I would run. I think we feel the exact same way.
Totally.
But do I have plans to get my whole life torn apart for sport?
No, exactly. And look. We're in the culture war business right now, and that's
she
the most
doesn't
important
mind
thing. Being another R or D in a certain column.
I'll never be a Congress.
Right. What interests me a lot more is changing, the ideological predisposition of an entire generation towards their view of America. Like that really fascinates me, and we're doing it. Like and how many times, Candace, have we heard where people come up to us? We get messages. I used to be a liberal, but now I'm a conservative because of what you have said.
Yeah,
and when I hear and I see that, there's nothing more fulfilling than that. That's more fulfilling than running for office and winning.
Right.
Hear that once. We hear it thousands of times a year. It's the best thing.
The videos are just so straightforward.
The conversion story is something that is so powerful.
Yeah. So is there anything personal or private?
What's your deepest, darkest secret?
Oh, here we go. We're getting.
No, we do. What's like you have to say something that like you don't want everyone to know.
I'm
but,
allergic to gluten.
No, you're not, Charlie. Stop ordering your generic salad.
See, I'm allergic to gluten.
No, it's not.
Yes, that's my I'm celiac.
No, it's not his deepest, darkest secret.
Deepest, darkest secret. I don't know. I have to think about that.
Why would he tell that?
personally or professional, that you were on one side at one time in your life and you switched over and went?
Mine would be the abortion.
And why?
Yeah, talk about that.
Yeah, I was adamantly pro-choice in my youth because the school system taught me that I should be pro-choice, and they presented it like it wasn't. You learn in textbooks that it's not a baby.
Or was it because you actually had an abortion, Candace? Which one is it? You know, I see through you, heifer. Was it because you actually ended up having to have an abortion? Candace Owens. You know, while you wanted to parade around talking about you lived with your boyfriend for 6 months at the age of 14. Of course, she was having sex. Did you get pregnant, Candace? How far along did you go?
And you know, it's not a baby until I think they'd say like 3 or 4 months.
Sure.
In health class you learn this, and they would show you stuff about, you know, how miserable a child's life was going to be if you weren't.
Candace is lying. She's lying. You did not learn that in school. Because I learned in science class that a baby's heartbeat starts after 18, 19 days of gestation. 18 days, I believe. Science is science. It doesn't change depending on what school you attend. The education and the knowledge itself does not change because of what school it comes from. You can Google when a baby's heartbeat begins. What school taught her that? Candace is lying like hell. Candace didn't learn anything in school. Candace, did you have an abortion?
That's my I'm celiac.
No, it's not his deepest, darkest secret.
Deepest, darkest secret.
She wanted him to share something that he didn't want to share.
Okay, so was
Unbelievable.
Personally or professional, that you were on one side at one time in your life and you switched over and went?
Mine would be the abortion.
And why?
Yeah, talk about that.
Yeah, I was adamantly pro-choice in my youth because the school system taught me that I should be.
Yeah, she just blamed it on the school system. No, the school system did not teach you that because it's not in any science book. Candace, how far along were you when you had an abortion? It's funny how she jumped quickly to that topic, right? You were trying to have Charlie shame himself by telling his deepest, darkest secret just so you could say something about abortion, Candace. And then you still blamed it on the school? You know, the school system that you sued because you said someone sent some text messages that were racially charged. NAACP had to step in and help you get a settlement. From the same school system you're blaming of teaching you that it's okay to have an abortion at 4 months or 3 months gestation. Who taught you that again?
Pro-choice, and they presented it like it wasn't. You learn in textbooks that it's not a baby, and you know it's not a baby until I think they'd say like 3 or 4 months. Sure. In health class you learn this, and they would show you stuff about, you know, how miserable a child's life was going to be if you weren't financially stable enough. So there's a little brainwashing that takes place, and so I felt like, in, you know, the whole my body, my choice, and like if the right thing to do was to not have the baby since you know it's not a
Candace, how far were you when you had an abortion? How far? I told you, Candace, I see through you, heifer. How far along were you? If Candace is pregnant again, she is overly fertile. Candace, how far were you? No one is going to just admit or even lie about living with some boyfriend when they're 14 years old. And then get upset if people assume, yeah, you guys are definitely having sex. 14 years old, though. How old was he? You said you had a boyfriend before you got married to George Farmer. How old was he? They had been together, according to the statements from Laura Loomer, for 7 years. Candace, you're not going to have me believe that you never got pregnant before you had George's first baby. Nope, you're not going to tell me that. as usual, you would be lying. So, Candace, are you going to tell us how far along were you when you decided to have an abortion?
Baby yet, which is now I know is a bunch of crap and it's dishonest, and I obviously understand the abortion rates, but I was so pro-choice. I mean, I wasn't like out marching for it, but I didn't believe that it was a baby at all. So I want to do as much as I can to help.
I didn't believe it was a baby. That sounds like guilt. That's not. I just believe in the idea that you should consider all your options and no, it sounds like guilt talking. Candace got a little guilt talking in her. I told you I see through you, heifer. Keep sending your dumb candy ass cult members to do data collection over here. Yeah, take this back to your cult leader. Candace, your guilt is screaming out loud. You forced yourself to believe that it was not a baby when you had an abortion. How far along were you?
About that.
Yeah, I was adamantly pro-choice in my youth because the school system taught me that I should be pro-choice, and they presented it like it wasn't. You learned in textbooks that it's not a baby, and it's not a baby until I think they'd say like 3 or 4 months. Sure. In health class. You learn this, and
they said who? What book said this? You said you were homeschooled for 6 months. So why are you blaming all of this on the school? How much more of this guilt are you going to just carry on with this? Y'all can't tell Candace is telling on herself. I can. I see straight through this.
They would show you stuff about, how miserable a child's life was going to be if you weren't financially stable enough. So there's a little brainwashing that takes place. And so I felt like, the whole my body, my choice. And like, if the right thing to do is to not have the baby since it's not a baby yet, which is now I know is a bunch of crap and it's dishonest. And I obviously understand the abortion rates, but I was so pro-choice. I mean, I wasn't like out marching for it, but I didn't believe that it was a baby at all. So I
didn't believe it was a baby at all. It has nothing to do with a book or a protest or a march. I didn't believe it was a baby. It what? Candace, it what? You didn't believe it was a baby at 3 months? What book told you that it wasn't? That's a whole trimester. Are you stupid? No, you didn't believe that it was still a baby at 3 months. Where did you go to get this done? Just because you sucked your mind out to believe this is not a baby coming out of me doesn't mean it wasn't, Candace. Where did you go to get that done at 3 months after a whole trimester? Candace telling on herself. Candace, I told you I see through you, heifer.
I want to do as much as I can to help people understand that they are being effectively brainwashed in school to disregard a human life.
She just said I didn't believe it was a baby.
They literally are marketing evil, and it's very easy to market evil to a child's mind. Yeah.
Mine would probably be, I remember being in middle school when the Iraq war was ramping up, and being this solo conservative, I found myself having to defend the Iraq war. And I would always, it's great and all this. And I've had a total transformation. I think it's one of the biggest mistakes in American history that we invaded a sovereign nation that was essentially holding Iran in check,
right.
That we spent $1 trillion, lost 5,000 American lives, and the country's worse off now than it was before we got into it.
Right.
And I think what it did is it allowed me to go on a path of maybe I don't have to agree with everything that Republicans and conservatives do,
right.
That we can think independently, that you can have your own viewpoints on things. And so that would be one. And I think this, I could say the same for Afghanistan. I don't see the point in fighting multi-decade senseless
right.
wars for sand and death when our country's $20 trillion in debt, veterans come back with PTSD, and we're fighting over, goat herder operations in northern Afghanistan that have no resonance at all to our country at all. Like what happens in Afghanistan right now, I don't see how that impacts
right.
us whatsoever. So that's something I've changed on.
I'm going to wrap this by asking you one question. And I always say to everyone at the end of these episodes, which is that if you could leave one thing on the table here that could launch a vibration, one idea
yes,
that you could leave to the entire world, what would it be?
But here's the thing. You have 2 minutes. And I'm going to stop you and the show ends right when I say
right. Bub will stop you. You get 2 minutes
Ready?
To launch a vibration.
Hold on a second. No, I this is too much. This is like I need like an attorney or something for this.
In 8th grade, you were reading books
No, this is too much. My whole life has come to this moment. Are there notes or something? I didn't come prepared to this. Hold on. I got it. Hold on. Okay. Hello, people.
Hello, world.
Hello, world. I'm supposed to leave a vibration for you right now. Can I get my 2 minutes back? Okay, here's the thing.
It's just
The
raising
one
her
thing I would
eyebrows
love
at
to
him.
be released into the ether is so don't defend something just because your quote unquote ideological or political team does it. I said this earlier, but thinking independently, thinking for yourself through a series of core principles. But I will also say this is that in modern day time right now, there's an entire industry that is programmed to hate our president a lot more than love our country. And that really bothers me. It bothers me in a variety of different ways because I see people that want to see the downfall of America just so that they could be proven right. And I never was that way under Obama. I wanted him to succeed every single day. I thought his ideas were horrendous and I thought his principles were very lackluster. But the ether, what I want to throw into the ether now is for people out there, it's okay to support Donald Trump and it's okay to support a country that is vibrant and doing amazing because of his policies. Even though you might disagree with some of his approaches or things, that you can break out of just the political paradigm that you're held hostage to and think for yourself.
Signing off, world.
I want to go back to you saying, I didn't think it was a baby.
Veterans come back with PTSD and
that you could leave to the entire world, what would it be?
Where is it?
That's I'm celiac.
Brainwashing that takes place. And so I felt like in, the whole my body, my choice. And like if the right thing to do was to not have the baby since it's not a baby yet. Which
the right thing to do was to not have the baby since it's not a baby yet. Is what Candace forced herself to. She didn't even have to force herself to believe this. She just believed it. Do tell, Candace.
Just now I know is a bunch of crap and it's dishonest. And I obviously understand the abortion rates, but I was so
it has nothing to do. Abortion rates have nothing to do with you deciding to have an abortion because you didn't think it was a baby.
I wasn't out marching for it, but I didn't believe that it was a baby at all.
That's what she said. I didn't believe it was a baby. You're talking about an ideal versus an actual experience where you knew you were getting rid of a baby. Who ends with that? You're supposed to be talking about a concept. I didn't believe it was a baby. What? Was it a boy or girl? Candace, you 3 months, 4 months, and you didn't believe it was a baby? Man, the way this ends with her answering and saying that. Candace, I told you I see through you. So you were 3 or 4 months when you decided to have an abortion? Because you didn't believe it was a baby? Because otherwise, anyone can go out and march and protest about any idea, whether you're pro-choice or pro-life. But no one will end a statement by saying, I didn't believe it was a baby. They're going to be like, wait a minute, what are you talking about? That's so left field. Candace, how many times did you allow that to happen? Did you go and get an abortion? You're telling on yourself. Y'all, this is something else. This is something else. She said, I didn't believe it was a baby. Oh, child. Candace, you told on yourself. And I picked it up. Y'all heard that? All right, y'all. We're going into 6 hours of our marathon. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Oh, my God. And we learned something. Candace said, I didn't believe it was a baby. Candace, you just told on yourself.
And it's dishonest. And I obviously understand the abortion rates, but I was so pro-choice. I wasn't out marching for it, but I didn't believe that it was a baby.
I didn't believe that it was a baby. What did you think it was, Candace, coming out of you? A doll? What did you think it was? part of your yeast infection. Y'all, I'm telling y'all right now, she just told on herself. Boy, this interview was something else. And there's a lot of things about Candace that she's showing now. That was a telltale sign in this. I mean, she has definitely trolled and grifted off of conservatism, Trump supporters, Republicans. This girl knew what she was doing. Meanwhile, she didn't knew it was a baby. I guess what she thought they were pulling out of her was part of yeasty. Grim is yeasty. Can't make this up. Oh, Candace, thank you for telling on yourself. I want to thank you all so much for tuning in. I appreciate all of you all. Happy Memorial Day to every last one of you. And Candace E.T. wants to bid you all a farewell. Tomorrow evening, we will try to do our live stream after me and my kids come out from having some quality time and go over all the posts over there on X, videos, clips, and things you guys have tagged me on. Shout out to all of you guys, the supporters, the Luxters, for all of these supers, memberships. It's a blessing here in the LLC, and I thank you immensely from the bottom of my heart. Make sure you guys hit that like button and tune in. Check out Edie Marie. Be on the lookout for her new video of the anger management that she's going to drop either today or tomorrow. And when she does, we're definitely going to go over it, okay? You guys have a good one, and until then, Lady Club out. Deuces!